on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, and exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, in Disney.
Well, it's so good to see so many people still staying in here for our program tonight with Linda James, your favorite apostate. She's known as Aposta Babe. And while her program is Healing After the Watchtower, and she burns the midnight oil here at the Six Screens, and she gets people calling in all night long. Sometimes she's here. Last week they were here till 8:30, 9 o'clock on Sunday morning. So if you can't sleep and you're pacing the floors tonight, why don't you tune into Aposta Babe? Call her up, talk to her. She'd love to hear from you. So let's bring Linda on right now. And she's coming in from Southern California. Hello, Linda.
Hi, Rick. How's it going?
Well, doing good tonight. So we get you all revved up and ready to go. So anything in particular going to be discussing tonight?
We still got to talk about those Williams sisters. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Well, there's a lot there. There's a lot, as they say, to unpack. So I'll cut you loose if you do it. I'm here if you need me. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Rick. So, this past weekend or last weekend, whatever, if a recent assembly in Florida, we got to see Ms. Williams get baptized. And I know we've been talking about it all day, but all week long I've just been thinking, oh my God, like, I'm concerned about her, okay? I'm really concerned about her. In my mind, she's in the honeymoon stage, okay? She's in that honeymoon stage of getting into the organization and everything's wonderful, and I'm sure it is, okay? And we know that her upbringing was involved in Jehovah's Witnesses, so I kind of picture it like how I used to look at things. If I'm ever going to get right with God, of course, I'm going to go back to the organization, right? So I think that was probably her mindset all along, that, of course, this was the only spiritual walk ever presented to her. So, of course, this would be the one she takes. And she has, made it very clear that she wouldn't celebrate her daughter's birthday, and she didn't believe in that. So, yes, I do believe she has that backbone of Jehovah's Witness thinking. And I do believe, and I've read things that said that she herself has said that she has not practiced the religion, So I think she's been close enough to kind of get the feel of believing it's the only true way and all that good stuff. Paradise, and I think only the good stuff has been presented to her. But I've also seen her speak, like we talked about earlier, regarding human rights. And for her, after this honeymoon stage, however long it takes, when she's faced with any kind of form of, we got to get rid of that. And by the way, you need to become in subjection to the elders in your congregation. I don't know how well she will shift in that. And maybe she won't have to deal with any of that. Maybe not at all, Maybe that's the part of, what's her name? I'm sorry, sweetheart, I forgot your name, was saying earlier, like the Michael Jackson kind of ticket. Like there's a way that those that are entertainers or those that have wealth will be treated a bit differently. And why not, Of course, I just don't picture her, this woman of independence that she is, subjecting herself to this organization. And when she does get to that place, I'm concerned that she's, she truly believes in it now. I'm concerned that she's going to try to make it work. Why? Because she is a determined woman, okay? She is a determined woman who makes things happen. And she's going to try as hard as she can to make all this cognitive dissonance crap work in her head. And this is going to cause grand depression. And I'm really, really concerned about her and her sister, okay? Um, yes, she grew up in Compton. Okay, so did my mother. I grew up in Bell Gardens. This is Los Angeles County. I grew up in, what I consider the barrio. My mother will tell you it was the ghetto where she grew up in Compton. And she remembers when the Watts riots happened. She was picking up her family from the airport and driving them back, and she started seeing everything start to happen. So I'm not too blind to the reality of different sides of LA and what they represented, such as Echo Park, and different areas represented different things. But let me just say this: she and her sister have really planted back into Compton. Okay, they've put up these centers for children to like they've put a whole lot back. They've got all I don't have it all written down, but they've given back immensely. They've improved Compton for the children in Compton. And it was a beautiful thing when I saw this. I think I ran into something a couple of maybe a year ago. Ran into something where excuse me, her sister showed up with another sister of theirs and went into Compton and was talking to the children at some school or some program for children, and they were so happy to see them, and they showed the place that was all set up for them. I mean, they've planted back into the neighborhood, and I loved seeing that. I absolutely loved seeing that. Watts, the city of Watts is right next to Compton, and there's something that Watts is famous for, and it's called the Watts Towers. Okay, not watchtowers, but the Watts Towers, because these were towers built in the city of Watts by an Italian man who was kind of a recluse. Okay, and he would take. I don't know if you've noticed, but when you drive by freeways and stuff, and you see that those metal sticks, I don't know what they're called. So those really strong ones, okay, they'll have a whole bunch of them that will be in a beam. They'll put cement around it. So he used to take those and go to the railroad track.
Guardrail?
Thank you, yes. He would go to the railroad track and bend them. So he manipulated the stuff that he would get. He would take milk of magnesia bottles were like cobalt blue. So he came up with some kind of a way of a cement mud type of thing. And he built these Watts towers out of these things that were just like stuff you never think of. But it's these circles. So if you get a chance to Google Watts towers, you'll see these towers that go straight up like a tall triangle with circles around them. And there's about 3 of them. Okay. I hear a busy signal. That might be Rick going to get us back online. And okay, but I'm still talking to YouTube audience, so hopefully Rick is around. Hello, Rick. I'm hoping you hear this. Yeah, he'll be there in a minute. So
Yeah, hold on,
So-
Linda. We got the.
okay.
Just give us a second, folks. What happens is the phone goes off every 6 hours, so we'll get back on here in a second. So just hang in here with us.
Cool.
That always happens during your program, Linda. So hang in with us.
Yep.
It's a shame it goes off, but it does. Yeah, it's a phone system we have here, folks,
Welcome
and
into the live
we have it tied into our computer room, and the platform only allows us to go for 6 hours, and then it shuts off at 6 hours. So that's what's going on here. So we'll be right back on. So just give it a little break here, because we want to keep the telephone lines open, because that's how people are calling into the program. So it's always nice to have that open. So
Okay.
all right. All right. I believe we should be back in there right now. Let's see what happens. Yeah. All right. Okay. I think we're back with you, Linda.
Okay, so I was talking about the Watts Towers, which is in the city of Watts, which is right next to Compton. I was talking about how an Italian person, he was kind of a recluse, put these all together. And here's a picture. I'm not sure if you can see it very well, but let's see here. Do you see how there's these 3 or 4 different watchtowers? Aren't they cool looking? So he was like this.
No, nobody speaking.
Amazing. Hi, this is Pastor Babe Linda James. Who's this?
Rick's working on it. It'll be ready.
Hold on a second.
Already, thank you, sir.
Well, hold on one second, Apostle Babe. We still have a little issue here with it. Let me just.
Okay.
Do we have any comments?
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
We've been talking with Serena Williams.
Is it coming back on?
Hold on 1 second, folks.
Yeah.
Back online?
It should be on soon. I'm just
Unmuted.
Okay.
first period of time.
All right. Can you hear me now, Dick?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
All right. You're all set now, Linda. I believe we're all set now. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was just now talking about what the city of Watts, which is right next to Compton, and I was talking about the Italian gentleman that made these things called the Watts Towers. And I just now looked it up, and if you can see here, that's kind of a close-up of some of the things he did, where he used shells and glass and all these different things, but he had these towers that would go up into the air, and he built them all by hand. He took years upon years. This guy was an artist. So there's shells, there's broken plates, there's indentations of different things he's done. Let me show you this one here. This is more of a bigger picture. I'm not sure if you can see this, but if you can see this, here are the Watts Towers. I know I got some light shining in it, but this Italian guy, took years to build this. During this Watts riot, part of his living location was burnt, and but yeah, I'm just familiar with these areas, and I just really liked that the Williams sisters put back into Compton some of the things that they put together, such as, like, I don't know if it was at the school or they just made a center for kids, but I remember watching this program one day. I just stumbled across it, and it showed them the younger one with another sister that was not, I don't believe she was famous. They went into Compton and showed and got together with these kids and talked to them, and they had built all this stuff around Compton to really just give back to the city, and they set things up for the kids. It was really beautiful. But what I was saying earlier is that I'm just concerned that I think she's in a honeymoon stage right now, and very, very glad that she's in the organization and everything. But when it comes time to her having to change her character and become something other than who she truly is, this is going to cause some really bad depression with her, because that's what it does with all of us, okay? And I'm just concerned with how this will affect her. And I just hope that she has people in her life that she can, go to. And to me, in my opinion, and I don't know if this is correct, but I picture somebody having a life such as hers, still being isolated and not being able to be getting out and about and getting worldly. You know what I mean? I do believe she's educated much more than she ever would have been if she grew up and stayed within the organization. But I also think that there was some isolation done because she was famous as a protection for her. So some of the stuff that will come up, I think she's going to really try hard to make it work in her head, because she's a very determined person, very determined. And I think it's just going to mentally affect her, and I'm very concerned about her. Does anybody have any thoughts on that? Did anybody want to chime in?
Yeah, Pastor Babe. All right, go ahead, sister.
Okay. I just wanted to say something. I really never been a fan of Serena, but I want to. This is Carrie, by the way.
Hi, Carrie.
Right now. Okay. Hi, honey. Now, what do you think about this slant on this? God saying to her, well, Serena, you put me last when it was convenient for you. Now that you have time for me, and now you have time for me. So, this is the way I look at her. Now that it's convenient for her, she's going full force when it's convenient. Do you think for a moment that God thinks that's a good thing? And he's blessing her for this?
I have no idea. I have no idea. For all we know,
We might have
she
thought-
wanted to get right with God, and maybe the elders said, you're going to have to give up your career because you can't be that's not going to work with being a follower. So that might have had something to do with her retirement. But then again, I don't know what's been going on in her life. It's just I know how the Watchtower works, and I'm concerned about her. What's that?
So just like Prince and I think Michael Jackson, they seem to have personal assistants that were elders that kind of, guided them through and made sure that, whatever they did and said publicly would reflect okay with the association, with the Watchtower. So perhaps that will be the case again, because isn't that actually that's the truth that happened with those two gentlemen?
Absolutely, and some people might call them their handlers, but even we as regular non-famous people, that whole keeping an eye on each other and doing things in twos is for the very same reason that I believe you're talking about. So, in case there's any doubts, then the other one holds them accountable. In case somebody kind of goes off of, kind of strays or mentions anything, the other one will reel them back in. And you really can't be open and honest because the other one will tell you, yeah, you're going to have to tell the elders, otherwise I will, And so nobody really gets to get a close bond of trust.
Did you see the picture that Susan posted of her dad?
No.
Well, he had one of those custom.
Oh, of Serena's dad. Yes. Okay. No, I didn't see that, but I do know what he looks like. Yes.
Yeah. Well, he had a custom embroidery on his polo shirt. He had the word Jehovah embroidered where the little alligator normally is.
Oh, okay. You know what that makes me think of right away? That's his brand of clothing. That's just, I might be wrong, but I'm just thinking right off the bat, that's probably his own brand of clothing. What do you think?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
And also, so maybe she did it for him. Maybe she said to God when she retired she'd do it. Maybe she said to her dad, when you're done coaching me, I'll do it. But we'll see how long she lasts in it. And I am a big Serena fan. I watch her tournaments.
Do you? Okay.
Her figure is stunning.
Oh, yes.
She has her own line of clothes. She wanted I cried because I had excelled in fencing and they wanted me for the team, and my family says, you can't do that. Witnesses don't do that. So when she was up there on that podium, I shed a tear. I've followed all of it.
Olympic winner. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
And I picture the organization talking her into saying something to the effect of none of that compared to being one of Jehovah's Witnesses. I just picture that. And
she's been delighted with all of it. She's had a happy marriage and a beautiful life and toured the world. And she's even the person that introduced Meghan to Harry. I mean, she's been up there at the top of the pyramid.
Yeah. I just can't imagine somebody so aware of human rights. Plus, she was part of UNICEF, I believe. That's with the United Nations.
All those things.
You're right.
Yeah.
So,
and I got a chuckle out of it because she has such a beautiful, curvaceous figure, but
Yes, she does.
very clingy that she wore. I mean, it was very clingy, and,
Yes.
and it was designed to be that way. And I thought, well, if she comes back after her baptism in that skirt, even though it only comes to the knee, I mean, what can you say? So.
Yeah. So first off, her and her sister are very competitive against each other or of each other, but you can tell they love each other at the same time. We as Jehovah's Witnesses were not even allowed to be competitive. So competitiveness works very well with sports, right? But we weren't ever allowed to play sports. But I see this very much like Michael Jackson's dad was really the one to push the Jackson boys, and the father in this family was really the one to push the daughters, and really, I mean, he went to like the mayor and everything in Compton and stuff, and was like, I mean, he really made a name for himself and his daughters in town. And I don't think I don't think he had a bad reputation in that town. It was.
But I have a question for you, being on the West Coast. It seems to me that the Hollywood, we'll call them for the sake of argument, the Hollywood witnesses are in a different club altogether, because if she did give $25,000 as a percentage contribution at that convention, I mean, someone on Social Security, that's all they get for a year. And for her, that's maybe a 10% tithe of the million she makes or whatever. I'd have to sit with a pencil and figure it out. But, money talks, and the Jacksons did some of the same things,
I looked up earlier that it said that she gives $1 million towards charity. Now, when she becomes a witness, as you know, and I know, we're not allowed to give to any other charity but the Watchtower. So is she? I just cannot picture the way they're going to just twist and turn her, and I just don't think she's going to bend that easily. I just don't. She's too much her own woman, I think. But at the same time, I do believe she spent some time isolated and limited and whatever. I just don't know.
And she's been to the top. I don't have much battery power left. We were on till 8 in the morning last week, so I'm going to.
Oh, really?
TV. You look fabulous on my big TV, and I'm going to turn that up and enjoy.
Thank you. Mwah. There's for you, Pixie. It's so cool. Yeah. So I'm wondering how this is going to affect her psyche. And again, I think that she's at a really good time. This probably brings her very close to her family that are practicing. Okay. But again, she has said that she's never practiced before. So I really don't believe she knows or realizes what she's signing up for. I think her heart is in the right place, trying to get right with God. And if she is going to, of course, this is the route to take. And much like any other person that got baptized, I don't believe that she was baptized with all of the information. I don't believe she was given an informed consent. Like, I believe deception was used on her as well, and I'm concerned about her because I believe it will affect her psyche, and I just hope that she has ways that she can work things out for her own psyche.
I like that opinion. Could
I'm sorry. Sure.
Yeah, could I add a thing? Yeah, okay. This is Dick Biggie.
Hi, Dick.
And her sister grew up knowing Jehovah's rules and regulations are the regulations of the Watchtower. They know about morality and being not materialistic and things of that nature. They knew about it, but they pursued the careers that they did. And I will grant you they were very successful. And hats off to anyone that's successful at their pursuits in life. I would also add that it's probably a wonderful thing They contribute a lot of money to Compton and Watts area and so forth. But if you have millions and millions of dollars, that's not a really big sacrifice. That's all I just want to say with that. Nobody can judge the Williams sisters, not right now. In a couple of years from now, if they're on Twitter and they're proclaiming the kingdom of Jehovah's Witnesses, if they're doing that, then maybe they're for real. But only time will tell. Stay on the line and speculate for hours, about her psyche and all that stuff. But time will tell. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Dick.
Hey, Linda.
Yes.
Hey, Linda. Hey, I like to stay on a positive note. I'm with you and others. I'm happy for her. I think we all need a cook in the oven, and some just need to cook a little longer. Some may have to go back into the oven because they're not well done, But I'm happy for her, and this is the reason why. Because you and I talked a long time ago about how we can't all reach everybody. You can't reach
Yes.
I talk to, or vice versa, And one of the greatest things I've ever learned being a Jehovah's Witness apostate came from the words from J.W. Fairy Tale. And J.W. Fairy Tale ended one of his videos, and he said, "That's going to be a topic of conversation at Pizza Hut." And he goes, "That's going to be a topic of conversation at Pizza Hut." And it was so funny because and I know that all of the kids are going to be talking now. The adults are going to be talking. Linda, every Jehovah's Witness from the age of like 6, 7, all the way to like 100, and the generation of 1914 that's still alive, if there are any,
Right.
they're all going to be talking. They're all going to be talking about this.
Yeah.
And all we have to do is sit back and enjoy the ride.
Right. And maybe this will help her, not be in the limelight as much anymore. Maybe this will help her have more privacy and more peace. We just don't know. Yeah. I've only heard of like these famous men. I mean, is there any famous women Jehovah's Witnesses that you can think of?
Of her stature, no. I know.
Okay.
I was watching a show, and it was Joan Rivers that she was hosting the Tonight Show, and her guest was Billy D. Williams. And Billy D. Williams, and she goes, "What about your sister?" And he goes, "Oh, my sister's talented." He goes, "Why doesn't she do this and that?" He goes, "Oh, because she's one of Jehovah's Witnesses." So when I saw that, I thought, oh, there must be a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses in Hollywood who are related to, or to celebrities, or who are very famous or are very gifted in
Sure.
different talents. That's why they're living there. And I think this thing with Serena Williams is a godsend for her, for the apostates, for everybody. And I'm not going to judge anybody as far as their viewpoints, because I think everything that's being said, has a little bit of truth. And I think we should just be happy for it, because
I'm sorry, Gilbert. I need more convincing. I'm just not happy for her or anybody that gets baptized in the organization. Help me shift in my head, because me being a woman knows what she's just now signed up for, and I don't think she does. So what I believe she signed up for is oppression beyond,
correct,
like just before even suffrage kind of oppression, okay? Before women could vote kind of stuff, okay? So I don't think she realizes. Do you hear what I'm saying? My frustration here? Help me shift in this, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna help you. A lot of people that live in that lifestyle, they never get to really understand what people in the flyover country. I'll give you an example. People who live in LA and New York have no idea what people in the middle of the United States live through or go through. And
Very
I think
true.
it's going to help Serena Williams identify with the common folk.
Okay.
And I think she's going to get down to the level. And if I think it's going to be a blessing, because even Jesus Christ learned from the things that he suffered. I mean, everybody learns from their suffering. And yes, she's going to be in for a big roller coaster ride, and I wish her the best. But I really do think she's going to come out of it. I don't know how, but I think that the great thing that's happening is she's going to help more people leave the Watchtower.
I agree. That's yeah, but I see what you're saying, Gilbert. You're talking about walking through certain circumstances, and it's walking through things that we gain our wisdom. So I can see what you're saying. So yeah, okay, then it can be a benefit. I can see that. Okay.
She's going to be like the elite class. Yeah, she's going to be like the elite class that says, "Oh my God, these people. There's people that live in Arkansas. You know, the flyover country." And she's
yeah.
She's going to see it.
Okay.
That was my. Oh,
so,
I sent you an email. I made a meme, and I sent you an email, and the question is, why did Serena Williams get baptized as a Jehovah's Witness? Because Watchtower is a racket.
This is so bad, it's perfect.
So look for it. It's in your email.
Okay, I will. Oh my God. Religion is a racket and a scam. Is that how they said it? A scam and a racket? Oh, that's so funny. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
So, how are you guys?
Good. How are you, Uncle Joe?
I like the racket.
Isn't that cute? Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Rutherford gives my greatest truth, and that's just exactly what the Watchtower is, a racket. I love it. I've got to say, and I don't mean to spoil the party, but government. I just dawned on me that governments, when there's big issue problems and people are all in a fuss about something, they know how to throw in a distraction.
Oh, that's true. That is true.
From GSA and shunning and the deaths and everything else, she is the distraction.
You may be right about that, and I've seen what you're talking about. So, Are you thinking about how this whole Norway thing is going on, and it's pretty heavy duty? And this, okay, yeah, that
they took a lesson from the big boys.
That could very well be, and that's a really good point because that does happen. It just does, and yeah, I've seen it happen, and that would not surprise me if this is the case. Yeah, and about Norway, one of the things that has really bothered me, and that they brought up last year, was that they didn't approve the government did not approve of people becoming baptized as children. Like they didn't want them to get baptized until they were of age, whatever their of age is. They didn't want them getting baptized until they were of age. So I think about Barbara Anderson. I think about Christine, who calls in, and other people I've heard of that were teenagers and were recruited into this organization. I cannot stand that. I cannot stand that they don't go to the parents and request permission to study with their kids. They just go in and do it.
No, that just ties into the whole move that children are not the parents' property. It's the state; they're the state's property. That's a whole governmental push now. And we're going to see that more and more.
Oh, that's interesting.
We have everything points to the loyalty of the individual, not the family. They used to say that strong families make strong congregations. I haven't heard that in decades. Now,
right.
Individual, but they just as soon destroy a strong family and isolate out strong individuals that are loyal to the organization. And that's exactly what we're seeing in our family. And that's what government is doing too.
Okay.
it's stunning how well the agenda has worked and is working right from 50 years ago. Stunning. It's just stunning how well it's working.
It takes 50 years to make a change.
Yeah. You look up, if you've ever looked up Yuri Bezmenov, he gives an incredible insight into what's happening.
Please say that name again.
Yuri, Y-U-R-I, Bezmenov, B-E-Z-M-E-N-O-V. He was a KGB defector.
Okay, it's the 35 point of this broadcast. So I'm going to remember to come back and look at the video to get that information. Okay, he was, oh, really? Okay. And what did you get out of that?
Look, he laid it bare. He said exactly whatever foreign countries do to undermine and overtake other cultures, and they inject people into the culture that attacks the families, it attacks the entertainment, it attacks the morals, and it lowers everything, and it weakens the whole culture. In fact, it not only weakens it, it dismantles the culture. And so
yes,
they're open for any kind of control.
And makes them vulnerable, yes.
Oh, very much so. As far as I'm concerned, Watchtower is parallel tandem with world government.
Absolutely. That is the bottom line thing that a cult does. It's really not so much about doctrines. It's about tearing apart the family and then replacing the family.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the main key point of doing it. Then you hear these stories about how the disfellowshipped ones, well, they're considered spiritually dead, right? So of course they don't get anything left in the will, and the more people that misbehave or whatever, and the parents have to shun their children. Well, gosh, where will anything go on from a will? It's going to go to the organization.
I know.
You know?
No, I know. Oh, it's as bad as people are, they're tragically genius when it comes to manipulating humans. They just know us better than lab rats. They really do. They really
yeah.
do. It works. It really works. So basically,
very much so, yeah. Like the Pavlovian dog. Yeah. And what I mean by the Pavlovian dog is that so there was so psychology is called the study of human and animal behavior. So Pavlovian, this one person was doing a test with the animals that were dogs, and he would ring a bell and then feed his dogs, right? And so as time went on, he would continue to ring the bell and then feed his dogs. He did this jointly. At one time, he rang the bell but did not feed the dogs, but their mouths really had an expectancy of receiving the food when he didn't put the food down. So he literally trained them to, once you hear the bell, you do this, or you will receive this. And the best way of training is with positive reinforcement, is what's been said lately.
And it's to the extent now that works to the extent where the society has gotten individuals to judge each other. The society doesn't have to judge the individual. Now they've gotten each member to judge each other.
Yes.
Exactly. And they're doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah.
The other thing is the latest book that they're studying on the front cover, rather than showing a family, like a happy family, it's just one single man. He's walking into the whatever.
Paradise-looking thing, right? You're right. That
single
when
man.
I first saw that,
I
thought, what on earth are they trying to convey? Where's the family? There isn't any.
But it's that idea of walking into paradise, like that we used to be told that, once we make it through Armageddon, we're just going to walk into paradise. And yes, they've taken the term member and replaced it with individual. Publisher is being replaced with individual, I believe.
Yeah.
And what happened to the panda bears? I didn't see any panda bears.
Right?
Yeah.
But what blew me away is there's a dog on a leash. On a leash.
Yeah.
A dog on a leash.
Yeah.
I just thought the animals would go around freely. Hi, who's this?
Yeah, this is Jeff. Yeah.
Hi, Jeff.
I wasn't born then, like a lot of folks. And they told me to forget about my family. They will die at Armageddon.
Mm-hmm.
And I will be made to forget them, forget about their death at Armageddon. And yeah, I mean, that's what they told me, and for a while I believed it, and then I didn't want to believe it. Yeah. And that was kind of the first of my way out, and oh my God, I was afraid to leave home because I didn't want to see my folks die at Armageddon, and my family and the rest of my family, and because they weren't witnesses, and it was horrible, just horrible. And they said we're your family, but I'll tell you what, I found out how much they were family after I left, because I got shunned. Nobody talked to me. I'd go to the grocery store, I'd see some of them, they wouldn't talk to me. And beforehand they said, we're your new family. Well, I found out how much they were my new family. So that's all I got to say there, folks.
Yeah.
It's very hard for ordinary people to understand that experience you went through, Jeff, is confirmation of you being spiritually dead, and dead in the eyes of God is what this represents, this shunning. Robert J. Lipton calls this dispensation of existence, as though you do not deserve to be alive. Okay? And this is, the teachings of this group.
Exactly.
It's not true at all, because you do, and you're awesome, okay? Even all day long when you were protecting Dan all day long. You were like, he's not racist. You just went on and on and on.
I protect Dan. I'm here to protect you, Linda.
That's what I heard too. That's what I heard in what you were saying. Yeah. So you're awesome people. Definitely awesome people. Yes.
Hi, I was wondering, could I ask Jeff a favor?
Yes,
oh,
ma'am.
Sure.
Hi, Jeff. This is Susan Sharon, Rick's wife. I was wondering,
Oh, cool.
I have something that I made for you, and I'd like to send it to you. Could you send your address to Rick's email address so I can send it to you?
Yes, ma'am. It's my email address or my address?
No, if you could send your mailing address to jw.org@gmail.com, and then I can send it to you, because I've had it for a while. I wanted to send it for Christmas, but I didn't have a chance to talk to you before then, so.
Well, okay. Let me see.
Do you have a computer? Hello?
I know I've contacted him through Messenger, through Facebook.
Okay, because I don't know. I don't do Facebook, so I don't know.
Okay.
But I
Rick does.
I wanted to send it. This is the
Hey, Susan?
address. Yes, ma'am.
Susan? Yeah, this is Fran. Yeah, we want to send Jeff something too, so we need his address.
Okay, well, I'll tell Rick. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if you can get his address, that would be great.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Sure, I will.
Oh, all right, thank you. My blanket on shape.
Is it possible that I could make a comment?
Sure, who's this?
Hi, my name is Eric. I'm from Rhode Island, live in Nashville, Tennessee.
Hi, Eric.
Hi. I wanted to talk about a few things. Like, I guess the topic I wanted to talk about was hypocrisy and the subject of, we got Prince. Excuse me. He wore tight pants. I don't care.
Right.
I had to wear tight pants when I was in junior high and high school because baggy pants were worldly. So now it's backwards. Whatever.
Right.
We have Serena Williams twerking 2 months before she does gets her baptism, right?
Yeah.
I got the fellowship twice for smoking marijuana because it's medicine for me. It's cannabis. That's what I really call it. And I had medical marijuana at one time in the state that I lived by a doctor. And I know that might be not the greatest thing to talk about, but regardless, it's not bad. My father, he got this fellowship not just for smoking marijuana, but when he was 16 years old, he lived a double life. He lived in the Gulf of Mexico, in Miami, and found a 90-pound-year-old hay of marijuana, Colombian gold, he called it.
Wow.
He said he never sold it, but he said he never sold it and he smoked it all. But that's not true because he told me in the same breath that he's a cement truck driver and he had his own business at one time where he told me that he paid off a cement truck in the 80s that was worth $55,000 in 1 year. So, yeah. So this guy shuns me for something that he is so guilty of, and that's my point of my hypocrisy.
I see this.
How can you shun me?
Eric?
Yes, sir. Or man.
No one does hypocrisy better than the Watchtower. No one.
Yes, sir.
We all have to learn such a deep lesson of hypocrisy. No one does it better than that.
I agree. And just to add one more thing, it's frustrating for someone like me. I'm not mad at Serena Williams herself, but I'm frustrated because to give you some background, you want to make your parents proud. You do the right thing. I thought I was doing this for God. I pioneered. Toni Morris was my instructor, along with Russell Sheldon, and there was some really screwed up things that happened that I could tell you about. But I did all this. I did all the pain. I got disfellowshipped many times. I was in and out of not having my family. Living as a physically out, mentally in is the most torturous thing that you could ever go through. Being a pomo is freedom, but pomey is absolutely terrible. And all of this that you have to endure, and then Serena will, I burned my life on fire. My parents view me as an apostate. I will never see them again. They made that clear. I was in the hospital and I called them and they wouldn't pick up the phone. My point being to all of this is that it's not fair. The system is broken. It's not Serena Williams' fault. It's not fair that this girl can have her dreams, her dream marriage, her dream everything, and then come in and have salvation. No, it don't work like that. And that was my point. And it feels it just shows how flawed their system is, how hypocritical it is, and how broken it is. And that was my point.
Yeah.
I hear you. I question if it was her and her sister's dream, though. Because I don't know. What?
You question what?
If this tennis career was in fact her and her sister's dream, or if it was her father's dream.
Right. She got a better dream than I did.
True. she got to
her
play
family
sports
in the
and we
long
did
run,
not.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean? I sacrificed everything, and she gets everything, and I'm just disposed of. I've had 4 reinstatement letters, and my wife had 5, and her mother, she actually got reinstated, and her mother called her when she wasn't supposed to call her because an elder said not to tell your parents, and someone leaked it, and they the parents and my in-laws called my wife, and my wife was freaked out because how could they know, like, why are they calling me? The only reason why they call me is when someone dies, and her father is obese. So when all of this happened, she left a really long, detailed message of how broken she was, and she said that the governing body, that Jehovah wasn't happy with the governing body and the message, and they copied and pasted it and sent it to the elders, and they canceled her from being reinstated. But I thought I would share that story because anytime you can expose abuse and wickedness from the Watchtower, you know, and I'm sorry if I went on too long.
I really appreciate what you have to share. So I'm kind of confused about mom called her daughter or the daughter called mom.
No, the mom called the daughter. The mom and the father called the daughter, but she was too afraid to listen to the voicemail, so I listened to it. And
okay.
What happened was the elders told her, do not tell anyone that you're getting reinstated until after the announcement on Tuesday. So she said, okay. But then, because we were moved to another hall, there were 6 elders involved.
Yeah.
So one of the elders, and I know exactly who it was, told the mother-in-law, my mother-in-law, that she was getting reinstated, and it caused a huge problem. So basically, they broke their own rules, and it. But it doesn't matter. She was only going to be a chemo anyways. We just wanted our family back. That's all we were doing.
Exactly.
We're not completely supportive of Watchtower. They'll never get $1 from us ever again, or any of our time.
Eric, if I can add, I have to feel for everything you've gone through. If I can share something.
Can you speak up, Uncle Joe?
The trauma that they place on us make us someone that we don't want to be. And if I can relate, I went to bed one night last week, promising to ruin the person, the man that basically put us into a situation, and then also stepped into our family's life and basically turned us away from our children behind my back. Totally disrespectful. I went to bed one night and said, I'm going to ruin that man. And there's ways you can do that. There are ways that it can be done.
Right.
And I was realizing I do not want to be that way. I don't want to be destroyed that way myself. In the morning, I got up and I said, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do something else. I'm going to do something. It had to do with a daughter who lives nearby. Haven't heard from her in 3 months. Normally, we heard from her every day, almost.
What was it that you were? What was it that you were warring away from? Like anger?
Oh yeah, anger, absolutely.
And I agree. I share that pain with you.
Well, here's the point. The point is, I had to do something, but I needed to do something that wasn't against my own conscience. And it had to do with not hearing from my daughter for 3 months. Normally, we heard from her almost every day. She was basically turned away from us by this elder who stepped in and interfered with the relationship, warned them about us. Okay? And it's like, so I promise I'm going to ruin that man. Well, the next morning I woke up and said, nope, I'm going to call the troopers. So I called the state troopers, the state police, and said, I'm very concerned about the welfare of my daughter. I haven't heard from her in 3 months, and I have no idea what's going on with her. I'm worried. I'm very worried. Fortunately, it was a woman, state trooper, Rose, very nice, very responsive. And she asked if I called her and said, tried, you won't answer. Have you tried unlisted number? I said, we don't have one. And she told us, star 67 will give you an unlisted number. I didn't know that, so that was helpful. But then she said, would you like me to call her for you? I said, yes. So here the trooper called them, got in touch with her. The trooper called me back and said, well, he's okay. She said, no, there's family differences, and that's why. And I thanked her very much. And then I proceeded to tell the trooper who Jehovah's Witnesses are, the crisis, trouble that they cause, where they live, and what we're going through as a result. So that was better than proceeding to be eaten up by anger and doing something that I wouldn't have been very happy with.
You know, I love your story. I think that's so beautiful. I would have gone the anger route in my old days. I've learned to curb that. You
gotta be creative.
And stuff.
You gotta be creative.
But that's what it means to be a Christian, is to be slow to anger.
You know,
even if you don't believe in Christianity, or just to be a good.
Spirituality is what you want, and I always have to remember there's three factors that make up spirituality, and it's being imaginative, intuitive, and empathetic. Those three. And
the great, I couldn't agree more with you, because the intuitive and the empathetic part of it is something that is really lacking in this world today.
Oh yeah.
When the Bible says, I think it said something in the, and I don't know if we're in the time of the end or not. Who knows? I can't interpret the Bible. But when it says that people would be, what is it? It would have no natural affection.
Right. Exactly.
Jehovah's Witnesses breed that. Jehovah's Witnesses breed no natural affection. I mean, in all honesty, I was a Jehovah's Witness. I was born in fourth generation, years in it. And I'm disgusted by these people. It's because that association spoils peaceful habits. The Bible says, get out of it, my people. This is a false religion. You got to get the hell out.
Yeah. It's spoken about them as the apostate. They're the apostate.
They are the apostate. When they say the rot's within, they couldn't be more right. I just wanted to say, too, what was it? Maybe I'm losing my thought. Well, I'll let it go. I'll let somebody else speak up.
Oh, Eric, before you go, I want to get your address. We got to send you some plastic cookies.
Oh, you're the guys that do the cookies?
You get cookies? Oh my gosh, that's so awesome.
There's a guy that I just wanted to say that I'm in the I help do the work, the anti-witnessing work, and there's a guy that was doing the sticker work from Reddit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I love those stickers. Love them.
I got 500 of them, and I post them everywhere where they put their carts, and they can't tear them down because the city won't let them. And they literally are posting their carts up while it says Jehovah's Witnesses protect pedophiles. I'm like, oh my goodness! If I was a witness, I would shut it down, and I would not do that. There's no way. But I think that's so cool. How can I get a hold of you guys?
I'll give you my phone number right now.
Are you sure? Or I can give you my email address if you want. It doesn't matter to me.
I'll give you my phone number and you can
just text us your address.
You guys are so cool. I love you guys. Thank you for all your work you do.
Oh, you're welcome. And anyone else hearing this can too. Just let us know.
Here, I'll give you our phone number.
Yes, ma'am.
315-221-0130. You can text your information and we'll send you out some apostate cookies.
They're the best.
I have to say, we're on a mission to find true friends.
I think we should go forward with
Oh, thank you.
I started a little black book, and it's got all our names and addresses of all our new friends.
Yeah.
And
Oh, how cool.
Just to let you all know, Joe and I are officially disassociated as of Thursday.
Yeah.
They read our
You're officially lost.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh, just recently?
Wow. That's something.
And
Oh, wow.
we weren't sure if they were going to do it Thursday or not. We asked our son-in-law. He didn't text us back. So today, because we have a shop here, we have a business, and one of the consigners, we have a consignment shop. His name is Dave, and he came in, and he's been inactive for a long time.
Yeah.
But his wife is active, and his daughters are active. So I didn't say anything to him and other people here. So I kind of got in the back, and he came over, and he said, they announced your name Thursday night. I go, well, thank you for telling us. I said, if you don't want to come in here, I understand. We can just send the check in the mail. He goes, oh, no, I don't have a problem with it. He says, as a matter of fact, he said, yeah, I'm not disfellowshipped or anything, but I don't believe it. He says, I read Ray France's book. Basically, he's just in because of his wife and daughters. But he's very inactive.
He's not interested at all.
So he wanted to know what it was that made us.
The herd is thinning, isn't it?
Yeah. So he wanted to know what it was that made us leave, and I said the basic thing was finding out about the child sexual abuse, and some other things, the shunning, the fellowshipping. And then he said, when he was working one time, one of his co-workers told him, he said, one of your top guys was in the newspaper. And Dave said, what do you mean? And he was talking about Ray France, and he told him about the book. And so Dave went on the computer, and he looked it up. He goes, oh, my goodness. So from that point on, he just didn't have anything to do with witnesses. And they just think he's inactive. They try to encourage him.
He's pretty smart about it. Can I just rattle on a little bit more?
Sure.
Let me just rattle just a little bit.
As much as you want.
Previous to this, previous to this, we had sent, we crafted a letter, and we had it sent from our lawyer to the elders and the CL. And basically warning them to be very careful about announcing our name so as not to cause any kind of slander. And if they did, we would bring as much legal action against them as we could. Well, that was about, how long was that?
Oh, it was, I don't know, sometime in October.
Okay. So now we deliberated all this time as to when to pull the plug, so to speak. So it was just Thursday. So we sent a text to Jeremy, that's my daughter's husband, who's an elder, as well as to the congregation elders. There are two elders. And basically granting them permission to announce our name and requesting to announce our name.
Oh, wow.
Give you permission, and now we request you announce our name. And we sent it on a postcard.
Well, first of all, so we sent it out. It was on Tuesday. It was on Tuesday. Well, no sooner than we sent that text out did we got a phone call. We have not. Yeah, we didn't get a phone call this whole time from the elders, and they said, we just want to make sure that this is really what you want to do. We'd have to confirm it. And then the other elder called, said the same thing. And then our son-in-law came over to our house. He hadn't been to our house in a long time. And I said, Joe, Jeremy's here. And we had business going on. I mean, it was like...
It's like, oh, my goodness. Yes, he is.
So he came in. I said, come on in, Jeremy. Because he was just standing in the hallway. I said, come on in. And he said, well, I just want to find out, is it because of the family, the way the family is treating you? We go, no, it has nothing to do with the family. We love our family. I said it was child sexual abuse. I said it was the shunning and the fellowshipping. I looked him right in the eye, and he almost had tears in his eyes. He has tried so hard with us. He tried more than our own son. We have a son that's an elder, and we have another son. And our son-in-law was the one who was he was the mediator for our daughter. And he was trying so hard. He would come over and he would try to reason.
And I told him, I truly mean this, I have a lot of respect for him. Frankly, I was the one basically, Fran and I, that basically was interested in him as our son-in-law before, she was married. And I basically encouraged girls to, you could be interested in it, at any rate, I told him I have more respect for him than for him to take the place of my son, who should be doing it. And I said, they should be. Jeremy, I relieve you of what you're doing. You do not have to do this, because I have more respect. But at any rate, one of the other elders, the PO or whatever, he got in touch with us and said, well, the friends, the elders, we'd like to talk with you. And I said, that would be absolutely unnecessary.
No way.
Absolutely unnecessary. We're happy with our decision. And please do it.
So they did make the announcement, and about 10:30 that night, don't we get a text from our oldest son saying how much he appreciated everything that we've done, bringing them into the organization, how we supported them when they were in a foreign country, how we've always, did the quick builds together, and he was just laying it on, and we hadn't heard from him in months. Basically, he was just saying,
and if whether he knows it or not, the hypocrisy is just something that comes through.
Right.
It's just what it is.
Yeah. And then we get another text from our youngest son, and he said, put a few scriptures in there, jw.org, the typical text. But anyway, we feel really good. We're relieved.
No.
We're happy, and
they have much to think about. Much to think about. And that was our goal, is to get them to think about what they're doing and what's going on.
But we only woke up a year ago. I mean, everything happened, right along.
Yeah.
And we're so happy to be out. And we love you guys.
Well, we love you as part of the Sixth Greens family, that's for sure.
Well, thank you, Susan. And I'm nice and warm right now, Susan. Thank you.
Look, can I share something that might be a little controversial about our new sister?
I love controversy. Please go on.
Well, let me tell you, this was about 10 years ago. About 10 years ago. Yeah, it would be at least 10. There was a video. It was about Mr. Williams and his two sons, who were tennis players. Did you hear what I said?
I never heard of them before.
They're Serena, his two sons.
Serena and Venus.
Yeah, Serena and
They
Venus.
never mentioned them.
They were boys. They were born boys.
Are you telling?
Born boys?
Uh-huh.
No. I mean, yes, this is controversy. What? Wait a minute. What? Okay. We need receipts. Oh my God, I need that video or something.
These were
what?
boys.
He did have a family before this family. So could it be the boys from his previous family?
I followed them. They were them. look, that man, Mr. Williams, was a very, very savvy guy.
A very what guy?
That
Savvy.
Savvy. Okay. Well. I think I'm speechless. Wow.
I think he knew that the wave of the future for sports was his people plus fans.
Hey, just a thought if I could. Sharina, she posed nude for Sports Illustrated. I think if Serena was a guy, I think somebody would notice. Thank you.
Well, I understand. All I know is Mr. Williams had 2 sons.
You know, I heard that about Barack Obama's wife too. That Barack Obama was gay and his wife was a male. You know, these rumors go all over the place. I wouldn't put any credence to it.
Well, this was not a rumor. This was a video about his boys, and it's like, and then I see something that was different, and so I'm not going to try to prove it. All I know is what I saw. And
excuse me, can I add something to what you said, Joe?
Yes.
Joe?
Please.
Hi, Joe. Hi.
Hello.
I saw that video a few years ago. It was a YouTube video.
Yeah.
And it was actually a video documentary made by the organization called Trans World Sports.
I got it. I pulled it up. Yeah, it was 10 years ago.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. It was put out by Trans World Sports, and what it was doing was talking about athletes that were trans or transitioned from.
Okay.
And they were basically saying on the video that the boys were trans. What do you call it?
Transsexual.
Converted to girls.
Yeah.
And the purpose of it was because boys are stronger than girls, so they would have an advantage in the female sports world. And there's been a lot of controversy about athletes that are winning, that have transed from male to female because they're basically stronger. And there's been controversy as to whether it's legal or not, or whether it's fair.
Sure.
It's been a controversy. So yeah, I saw that video a few years ago, and it's up still in the YouTube. It's still in the YouTube group. If you punch in, I think it was called.
I got it right here. It says 11 and 12-year-old Venus and Serena Williams on Trans World Sport. It was out 10 years ago.
Right.
Good job.
So it was, and the father was the one who they spoke to quite a bit.
Yeah.
And the father had a plan to make a lot of money because he analyzed how much money famous sports people make. And so he decided to groom his boys and bring them into the tennis world. And he was very confident in the video, if I remember right. He was very confident that his daughter, or he called them his daughters now, because they had already been started in that world already.
Yeah.
But if you watch the video, those girls look exactly like boys. I mean, they are like totally have all male features, and I was like blown away. Yeah, and I know it's controversial, and it's not that I'm not judging. I'm just saying it's an issue that I don't know how Watchtower views. Yeah, the reality. I don't know how Watchtower views it, but it was very controversial. But I also saw that video. So yeah.
I think I think not only was Mr. Thank you so much for chiming in on that. I think that not only was Mr. Williams very, very savvy, but so was Watchtower in securing them as a publicity agent for the Watchtower, because it's such a perfect distraction for all the CSA that's going on and everything else. Perfect distraction.
In this film that you're talking about, do these girls know what happened?
Yeah, they are part of it, because you have to start giving them hormones when they're young.
Oh yeah, no, they were totally.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's common. It is.
But then how did Serena have a baby?
That's what I was going to say. Serena's given birth.
Thank you. Thank you.
She's not born with uterus. She's not born with the uterus. She's given birth.
No. Can I bring out a point that I have watched videos about? They wear those special that actresses that have had babies that are trans, they actually go ahead and wear those devices that for the public, so that they can pretend, or they can put out to the public that they are having children. Yeah.
Watchtower is the magic of Hollywood. Because it's exactly what's been going on in Hollywood. And now they're going overboard.
Yeah, but I hope she doesn't have to face all the trauma that she's going to face when people start judging her, because she's right out there with everything about.
I don't think she's going to get the same treatment as the common ordinary.
I came in, Joe. You came in later in life. I came in later in life. I was a teenager, and I was bombed. I was bombed.
Oh yeah.
And then when I got baptized, got married, and started growing up in the Borg, boy, I tell you, I faced extreme trauma in that religion.
Okay.
Yeah, I finally had it doesn't come in the beginning. You're just love bombed, and a poor girl. I mean, she's gonna face a lot of, Serena and her. They're gonna face a lot of.
But what if the organization is nothing like we're used to? What if it becomes totally different than what we're used to? Look,
they're going to stop judging? Well, no, are they going to stop disfellowshipping people?
I don't know. But look, they said they would never enter into the media. They said they would never do that. They're doing it. They said they'd never say, they're doing it. They're going to do everything. They did. They're going to.
Yeah, but it's a for-profit. It's a for-profit organization, and if you look at most corporations in the world, they will adapt whatever it takes to make more money. They'll adapt anything. And if Watchtower was smart, they would change a lot of their policies, because then they would attract more people. If they were smart, but they're not very smart.
Look, they're so aligned with Hollywood, it's disgusting.
But that's where the money is, I guess.
Well, so what I'm saying is, they're nothing like what we're used to when we came into it in 1985. They're nothing.
No, I came in the 70s. Yeah, I know. It's nothing like it.
Think about it. Oh, no, we're witnessing.
Their game is up. All of their lies are being exposed, so they have to change who they are. They have to.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So then they know how to slip through. They're comfortable with lies. See, we're not comfortable with lies. We don't feel right in a lie, but they're comfortable with lies.
Yeah, but like you said, they're turning into an entertainment. They're going to turn themselves into an entertainment.
I'm telling you, it's
going to be JW dot Flicks. Yeah. JW Flicks.
That's right.
Instead of Netflix, you could turn on JW Flicks.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there'll be a monthly membership fee to join it, so that they have their money coming in, for their entertainment, to pay for the.
Yeah. And it'll work because the modern generation is used to that.
Exactly.
See, we're dying off, and then the new ones are the media generation. Mm-hmm. They know how to deal with it. Oh yeah, it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be the greatest show on earth.
They'll keep conforming to whatever works for money. But if they were smart, they would have changed things by now, and they wouldn't have lost so many people. If they were smart, they wouldn't have lost so many people. I think they wouldn't have lost me.
But look, I think they needed to get rid of the right people. That's what I think. I really do.
Oh.
Because we wouldn't be happy with them. I wouldn't be happy with them. I'm not happy with the direction they've gone. They wouldn't want to keep me. I'd only cause more trouble for them.
I've been out about 5 years, Joe. But back then it was the CSA that exposed me to getting out. Now, if they would have corrected that and changed, if they would have adapted, if they would have admitted what they did and changed their policies, I would still be in, Joe. I wouldn't have woke up.
I understand, but
you might not have woke up.
But they have absolutely no desire to do that because they're absolutely committed to that kind of lifestyle because that's the way they are. See, that's not. It wasn't.
Can I break in? Is it possible to break in? Just a quick thought on Serena Williams.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Back in the 60s, was a tennis star. Her name was Renee Richards, and she was a former dentist. She was 6'4", and she was a former female, and she had her genitalia lopped off, and she became a woman, and she played against Billie Jean King, and she lost. That's all they were talking about on the news and Sports Illustrated for years. It would seem to me if the Serena sisters were really the Serena brothers, Williams sisters and brothers, I get confused. It's confusing sometimes. It really does. But it would seem to me that the press and, all the sports shows would be all over this. Two boys who transitioned into females.
Are you kidding?
Go ahead.
It's the most popular and desirable thing for the media and for the press. They love it.
So we would all know it. I mean, wouldn't all of us know that the Serena and her sister, the Williams sisters, were really the Williams brothers? Wouldn't the news be full of that day and night?
No, I don't think so. I really don't think so. I really don't
This
think so.
this trans sports, I've heard a lot about it lately. And the Great Reset people, they want to join artificial intelligence, and they want to meld men and women and animals and everything else. And we're going to be seeing that more and more. And right now it sounds very strange to us because we're older, but as a younger generation, it's not. And Rich kind of had a taste of it because he has one son out of 5 kids, one son who was trans since he was in his teens. So it was hard for Rex. But just recently, within the last year, he's changing back. Mm-hmm. So
Jordan Peterson is interviewing and dealing with a girl that transitioned to a boy, and now she's going back. And there's going to be big lawsuits because of that too.
I think there should be, because there's not enough time for these people that are making these life-changing decisions, especially when they're young kids.
These doctors are really pushing it because they're making tons of money.
It's an agenda.
It's a fad. It's the latest fad right now. And there's fads in medicine.
I don't think it's a fad. I think it's an agenda. It's done.
Yes, it is an agenda. You're right, but it's a fad right now.
I agree.
Yuri Bezmenov. He knew the whole playbook.
I spelled it in the.
Yeah. I can't stand the research that I do. I have to acknowledge things that I really that really are horrible. But in most cases,
you and Rick and I are a lot alike, boy, because we hear all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Things you don't want to know.
And see, and this
but
is the very.
Once you know them, you can't unknow them.
That's right.
And see, and this is the exact opposite. Is the very reason that ones at this point, like my family, my children, are firmly fixed in that organization because of an unwillingness to know something that's not very appealing. And I mean, the Book of Revelation talks about it. It's about outside of the dogs and those that love the lie. You know, it's not that they love lies. It's just that they prefer. They don't prefer anything that's challenging and upsetting because, you know, information is upsetting sometimes. And
well, the Book of Revelation is very upsetting, yet people ignore it, like the Watchtower. They haven't had a Revelation book in a long time, and they're ignoring things that are extremely important. And I'm not saying we're living in the last days right now, but I don't see things getting any better. I think the Bible scriptures are just going to find more and more and more.
No, they're not, Susan.
It's not. It's so true. So true.
Yeah.
It's not getting better.
No.
2020 was a watershed year. And they're saying, we want things to get back to normal. I've got news for them.
Never going to
be. Never is not going to let you get back to normal.
Buckle your seatbelts, because 22 is going to be interesting.
Yeah,
buckle your seatbelts.
Yeah. Sister, what's your name? The one that confirmed what Joe found. What's your first name?
Hi, I'm Christine.
Oh, hi, Christine. Nice to talk with you.
My name, but my name on the chat comes up as Elaine. So those are two. I have two names. Christine Elaine is my name, but sometimes I know some people think on the chat it comes. I have my chat name is Elaine Brain Drain, and I picked that name because Watchtower drains my brain. It drains my brain.
Well, we owe you some cookies, so.
I would love to get some cookies, and that's so sweet. And I'd love. Okay,
I'll give you its phone number again.
I'll have your phone number. So no, I'll text it to you. I have your phone number.
Okay, good. Okay.
By the way, and I wanted to tell you, I had in mind to call you. I had in mind to call you, and I'm going to. I'm sorry, I haven't.
No, that's okay. Christine Elaine. My middle name is Elaine too.
Oh, what a nice coincidence.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, it's an old-fashioned name. I like it too.
Yeah, I like Elaine better than my whole name is Frances. I don't like Frances.
Oh, I like it.
My grandmother was Frances, and we've got about 6 cousins. They were all Frances. So whenever they called Frances,
they weren't very creative.
They called me Frances Elaine, and when my mother was mad at me, I was Frances Elaine. I knew I was in trouble, and she called me Frances.
Neither of us come from very creative families. I'm the third Joseph.
Oh, okay.
I don't go by third, but I'm the third one. It's like, couldn't you come up with something else?
So when we had our son, we said, no, we are not going to name him Joseph. So we took Joe's middle name, Mark, and we called him Mark Joseph. So anyway, we put an end to that.
Well, that was a very. I wanted to say something to you both tonight. That was a very touching update about what you're going through with the and that your son-in-law reached out to you.
Yeah.
Well, I got to tell you, Elaine, he disclosed to me about, at least 5 years ago. See, he went to Bethel, and he saw things at Bethel, and he was kind of disturbed by the way they conducted or did or whatever. And I basically, reassured and settled him at the time.
Yeah.
And so there's unsettled waters in his heart. So
well, I think what they're trying to do.
What were some of the things that he? What were some of the things that he saw?
He wasn't specific then, and even if he did mention it, it was so long ago I don't remember. But the point is, he's a smart guy. He truly is. He's very smart.
He's a brilliant.
I say it to everyone, and I'll say it to you.
He's brilliant.
If I needed brain surgery, I would want him to do it. I really mean that.
Oh, and he has, his sister is married to another brilliant man, and they both are at Warwick.
Yeah.
And his brother-in-law is working with the computers in right on the jw.org. He's brilliant. So when the two of them get together, it's like they're talking another language.
But yet,
well,
Jeremy.
Can I finish my sentence? I wanted to finish my thought with you. What I wanted to say is that after thinking about what your children must be going through, I didn't come from with stable parents like you. I came from a very dysfunctional family that never knew any religion. We didn't do any religion. But what I want to say to you, if I had parents like you, okay, if you were my parent and you raised me with love and connected it to the Watchtower course, you thought that was what the best thing to do for your children. The love and the support that you showed is why they're in shock, because you guys are the ones who convinced them that this was the truth. So basically, by leaving, they're in shock. They're in shock because they love you so dearly. Because
I've got to clarify what you're saying a little bit, though, Helene. See, I took on the fear from the Watchtower, and I transmitted that to them.
Yeah,
and to this day, I so regret that. It affected me so much, and I transmitted that onto them, and that's how they were brought. And so that.
But they had love too. I can tell that they had love along with that.
I will vouch for that. They
too.
did, because we reassured them of our love, even though we were very strict with them.
No,
and we were harsh. We were harsh.
It was too harsh.
But they'll always stick up for us, and they'll say, "Yeah, but you did a good job." And and they looked at other people that grew up, and they kind of whatever.
And see, by what you're doing is you're making a very big statement by the way you're leaving and the way that you're still showing love. You're making the statement that love is stronger than what they're in. And you're hoping, I think what you're doing is you're hoping that will have some effect on them down the line. And because you explained how you threatened the elders not to announce your name, but then you thought about it, and I understand from what you said, you feel that you have to go forward, and you have to go all the way forward so that your children, even though they're going to be in shock, it might be the right way to get them to start really questioning.
See, I want to make sure that I send them I want to make sure that we send a clear and complete message to them, unambiguous, that they and a model to go by, because. And
you're basically saying, now you guys trusted me your whole life. You're my children. Now trust me now. Trust me now that this is the right thing to do, please. But on the other hand, you know how painful it is to wake up. So they have to go through a lot of pain.
Oh no, it's hard. See, they were brought up in
very difficult. I still haven't recovered myself.
I told Jeremy, our son-in-law, when he came over, I said, I had many sleepless nights, and I know our daughter did too.
Oh, absolutely.
I said, it's been an emotional roller coaster. I acknowledged it, that it's been that way for the whole family. It's the last thing they would have ever thought their parents would have done. I think it was the last thing.
Exactly.
And when we started talking
Exactly.
about it, it just put them in
Well,
emotional turmoil.
honestly, had they known, they knew me enough to be a kind of a independent thinking person. I always was, and I can't say that they didn't know that.
They did know that
They
about
did
you,
know
but
that.
on the other hand, you were the one that, you know, you weren't a slack father.
No.
We always went to every meeting, always out in service.
Non-negotiable.
Bethel always had the CO over. We did all the things that were recommended. We were the model family. I mean, when you said our name, I'm not bragging, but when you said our name, we were the model family. Now, for them to have their parents' name announced, and 2 of them are in that congregation along with our son-in-law. So 3 of them.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Now.
I bet they cried that. I bet they cried that night. I bet
Sure,
they
they
went
did a
home
lot of
and just
crying.
cried.
Well, they've done a lot of crying through the whole thing, and so did we.
There's
You know,
going to
we
be
did
more.
too.
There's going to be more to it than that. There truly will be more to it than that. The emotions, we're all capable of more emotions than we know. And sometimes there's some of us that are willing to go through it more readily than others. Others aren't. And they just need the help of each other with it. I mean, my goal is to help them through all the emotions of it.
Have you expressed to them? Have you expressed to them that you realize that you're being cut off and shunned, but you want to let them know that the door is open for you to ask me any question?
Look, Elaine, I'll let you read the letter sometime. I honestly, I'm not bragging, but I get people. What did they do?
Oh, well, our brother-in-law is a writer, and he said, Joe, he said, that was outstanding. He said, I couldn't have said it any better. He said, you should have been a writer. He said, and he's the one that's the writer. But Joe has a way with words. And,
now, was this a letter? Was this letter to your family, or was that the one that wasn't the letter you wrote to?
The communications I send to everyone. I send them to my family.
Wonderful.
I send them to the elders. Everybody gets a memo.
Yeah.
Everybody gets a memo. Because I'm not going to go through this. I'm not going to go through this in the dark with everybody.
And then
We're all going to go through this together.
And then I sent them each a personal letter from me. And I said, you may read this, you may not read this. But I just reassured them of my love to them.
Yeah.
And I told them that we'll always be here for them.
Yes, and we are.
Yeah.
And we do.
Yeah.
And they know that. And they know that. But what they're going
we're
through is
rooting
something.
for you.
All
of us who are out are rooting for you. So you guys are a lovely couple. You brought so much love and warmth into Six
We
Dreams.
feel so much
really
support.
appreciate you.
Yeah, we've got so much
We
support.
feel so much support that we have to do everything we'll do everything for the help.
And we've adopted so many children that are our children. 42, 40. One's going to be 39, the other one's 37. So we've taken on many adopted children. And if JP is listening now, he's one of the ones we've adopted.
Oh, wonderful.
Hey, Joe.
Hello.
Hey, Joe. I was going to ask you, maybe if you look at it from a different angle.
Yeah, please.
About your children.
Yes.
You see, in San Diego back in 2016, my brother-in-law was going to go give a speech, like a keynote address, big convention speech in San Diego. And I showed up, and I was already out, and I was yelling at my sister at the top of my lungs because the pedophile was in their congregation. And I go, how could your husband go and talk about God when there's a pedophile in your congregation?
Yeah.
Well, anyways, I almost got arrested, but I found there was like a couple seconds where the cop said something, and I took it and I ran. But what happened was this. while my brother-in-law was giving the speech, a few hours, like an hour or so before, after, I don't know, there was an airplane that flew over the convention in San Diego, and it said, "Vote for Gilbert, GG for GB."
Yes.
And so what happened was this. My sister became a rock star. And everybody's like, "Oh, Annabelle, you're going through so much persecution. Gilbert's yelling at you, you know, and he threatened you, and all the whole thing." I'm like, no. They were defending the pedophiles, but she became an instant a victim and superstar, mind you.
Yeah.
So what happens, and I don't know, I'm just throwing this at you. Could it be that your children are superstars and examples of,
Oh no, I will admit to that, Gilbert. Yes, because look, we were the ones, the Garinos. You know what I'm saying? It was disgusting.
It was
because we were just doing what was right, and they were, you know, they were all supporting it as a family. They were all the pioneers and
learning a language, going to another country.
And it's like, oh my goodness.
And no grandchildren. We have no grandchildren. They all pioneered, and they devoted their life to Jehovah.
So yes, basically, we're making them what's the word? Victims. Star victims.
They don't even have to put in time. They can just say that they're going to.
That's right. And frankly, in doing so, they're on spotlit to others. So it puts everyone. I'm glad what it's doing, actually, because it's putting everyone on notice. Everyone, and it's a good thing because everyone needs to think about what they're doing.
The good thing is that it'll die down because it's like all the thing with fame, you know. Everybody gets their 15 minutes of fame.
Right.
So let them, you know, they're going to revel and enjoy the fame of being persecuted.
Yeah.
And but it's going to die down.
I guarantee they're going to learn things that they never thought they would have. I will guarantee that. They will learn things they never thought they were capable of. We're like that. Humans are like that. We're capable of more than we know.
And then now you understand when I was telling you that this is how it has to be. You know, this is the same story what was going to with everybody, with you, with everybody. It's the same story.
Yeah.
And that was happening in Bible times. You know, look at Moses had to run away, and for 40 years, you know, he was by himself. It's the same story told over and over again.
I think of the story of Joseph and his family. And I told them at one point in one of the letters I wrote to them, I said, you know, we're at some point we will become a family again if we all exercise the kind of love and forgiveness that is needed to overcome the difficulties that we're going through right now. And just like with Joseph and his family.
Yeah.
So I keep things in front of them.
Wow.
Gilbert, they really don't know how to deal with me. I don't know how to say this any other way, but they don't know how to deal with me because I deal straight. I deal straight and right to the heart.
You do.
And I'm not afraid to express.
Well, I know I'm not mentioning this about religion, but in James 2:19 he says, I learned this when I was in 7th grade, and it says, "Do you believe there's one God? You do quite well. Even the demons believe and they tremble." So what that means is, when a person stands up for right, there's an influence. The people that are controlled, that have a weak spirit, they can't take it. So when you stand up for the truth, the spirit that controls the Jehovah's Witness is weak, and it's kind of like in the movies with Star Wars with the Jedi Knights, where the Jedi would just show up and everybody would take a step back.
Yeah.
And the same thing like when Jesus, when he says, "I am He,"
Yeah,
and all
that's
the
what I
soldiers
thought of.
fell back.
Yeah, that's what I thought of too. Yeah, it's true.
So
It's true.
the reason the Jehovah's Witnesses don't like you or whatever is because when you start talking, they have you're talking like in a microwave, and they have an AM receptor. They're like, I can't, and it bothers them, the frequency. So it's like the aura that you put out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you understand that there's something greater here. There's something more than the physical body.
Oh, there is. There is. Oh my goodness, there is. We are so much more than we think we are.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to go through it. For the past year. We've had to dig deeper and rise above the difficulties. We've gone through roller coasters of emotions, and each point knowing that we have to. Everything that Jesus taught us was more than adequate to get us through any difficult circumstance.
Yeah, and it's everywhere. The lessons, like take for example bread. Some bread, you can cook real quick, and some just needs to be there for a little bit longer. And your children just need to cook. I always tell people the Jehovah's Witnesses, our friends, they need to cook a little bit longer.
Yes. So true.
And hopefully they come out with a little bit of toast, but I hope they're not totally burned. But
we're all a little toasty.
Fortunately, a lot of them do get burned.
We're all a little toasty, Gilbert.
Yeah. But we'll eventually get out.
Yes. Yes.
And the numbers prove it. The majority, because you can go to any Kingdom Hall that you belong to, and I would say that 5%, if not 10, know who you are or less. So 90% have no idea who you are, and you've only been out for a little bit.
Yeah.
So it goes to show that the great majority are never already leave.
Yeah.
So the numbers are on your side, is what I'm saying.
Well, look, I wonder how many. See, they know many people among their friends, earthwide, and I swear they're having to deal with many that have left already of who they know.
Correct.
So they're going through a conflict and drama now of having to deal with that. So that's good.
Now, Joe, friend, I have to go, and because if I stay longer, I'm going to have to start charging you, for talking about the deaf and body. And I wouldn't want to do that.
I'll get the card out.
Yeah.
Nice talking
Gentlemen.
to you.
You guys are
thank you.
Love you guys.
Love you guys. We love you. Thank you, Gilbert.
Hey, Gilbert.
Bye. Bye.
There you go.
There's been a lot that have left, and they don't know how to deal with it. They try to cover it up and everything else, and it's not working because the word's getting out. So
that's right.
Well, what's so difficult with Jehovah's Witnesses is you're supposed to love your enemies, and they aren't taught that. You're an enemy and unforgivable. That's the problem that they have, and witnesses don't see that as unbiblical. They don't. They think they have righteous anger towards you, but they don't.
Oh, so true. So true. So true. Yeah, I mean, the witnesses really aren't very big on Jesus' teachings. They really aren't. And it kind of strikes me odd that, my family isn't very much on Jesus' teachings. They're big on Watchtower theology. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Jesus is second. So that's how they do that.
Well, they can learn. I think everybody has the opportunity to learn something they need to know now. I really do.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just they teach one name, and that's Jehovah, and Jesus is second, and yeah, and Jesus Christ doesn't matter, and you can't even you can't say God bless you and or anything else, you know.
Is this Jeff? Who am I?
Yeah, that's Jeff.
Oh, Jeff, I got to tell you, Jeff, when we first went to the hall,
yes, sir.
Someone sneezed, and I said, "God bless you." And
oh no, don't do that.
oh yeah, come on.
Don't do that. No. Okay.
The one who was teaching us this, the young guy, pioneer that was giving us Bible studies. He said,
yeah.
He came and said, "Well, you know, that's not appropriate. That's superstitious and whatever. We don't do that."
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You didn't tell me. Why not? You know, it was, at that point everything was downhill. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. It from other religion. That's all it. That's all it is, and that's all it means. You know, it just get you away from Babylon the Great. Yeah, I mean, I can relate to a lot of that. So,
well, you know, we're all coming a distance, and we're all taking care of each other, and I truly appreciate that. You know, I tell people the worst experiences I had in my life were in that organization. The best experiences we're having right now among friends here, and I truly mean that.
Yeah, God bless you. Yeah, that's great. You can't say God bless you and the Jehovah's Witnesses. I know that.
So Jeff, how long were you a witness?
4 years.
4?
Oh boy.
Oh.
We got you beat, Jeff.
Yeah. It. And then when I left, they told me that I would die at Armageddon. I knew the truth and everything else, and I was screwed up for almost 18 years. So
Wow.
Yeah, more than that actually, but until I got online, started doing my research on them. I almost went back, but I got online. I did my research. I saw the Australian Royal Commission. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it, folks.
Yep.
Then I searched further. It was just unbelievable. I was in complete, total shock. But I wasted 18 years of my life thinking this was the truth, and I ran away from it. And
36 years, Jeff. 36 years we wasted.
Oh my God. Yeah.
But now is the important time. Now is the important time. You know, now the sun is up now. It was dark then.
I know, sir, but you know, speaking for myself, they took a lot from me. You know, I had panic attacks and went in the hospital. You know, and it gets emotional.
Yeah. And I don't mean to be negative, but it's something that probably we're all going to carry that with us. We have to learn how to carry it. We have to learn how to carry it. We can't let them get the best of us. We cannot.
They did me.
Well,
they did me.
Yeah.
Prime years of my life. That's why I didn't have any children. I thought they'd die at Armageddon. So.
Yeah. I know. We don't have any grandchildren either, so we know what you mean.
Horrible. It's unfair.
We got each other.
Yep.
And we have more than we know. Look, there's more out there. there's more out there who maybe there's ones that are listening that aren't even saying anything. There's ones that listen to the Rick's program.
They're scared, sir. They're scared.
Well, yeah, but
I feel sorry for them.
But see,
I
they're
feel sorry
listening.
for them.
They're
If you
listening
want to
and
hear something interesting during the week, JW World News will get around 2,000 people listening.
Wow.
Wow.
Now, when Rick first did this, I didn't even know him then, but he'd be happy if 25 people heard him.
Wow.
Now he goes by the hundreds.
Wow.
This, that, and the other programs, because he's always trying to improve them. But it just shows you how many people really need this. People need to talk. And this is the largest group therapy meeting in the world.
This is needed. Yes, ma'am.
Definitely.
Rick is a king. I can't say it enough. I got a lot of respect for Rick Barron.
Oh, you know
Well,
what
I
else?
feel so
go
so
ahead,
fortunate to be his wife, really.
No, you are.
I found him online just like everybody else.
Aw.
And at a time in my life when I couldn't believe what had happened to me. But now I have, even though things can get tough at times in other ways, it's really good when it comes to knowing the future and the Bible. And, because now we're free. We can start from the beginning and look at anything we want to look at.
Yeah,
We can get involved in anything we want to, whatever interests us. And that's freedom right there.
And you're helping a lot of people. That's important.
And there are people, and Susan, like you said, there are people looking in, and they're longing for that same thing. I know they are. In fact, honestly, I think the kids are to some extent. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
But they just don't know how to do it.
No, they
yet.
don't. No,
They
it
don't
takes
know.
time.
We just have to keep giving that example.
Oh, we also exposed 6 screens to our psychiatrist.
Oh, yeah.
We had a return visit
Yeah,
with our return. We basically informed him everything that we've been doing. He was just so.
He's
He
impressed.
said, "I've learned more from you." He said, "I'm learning from you. You don't need me." He says, "I'm learning from you." But anyway, we told him that the program we were on. We said, "Well, just all you have to do is type in suicide in the Watchtower," and he said he was going to do it. He was going to watch it.
Yeah, he may have listened.
He may have, or well, at least that one video that we were on.
Oh,
Suicide in the Watchtower. Sure. And he said, I'm going to tell all, because he says, I teach interns. I teach them to become doctors of psychiatry. I'm going to inform them about this, about Jehovah's Witnesses and about the shunning and about the suicide. And he says, and I'm going to be talking to my colleagues too, and I'm going to inform them. So we never know, it's
so important.
It's just blowing up.
It's so important for every one of us to talk to ones right around us. It's just so important. If we witness to people in our neighborhood, well, we got to unwitness people in our neighborhood now.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone, just let them know what's going on.
Yeah.
Warn them about the witnesses.
Well, that's just as important as teaching truth, is warning against unrighteousness or evil, because they are evil. And I know they love you, but they're in the shroud of evil and they don't know it. That's what makes it so difficult for them to want to leave, because they don't see any reason to leave right now. They think they've got the truth. They think they've got it all.
I know.
They don't know that there's another side to the story. And your sons-in-law and your sons that are, they're elders, I assume, they've got
every one of them.
They get the letters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that they are feeling things that they're not admitting right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think.
And Joe told our daughter, he said, I get paid. How do you say it? I get paid.
Sometimes I have kind of a cocky attitude. I said, Hetty, her name is Hetty. I said, Hetty, I get paid to be right.
Well, it's true, because Joe does very intricate work. He works on clocks, And he has to.
They
He
gotta
has
be right.
to be
If
right.
they're not right, they don't work.
They don't tell
And then
time.
people bring them back to me, and they say they don't work, and so they've got to be right.
I don't know what she thought when you said that, but
I give her
But it's
something
true.
to think about.
you get paid to be right.
And it's the same thing with researching and when we check things out.
Yeah.
You know, you want to know. Oh well.
Well, they must
Linda
know that
still
because
there?
you're so thorough.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm still here.
The kids know that you're both so thorough.
Well, you know, you gotta be. You know, I've got to say this, and I'll stop talking after this. When I was younger, because for 40 years I've been doing clock repair, but when I was younger, people would say, "Boy, you're so young to do that." And they said, "You must be very patient." And I said, "No, I'm not patient. I'm persistent. There's a difference." I am not patient. Oh dear.
Well,
Yeah.
this is Linda's
Hello?
program.
Hello?
I'm just reading the transcript of this video. I'm only at minute 11. Please go on.
Can I make a comment?
Sure. How you doing?
I'm listening.
Hello, my name is Christopher.
Hi, Christopher.
Hello.
Hi, Tristan.
All right, how are you guys doing tonight? The comment I'd like to make is that I applaud you guys for definitely standing up for what you believe in. The thing I would like to say is that what you've done is pull back the veil on the JW org and the congregations, showing that there is something wrong, whether it's with the doctrines, it's with the teachings, or it's with their methods. And there is a reason why, they would consider you higher up in the hierarchy in the congregation. And I was one that grew up in the JW org and had a larger family within the congregation, elders, ministerial servants, a traveling overseer, 2 uncles. The analogy that I tell most elders or rank and file JWs when I talk to them, I said, you guys, now that I'm outside of the fishbowl looking in, is that you guys have a form of godly devotion, but you really prove false to the true power of it. And they always ask me, what do you mean by that? You make it seem as if the congregation is pristine, pure, but there's a facade in it. I said, if you take an average church in the corner and you take a congregation, no matter which one it is, and an elder stands up and he said, listen, I've got a mandate, or however he wants to word it. Jehovah has told me to ask everybody in the congregation, let's say you've got 30 members there that day. Everybody has to tell the truth. Now, everybody has committed adultery. Raise your hand. Fornication, stolen something, did something wrong against their brother, something treacherous. How many people at the end of that speech do you think wouldn't have their hand raised, besides the little old pioneer, that spits fire when she goes out in the preaching work? Maybe one, but everybody would have their hand raised. If you did the same pattern in a church, nobody would not have their hand raised. And we all of the world, and I reprogram JWs. I don't say worldly people. We all of the world. I say secular people. They want to have a separation, of course, with their programming and words. And once you buy into that, you kind of bought a ticket to a movie that's endless. It's just going to run and run, mentally and physically. But with things like that, you put a simplistic thought into that rank and file JW's mind. They say, well, why did you guys leave? It's a facade. It's equal across the board. That's why we're all sheep. We need that shepherd. But like I said, I applaud you guys, and I just want to throw that little bit of analogy out there.
Oh,
thank you, Christopher.
Yeah, no,
Thank you, Tristan.
Just want to do our part.
That's
just
it.
like you are.
Everybody's doing their part.
Yep. Yep.
Well, what Jehovah's Witnesses do is they don't minister to sick people. They want perfect people in the congregation. Those that are perfect, they kick out. So,
Yeah.
and that's not what the church was for. Look at all the gospels that are the letters that were written to all the congregations. They were full of problems. That's what the letters were for, to correct them. So, but they don't get it. They don't make the leap.
No.
They want perfect people in a perfect congregation with perfect elders and overseers and the whole bit, and they don't want any problems. And that's what all the elders' letters are for. So he says we all speak in agreement, but no, it's just so that there's no problems in the congregation.
No. Yeah, they're looking for the blue ribbon in the pie contest. You know, they are not shepherds; they're enforcers.
Oh, are you kidding? What do they shepherd?
No, they do not. You know, it says the sheep fear the wolf, but they get eaten by the shepherd. And unfortunately, that's what the society is proven to be for the friends.
Well, Jesus said, "Who's in Matthew 24:45? Who's the faithful and discreet slave?" But in 46 it says, "The evil slave beats his fellow slave." And what do they do? They beat you. They disfellowship you. You're miserable. They take your families away. They beat you. They are the evil slave. They're not the faithful slave. And until I figured that scripture out, I was lost. I decided to go back and forth. I really did. I didn't know if I was going to leave or not half the time.
I know the
but
feeling.
Finally, I just said, that's it.
And the more we find out, the worse you find it is.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. There's just, hey, this is Jeff. They act like a bunch of stormtroopers from the SS. You know, it's unbelievable. It's a Nazi organization. That's how I feel about it.
You know, it's worse than you know. It's really worse than you know. Yeah, I agree.
Oh yeah, people. I tell people what I went through on the outside. They'll say, "Well, why didn't you just leave?" They don't get it. They don't get it. And you know, on this platform, on this show, people know what I'm talking about. So
we do, and we're with you.
Well, you know, even in a bad marriage where there's a divorce, it might be the right thing to do, but it's still difficult. So you're divorcing yourself from that organization, from the congregation, from the people in it, from your family members. You are. It's like a divorce almost.
And Susan, what I told the family is, in a divorce, and I mentioned to them, you know, the reason sometimes you have to divorce is because it's so toxic and it hurts the people. And the only way to stop the hurting is there needs to be a separation. And I told them, what's happening in our family is toxic, and we don't want to continue to support what's going on like this. And I know they feel that too.
Hello, I got one more other comment. This is Christopher again.
Christopher.
Christopher.
I thought I was just going to get off and eat me a quick peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but you guys are like the mob. You keep pulling me back in. Yeah. From what I found out since I left or unprogrammed myself and now have more clarity with scriptures and doctrines with the JWs, their love, to kind of piggyback on what you were saying, is toxic, and they don't realize it. But here, and I'll tell you real quick, my way of going at them, I try to use simplicity, because of course, all of us know if you pull the Bible and the scriptures out, especially if you're a secular person, they don't feel as though you're qualified or even in a position to even, regurgitate Bible scriptures to them.
Yeah.
So I tell them their love is not true love. And here's where it's not true love, on something that can resonate with them. If you have a person that's disfellowship for whatever sin, and the only sin is not forgivable is the sin against the Holy Spirit. So everything is forgivable. 70 times 70 million, thousand, trillion, thousand. If a person is studying with a sister or brother, and let's say that person is a drug abuser, a wife beater, and uses all type of foul language, but he's studying. Now, they will take that person and bring them into the congregation. We've all seen it, and we've all done it. We show that person love. Oh, hey, we're glad to see you here. Let us know if we can help you. Hopefully we see you on the service, and you could baptize one day. And that's a lukewarm love. And it's, again, a fancy word, facade. It's just like putting vinyl siding on a cardboard house. Once you peel it back, you see it has no true foundation. And their love has no true foundation. It's not from the heart. It has no spiritual foundation rooted in the love of Jehovah, God, Jesus. And I tell them this because you'll take that person and bring them in, and they could still be committing sin, but they'll say, okay, in their minds, they're working through it. But here's a disfellowship person, whether it's you guys or whether it's an elder, whether it's a young person, no matter what they did, they'll put them outside of the congregation, separate family, separate friends. But I always tell them now, I finally realize you can't separate me from God or from Jehovah. You can't separate my love. I gave my love in a divisive way to you guys and to the organization when it was supposed to have been directed towards Jehovah anyway. So that's why we go through these emotional roller coaster spins when we're going through things like this, or even when we listen to you guys' testimony. And what they'll do, the disfellowship person who needs to come back into the sheepfold, who needs that true affection and love, they don't give it to them. But they'll take the person that's continuing on the study, continuing to be in the world, and they'll show him that love and cast away the other sheep.
Well, Christopher, you just described a snare. See, the snare, they bait them in before they're baptized with love and all that nice stuff. But as soon as they make a mistake or something like that, pow, the love is over. And that's what happens to like an animal for a snare. They're just looking for food, and they're very surprised when they get the trap. And that's what happens. They should just show love when there's problems, but they don't know that. They don't have that. They just don't have love.
But I thought that kind of love bombing love all the time, but they didn't.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you two or you, Christopher, but I didn't hear about disfellowshipping until after I was baptized, not before.
Same here.
I was not
Same
told.
here, Sue. Yep, same here.
See, that's what I call that car salesmanship of the JWs. It's just like you said, well, how much is my payment going to be? How much can you afford? I can afford $300. You get into the finance guy's office. He said, well, it's only $350. But that's not what you told me. You see what I'm saying? So that's what they do. So even when they take you back there and in front of the elders in a meeting, they said, well, we heard these things. Christopher, you're going to the club, or, you're hanging out with people, bad association. But here's the thing. I asked one of my uncles one time, I said, let me ask you a question, Unc. I said, what if I committed sin? Pick out any three in the Bible you want. And I go to Jehovah, listen to the wording, heartfully in prayer, very remorseful. And let's say for 3 months, I do this daily, praying to Jehovah. Please forgive me, Jehovah. This is what I want. I want to come back. And Jehovah gives me a sign that says, Christopher, you are forgiven. Go back and talk to the elders. But here's the snare. Like you said, they're going to bring you in and they're going to judge you. And if you go in there and you say, well, listen, brothers, I'm back. I need you to go ahead and announce at the next meeting, I need to be reinstated. And they'll probably look at you like Scooby-Doo, like, huh? What do you mean reinstated? Well, you have to go through the process. And I tell them, hold up, Jehovah has forgiven me.
That's right.
But they won't accept that because your forgiveness or your remorsefulness has to be an outward appearance for them to judge. But here's the thing, for an anointed person to be part of the 144,000, it's Jehovah's Spirit and their spirit testifying. Nobody can fact check that. But if I tell them in a meeting, Jehovah's Spirit was with me, he told me to come and tell you guys to reinstate me. It's not acceptable. So that's what I call that salesmanship. You give me that $300 payment, but on one side you're gonna give me the $350.
Yeah. See, I agree with Christopher. See, we're supposed to know. We know if we are repentant. We know. They're not supposed to tell us if we're repentant. See, we seek forgiveness from Jehovah. The elders or others, they're supposed to forgive us. They're not supposed to judge us if we're forgiving, being repentant. That's not their place. It's just not their place. They're not forgiving. They're unforgiving.
And I'll let somebody else speak. I don't want to take up you guys' time.
No, I appreciate it.
I sent you an email specifically about your conversation that you're having right now with this gentleman. And let me see if I can pull it back up. And I said, this might help. You know who talked about that? Is everybody, but Martin Luther King talked about this, and he talked about how how the Jehovah's Witnesses they try to live as if nobody else lives in the world but themselves.
Yeah.
And they use everybody as mere tools to get where they're going. They don't love anybody but themselves. But here is the thing that Martin Luther King said, and that you're never gonna forget. He says, and the only kind of love that they really have for other people is utilitarian love. You know, they love just other people that they can use. Well, so you were describing utilitarian love.
Yes.
It's a utilitarian, and it's not. Jehovah's Witnesses do not have a monopoly on utilitarian love.
No.
The Democrats, the Republicans, go down the list.
No, but their business, they wanted a unique product. They developed a unique product, and they think it's true religion. So their unique product is what they call the true religion. Well, it's not. It's just not.
Hello, Joe. Hello, friend. This is Rick down here at the Six Queens. I just want to see if Linda can hear what I'm saying here. She's getting a terrible. Linda, your telephone is putting off a really terrible sound here. Is it on? You got the earphones in, or what's happening?
Yes, I have the earphones in.
Yeah, it's just making a lot of noise. It's very, very annoying.
Then I just turned off the top fan. Is that helping at all?
No, it's making a whole lot of noise.
Okay. Then I'll call in. But I like to call in and still keep the show going on.
Well, what do you want now? Are you on the telephone or what?
No, I'm through YouTube.
Huh. Well, yeah, it's gonna be something is drastically wrong. You have to make a noise all night. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay.
Yeah.
I've had my mic on turned off too. I'm looking here for everything I can find.
Everyone, I've got to thank everybody for everything for being here with us.
Oh, good night, Joe and Fran.
And Susan and everyone.
Yeah. 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah. But thank
Bye. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
Yeah, call us whenever you want.
What I have been able to do is I'll call in, and if people are still talking, then the show still goes onto YouTube, and it continues on YouTube. So is there someone there that can stay there while I call in through the phone?
Yeah, go ahead. Just call in. Yeah.
Okay. I'll be doing that. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, we'll get that straight away. It's just a terrible sound.
Well, it's not coming through the phone. I'm sure it's maybe, I don't know if it's coming through YouTube either.
Yeah, there's something crazy going on there with it. But yeah, well, I'm going to have Linda just use the telephone from now on, because when she talks through whatever she's talking through, it's just coming through is terrible. Yeah. Well, anyways, Linda, we'll be right back in here. So just hang in with us, folks.
I'm in Iowa. I hear you good.
Yeah, well, you would. Yeah.
Just go to the green.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah, we're on here.
Hey, Jeff?
Yes, ma'am.
Of all the time that you've been on in the Six Screens program, what's helped you the most? What program or persons? What would you say?
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. You're cutting out. Repeat that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yes. Yeah, cutting out a little bit, but it's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm here on the phone.
Okay. Of all the programs that you've heard, Jeff, what programs or what person or programs have helped you the most?
Well, I gotta say up front, Dan and Angela, and then Rick for having this program. God bless Rick. I wish I would have known him years ago. He's probably helped a lot of people, and I'm talking about Dan Angela and him, Dan Angela and Linda and Jimmy Bell and Anne Marie, and others. It's probably saved people's lives.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just interested in how we can help people. What programs really help people?
Thank you,
well,
Jeff. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. Rick's program overall. It saved lives. I had a dear friend commit suicide last summer because of this cult, and there's been many others. But yeah, this program Rick has saved lives. I know he has. So people being able to call in here and listen to stories and stuff like that, and they don't feel alone and everything else. I guess that's all I got to say on that.
No, I think what you say is pretty consistent, but overall, it's knowing that other people experience the same things that you do. That you're not alone, that you're not crazy for feeling a certain way.
Yes, ma'am. I was so alone for years and years, too long, until I found this program. Yeah, it was incredible how I felt alone. Oh God, I can't even go. I can't even start. It just panic attacks and everything else, and and depression and feeling guilt and what have you. You know, I mean, it's just
What did you feel guilty over?
well, I felt that I failed the Almighty God. You know, I felt, you know, I betrayed Jehovah, you know, and it's hard to explain, but yeah, you know what I'm saying, I hope. You know.
No, I do. You feel like a failure. That you
God,
have nowhere to go and nothing
yes.
to do.
Yes.
You blew your chance.
Yeah, I remember doctors asking me, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" And I thought that I would well, how would they say, bring reproach on Jehovah's name? So I wouldn't tell them.
Yes. You never.
So I wouldn't tell them what was wrong. I would say I don't know. I don't know, and I'd have panic attacks. I'd pass out, hyperventilation. I thought I was dying. Oh, it was horrible. You know, and you know, I thought if I told them the truth that I bring reproach, like I said, bring reproach on Jehovah's name, and it was just unbelievable. Yeah.
What's amazing is that a doctor would have understood, but your sense of obligation to be so true to Jehovah's reputation, you know, kept you to where you couldn't share.
Oh, well, thank you, Linda, because I never heard that before. You just said it right now. I mean, that was.
That's what we're given. That's what we're given as representatives. When we become Jehovah's Witnesses, we're told we are representative of Jehovah God Himself, and so we have to behave accordingly and all this stuff. And then we're responsible for His reputation, which is really an unfair burden on anybody. You know?
Linda, it was horrible.
Not fair.
It was horrible. I couldn't tell them what was wrong. They would tell me, "What are you thinking? What are you thinking at the time?" And I'd say, "I was lying to them." And I would say, "I don't know." Well, I lied to them. You know, I knew exactly what was wrong, but I thought I was bringing reproach on Jehovah's name, so I wouldn't tell them. I don't know. They had me on Xanax. They had me on a number of medications. You know, and oh my God, it was terrible. But that organization needs to go down.
Have you been able to decrease your medication with like doctors?
Well, after I started listening to Rick, you know, I tell you what, after I started listening to Rick and everything else, I was numb for a long time. After I started, I found Rick's program and everything else. Wow, you know, after the Australian Royal Commission, that's what just blew my mind. I didn't think that Linda, I did not think that existed. That did not exist in the Watchtower. And when I was in there in the 80s, early 90s, man, well, that's the Catholic Church.
Mm-hmm.
And all these other Babylon the Great. I just could not believe it. But when I saw the official reports and news broadcast of the Australian Royal Commission, that was just, I go, wow, this is real.
It's jaw dropping.
And then it just started happening all over Europe, then I come to the United States, and then we got four pedophiles in well, it's been all over the United States, but 4 pedophiles in Pennsylvania. That's going to grow. There's more of them. It's just it's a pedophile paradise for pedophiles to hide, in plain sight.
It is.
As far as Watchtower.
And it's known. It's known throughout the criminal community that if they want to lay low, that they can become involved with this organization and just lay low for a while. Not just pedophiles, any kind of criminal. It takes them kind of off the radar.
Yes, ma'am. They consider it a sin. Well, most religions do that, consider it a sin, but Watchtower, excuse me, they Watchtower hides it. But anyway, a lot of people don't know that when witnesses go to prisons and preach, the pedophiles are the only ones that will listen to them. I mean, that's what I've heard. I believe it. Where do they go when they get out? Well, we know that.
I don't think it's only pedophiles, and I think other churches do have prison ministries. So when somebody comes out of prison, they have certain things that they have to go by. They have their person they got to answer to, their rules that they got to, conduct themselves around. But it doesn't seem like that the people that come out of prison are really able to keep their rules upright. If I'm making sense. So if they're not, if they are a pedophile, known pedophile, and they went to jail for being a pedophile, so when they leave, they're not supposed to be around children or whatever. But then all of a sudden, these elders are assigned to supervise them. And then you hear them say that they keep an eye on them. I don't know what that's really about, but still, there's more than the pedophiles.
Who are the elders?
I don't know, but
Linda,
I mean,
who are the elders?
Told in congregations who are the elders.
Yeah, I mean, what's their background? That's exactly the whole problem. That's part of it.
I don't think they're equipped to help this person who's coming out of prison keep their commitment, or I don't know if that makes it like okay, whatever they're supposed to be doing. And
look, yeah, ma'am, I knew some elders that were they're great guys. They're good people. I'm not totally bashing the Jehovah's Witnesses. I knew elders that were just fine, outstanding citizens, but they were representing a nasty, nasty corporation disguised as a nasty cult. That's where I'm at.
In the chat room here for YouTube, GG for GB, which is Gilbert Gonzalez, said, I was part of prison ministry, spoke to murderers, bank robbers, drug dealers, etc. Now, JW Suicide said, are you there?
Go ahead. What does JW Suicide say?
Are you okay? So JW Suicide said one of UK's most famous serial killers became JW in prison. This is true, and I can't remember his name, but he was like a wicked serial killer dude, like famously wicked.
I have thousands of hours, literally, even thousands of hours of a witness, going to prison, for years and years.
Wow.
I would do like 10. I remember doing like 10, 15 hours a week in prison, and some of the young kids would say, Gilbert, are you a regular pioneer? And I go, no, I and my time card, I would put down like 5 hours. And the kids knew, like, oh my God, Gilbert, you preach, because they knew how much work I did in the prison, and they knew all of the elders that were supposedly regular pioneers, but they never were there. They never did the job. But that was really interesting too. That's why
Yorktown Reaper.
That's why.
I'm sorry.
That's why. No, that's why that helped me too, because a lot of Jehovah's Witness elders, I knew that they just didn't want to do the work. They just liked to wear the suits and give the speeches. But going on prison ministry, one of the things that I've noticed, the great majority of people are faders. So you're a 16-year-old kid. You leave the organization. You're a fader. You go to jail, and now you study because mom and dad are visiting you. So so that happens a lot. I would say about 50% of the people that I used to talk to, they grew up as children in the Jehovah's Witness religion, and they faded out, and they're just trying to get their life. The other portion, like these very bad people, murderers and so forth, there's gangs in prison. So I got to give it to the Jehovah's Witnesses, where they do create like I'm not going to be part of this gang or that gang. Like some people would join different church groups just so that way they could be left alone, because there's safety in numbers. So let's say you have, the black gang over here, the white gangs over here, the Mexicans over here. But if you had a whole bunch of Christians, and even the Jehovah's Witnesses would hang out with them, they would have like their own little group. So you have to become part of a group in a prison system, and you have to. And if you go down to Jehovah's Witness or the Christian if you go to the classes, you got to stick to it, because in prison you can't be doing that double life thing, and they're not going to respect you. You have to either. So that's why a lot of people in prison, when they leave, they're gung ho Jehovah's Witnesses, because they have to, in order to survive, in the prison, they have a reputation to protect. Now, what they do when they leave, that's a different story, But that's what through my experience in prison, is that the great majority of them are faders, young kids who just messed up, and they're just trying to clean up their lives. That's all.
Sure.
And I think
hey, Gilbert.
Yeah.
You're a former police officer?
No. I'm well, yes, I was an elder for many years, so you can call me that.
Well, hey, that has a lot of clout with me, well, sir. I mean, oh gosh, yeah. I mean, good. That's awesome. Well, you know what you're talking about there.
Yeah. And you know what? For me, being an elder going and a witness going to the prison, I found it very, very refreshing, because all my life I was sheltered from the Jehovah's Witness extremist people that you guys hear about. So in a jail setting, I didn't have to. I could do whatever I wanted to. I didn't have to study the Watchtower with them. Sometimes we would just talk about girls, ex-girlfriends, ex-wives, whatever, because I understood that it was their time. It was their time.
Yeah. That's very cool. You just went with your gut. I like that.
Yeah, and so some of the elders would say, well, why does everybody want to know when you're coming back? And I instinctively knew why, because the Jehovah's Witness elders that would go were company men, and they had to stick to the program. But I wouldn't stick to the program. I would feel everybody out, and I would just, and if only, like, say, one or two people went to a meeting instead of 10, then I would just talk to those two.
Right.
And
wow.
That's one of the things I felt great, because I wasn't talking to them as a Jehovah's Witness per se. I was just talking to them as a friend, And,
wow.
Absolutely.
I can see why they followed you. Just your little bit of talk here, Gilbert. I mean, heck, I'd follow you right now. I mean, yeah, they tell others and everything else, and you're talking to them and everything else, and you're an elder, but yet you're talking to them like a human being, and yeah, man. I could see how you could draw people, towards the organization.
And I think it was because I
picture this falling under the category. I picture this falling under the category of like them looking at you with, it wasn't so much as how much you know, but just how much you care. And that came across more so than all the info you brought with you. And that speaks huge.
And I think you would understand.
Gilbert, I have to ask you, Gilbert, why were you even one of Jehovah's Witnesses when you didn't follow the program?
And I was going to tell that because I think Linda would understand it. Because Linda grew up in Southern California. So what happened is in the English congregation, you would have very crazy elders, and they all had one thing in common. They were connected somehow to Watchtower corporate via the circuit, district, overseers, missionaries. So the closer you got to people that were very connected with Watchtower, the crazier those elders, the more militant those elders were. So the reason to answer your question, I was in Yuma, Arizona in a Spanish congregation, and I was left to myself. And so I still had the Bible teachings of the Jehovah's Witness, but I didn't have like Brother France on me. I didn't have the Schroeders and the Nathan Moores on me. I didn't have the crazy elders that you guys knew. I was basically left alone, and I was able to do whatever. And I did the job that a lot of elders just didn't want to do. You know how they talk about Mexicans? Mexicans do the jobs that nobody else wants to do. That's the same thing that happens in the congregation. A lot of elders they want to give the Sunday talk, but they don't actually want to do shepherding calls. They don't want to go and sit with you and talk to you. You see, they don't want to do the theocratic ministry school because all that takes work. They don't want to drive 45 minutes. They don't want to drive 45 minutes.
They don't want to relate emotionally to you.
Correct.
Is what you're saying.
Yeah, because they don't understand. They're more concerned about looking good in the congregation than doing what Jesus tells them to do.
Okay.
They never understand.
But I don't understand why would you stay with Jehovah's Witnesses? There's 100 other religions out there.
I know. I remember this guy. He was a Pentecostal preacher, and he became an apostate from his church too. And he goes, Gilbert, I never had the heart to tell you that you weren't going to last as a Jehovah's Witness because you never sounded like one. You were completely different. But it goes back to but it goes back to work. People knew that I actually got the job done. And so they would just leave me alone. They're like, leave Gilbert alone. He gets the work done. And now it's different. It's a different religion. But back in the day, even in the 90s, because I ran 2 or 3 theocratic ministry schools, because I actually did the shepherding calls, and I wasn't getting into people's private businesses, because I did prison work and I would drive 30 miles, 40 miles to get to the prison. Because people would call me at 12 o'clock midnight because a woman who's an illegal alien got word that her son had died, and the jail calls you, and you have to go. Yeah. So that's why they leave you alone, because you actually did the work. And so it was a different time. It was a different religion, and if you do the work, people will leave you alone because they don't want to do your work. Yeah, but yeah, I asked myself the same question: like, why was I in this religion so long?
I heard that. And hi, is this Christopher?
Yes. How you doing, Ms. Linda? How you doing?
Pretty good.
Okay.
Very good.
I'm going to let you start.
I'm just going to finish this up. Yeah, I heard that Gilbert, like if someone's illegal, it's just illegal, and people are illegal, and they just live their lives in state of trouble, and it's all good, right? I heard that you can't be like a true passion. You can't be a pioneer. The organization will not let you be a pioneer. You can put in the pioneer hours, but they won't let you have that standing as a pioneer.
Correct.
Do they allow those that are illegal to get baptized?
Oh yeah, you can get baptized. Pretty.
Okay.
they just
Okay.
they just kind of keep them low on the
totem pole. So they won't get a status boost of any kind.
Correct.
And that's to keep
But
the organization
if you're
out of
illegal,
trouble, so that they're not. Yeah.
But if
And
you're
see,
an
where
illegal
I
alien,
grew up, the town that I grew up in there was many of them, and they just for all. I mean, I was used to being around people that were illegal, and they were just not. The worst thing they did was play their mariachi music a bit too loud on a Friday or Saturday night, and stood there and drink their beer. That was it. You know, it's like they didn't do criminal activities because they were laying low. You know, and they're family people. You know.
correct.
Sorry,
And
go
that, you know
ahead.
what? That's funny that you say that, because it's the difference between that and the English congregation. Think about this. In the Spanish congregation, you have, say, 50 men, and half of them can't serve because they're illegal, because we're on the Mexican border. But if you have but in the English congregation, when a man is not serving and he can't even pass out mics, then there's a suspicion.
Yeah.
Big suspicion.
That's just when I wanted to check with you. And I remember that there was a video of this one person who got called out. He was a black gentleman. He got called out for being a pedophile with the Jehovah's Witnesses. I don't know who it was that filmed him, but he was with like two sisters and a young man who put his hands over his ears when the guy with the camera is calling him out, right? And in my mind, it's like, who's the elder that's keeping an eye on this dude, you know? And then later on, he does this interview with the news about how he hurt a small person and blah, 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 blah. But it was like, I don't know. It drove me nuts that that man was out with these sisters and mainly because predators will go for the single sisters with the children, and the congregation can't be told, you know, that they're there. Yeah. Hey, did you ever find yourself having to hold back information like that? And if so, what was that like for you?
No, I never held back information. I was a pretty straight up guy. There was the young lady that asked me that question about how I stayed in the Jehovah's Witness religion. And you know what's funny? Susan, I'll tell you that what happened. So I'm flying an airplane over San Diego Convention saying, vote GG for GB, and I get a phone call, and this guy goes, "Hey Gilbert, it's so and so," and he goes, "Are you flying an airplane over a convention?" I go, "Yeah, how do you know?" He goes, "Because my sister just called me and she says she's at the convention." And so he goes, "Gilbert," he goes, "I never thought you would do that. You were the most zealous Jehovah's Witness I've ever met." I go, "Well, now that explains it. I am the most zealous Jehovah's Witness you've ever met." And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "It makes sense." And so you see, in every town, there are people that actually work. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a congregation. You wouldn't have a kingdom hall. But what happens is they get tired out. And I think it wasn't a whole thing, but a lot of elders that really work hard, like Rick Farron, they just worked him to death. And that's how he learned it. That's part of the reason why he learned the truth about the truth. Is Rick Farron
was never an elder.
Rick
was never an elder. Rick refused to be an elder. He wouldn't do it.
No, but he still worked hard for Watchtower, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. In fact, people came to him because of his anointed status more than the elders. They were jealous of him, actually.
So it's that work ethic, and if you have that work ethic in the organization, they'll use you. But eventually, most people just run out of gas.
Yeah,
it's physically exhausting, and that's why a lot of good men leave the organization, or that's why a lot of good men wake up, because they're just working and working and working, and there's no fruit, and the light bulb comes on. They go, in any field on any field on earth, you can work and work, and there's always fruit, except the Jehovah's Witness religion.
Well, if all the good men leave, that leaves a lot of bad men.
You know, what they try to do is keep you so busy you can't think outside of the box. You don't think for yourself or nothing. Only the organization, and that's how they plan it. That's the way they want you to think it, and that's how you do it. So
that's very true. Christopher, did you want to share something? Oh, go ahead and finish that up. I mean, I was going to go to Christopher next. Go ahead and finish up with what you're saying, Gilbert.
Yeah, I will tell you, when I stepped down from being an elder, and I actually had to listen to everybody, and I didn't have no assignments, and I was just listening, I remember my family members would say, Gilbert, what's wrong with you? Because I was twitching like if I had a Tourette syndrome.
Oh, wow.
Twitch.
What? Okay.
Hearing. And he's right. When you actually can sit down and listen,
reflect.
It was having, oh my God, yeah. And so a lot of people go to the Kingdom Hall. I stepped down. I burned out. I just couldn't do it anymore.
Okay.
I just burned out, but I kept my prison work going, and
nice.
I couldn't do it. Yeah. But that's it, guys. Bring Christopher.
Gilbert, do you adhere to any church right now, or are you kind of independent?
I am the church. I'm a walking church everywhere I go.
Okay, you're independent. Okay.
Yeah, people have that church experience whenever they see me. I'm just a walking church, you know.
Well, there you
go.
go.
You're the one flying the plane?
What's that?
Forgive me for interrupting.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Susan.
Pardon? No, I was just saying that, if he's the church, that's the way to be. People should be, when they're in your presence, they should be edified and calm and peaceful and happy, and that's how we should be with one another. We shouldn't be a nervous wreck.
Correct. And that's how it feels when you go to the 6 screens and Rick is on, or Linda's on. You feel like you're at church. It's supposed to be a positive, uplifting experience, and it's just. And
that is such the coolest compliment ever, because it says community. It really does.
See how much we love you, Linda. We just love you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. And there's different types.
I cannot tell you how much I enjoy doing this show.
Yeah. And the beautiful thing about this show, the beautiful thing about this show, it's not like Rick Farron's show. It's completely different.
No.
And that's the way it's supposed to be.
Mhm.
We're not supposed to.
I'm glad you view it that way. That is really cool. It's good confirmation for me to hear, because I sometimes have stuff I want to talk about, and sometimes I don't. And a lot of times I go with my gut.
Just go with your gut.
And the go with my gut, and the things, the conversations, the way the conversations go will end up, who knows where, but we end up there, and it's awesome. It's just awesome. I really enjoy it.
Okay. Well,
hey,
stay safe up there, Linda. I hope you guys don't float away. California's under weather alert, so I hope you don't become an island by Monday. But
thank you. I'm actually inland. I'm higher land. So I'm even though I live in a beach city, I'm higher land in my city. So I won't be surfing or anything.
Well, what's so odd is California has been drought city for so long, and now you have an abundanza.
I know, right? And right now, I don't hear the rain hitting hard. I've heard it raining today, but it hasn't sounded hard hitting, and it might tomorrow or the next day. But about a week or so ago, we had some good rain, and it's just been kind of nice here and there.
California actually seems a lot like Australia.
Yeah.
One day the entire place is burning. The next day the entire place is flooding.
Right. That is
so weird.
That is welcome to California. That is so true.
But it never happens at a time that's convenient. So the floods never happen when everything's on fire.
Mm-hmm.
and the fires never happen when everything's flooding. Well, obviously not, but you know what I mean. It's never in the convenient time. Same as Australia. Australia's just like that. It's raining like crazy here at the moment.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
So, Brian, what's new with you? No, Brad.
His name is Brad.
Right. Sorry, Brad. What is new with
No,
you?
all good.
Sorry, Brad.
Not much at all. Just working, and that's it. I start university in 2 months.
Really?
Oh.
Yep.
I am doing the happy dance.
Oh yeah, me too.
So
can't wait.
What are you starting in university? Like, tell me
Okay, so
all
the
about
first
it.
thing I do,
Christopher,
is
I know you're still there, but this is really cool. You're gonna love hearing it, this Christopher. Go ahead, Brad.
I'm very patient, my lady.
Okay.
So my first class is legal writing. I have to learn how to write legal documents in a way that sounds like, you know, I'm a lawyer, and how to read legal documents properly. Apparently, it's quite in depth for something that sounds really simple. Apparently, it's not. So I think it's wording documents to make sure that you're not, you know, incriminating yourself further or incriminating anyone else further. Making sure all your wording is perfect. You know, to make sure that everything's above board and still keeping within the law and things like that. So I think that's all I'm doing for the first 6 months. Apparently, it's just that. But during that 6 months, I get to work. I'm going to be working with a lawyer in Brisbane. Well, not with him, with his secretary, with his girl Friday. and she's going to be helping me along the way, so that I can kind of do a certain courses a lot quicker than I was planning to in the first place. Yeah.
Okay.
You're an expert.
So he's
on
gonna
the Australian Royal
he's gonna be my. I'm going to be.
She's going to be, and I'm going to be backing him 100%. Let me ask you: are you getting this by any chance through a grant, or is it costing you money, or how is this going to work?
Yeah, no, I'm getting. It's working two ways. So. The guy that I'm going to be working for has sponsored me, so he's paying for half of it.
My goodness.
So I went.
Okay.
I went and talked to a bunch of. I talked to my professors that I was going to be. I mean, even professors that I'm going to be dealing with in 5 years. I went and introduced myself and just talked to them. We all sat down and talked about why I wanted to be a lawyer, what I wanted to do, and then one of them was, I know a guy that's in Brisbane. Let me give him a couple of calls. I met with him, and he was like,
wow,
we need more people that want to be lawyers, not for money. And he goes, and just so you know, if that's really what you want to be a lawyer for, you're not going to make any money doing it. And I don't care. I don't have any money. I don't really have heaps of money now, so I'm not doing it for the money. And he went, okay, I'll sponsor you.
Wife's okay with that too?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah. It's not that I won't be making any money. I'm not going to get rich.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a standard life. This is not going to be an upgrade to my life in any way, shape, or form. But
financially, okay.
Who cares?
But to be equipped with being able to be in the positions that you can be in sounds so amazing to me.
Yeah, and
my goodness.
And I think a lawyer that's looking to do it, you know, and knows that they're not going to get money is probably somebody that really wants to do it for the right reasons anyway. So I'm sticking with that.
Awesome.
That is amazing.
This has been on your heart for a long time. This has been on your heart for a long time. And
very
I'm
long
actually
time.
thinking I'm actually thinking about going to school to be a something or another so that I can be a cult specialist. So either a social worker, therapist, I don't know what yet. But I need to do much like what you did. Go on campus and say, this is my goal that I want. What do I need to have that makes me, you know, somebody rather than
I was
where
so
I am
nervous
now.
to talk
where
to
I am
them.
now is fine. I'm a grandmother. I've lived the organization, but I also want to be accredited to have some real knowledge behind me too, because I love psychology, all of that stuff,
And you're very
sociology,
good at
and all that. Thank you. It feels very centering to me. So thank you.
Yeah, and I was really nervous, but just being a mature age student seems to get such a nice response from the people that I went and talked to anyway. You know, I think they deal every day with kids that are straight out of school and have no idea what they want to do with their lives, and it's kind of like a breath of fresh air meeting somebody that's older and knows exactly what they want to do and exactly the way they want to get it done and all of that. So go and talk to the people on campus. Everyone was so nice. I couldn't believe how nice everybody was.
I've gone to junior college before, and what I've noticed was there's a big emphasis on whether the students can pass, and they only pass if the teacher is good. Like the teacher gets graded on how well their students pass, which is different in high school, you know.
Yeah.
So it's a big deal.
Yeah, that is a big deal.
Yeah, kind of different.
Yeah, so I say go for it.
Thank you. I will.
Okay, Chris, you go for it.
Okay, Brad. I hope you do well. I hope you do well, buddy, with your schooling and everything. The only thing I wanted to say, I was going to add on to what Gilbert was saying. He was talking about the elders don't want to do work. And I was just going to add, especially emotional work. And the reason why is that the society, they mentally cripple you because they have your subconscious. Once they have your subconscious, they really control you, whether you're in and especially when you're out of the congregation. And what that does, one of these sisters was asking the caller how he felt. I think he said he felt guilty or like he failed. That's because he's conditioned. He internalized all those statements. We have truth. We're Jehovah's people, the only organization, worldly darkness. And that becomes a disease. And when I say it becomes a disease, it's just like fear. If you're laying in bed and you hear that sound and you automatically know it's not the cat or the dog, the first thing you do is freeze. Heart starts beating, heart's racing. So fear, they say it sets in 1.5 seconds, and it immobilizes every part of your body until you say, hold up, let me go in here. And then you shake it off. We have that fear once we leave the organization. And that fear cripples us inside because we keep hearing those words, truth, truth, truth. And if you don't reprogram or deprogram yourself, because I tell them it's not truth. And I think I said this before. I remember going to the door as like 8, 9, 10 years old. And my dad said, well, look, this is the scenario you give the people. You say, hello, my name is Chris. I'm a Jehovah's Witness who was just out here. And I like to tell you, if I had a glass of water right here and I put a small drop of poison in it, would you drink it? And of course, the person would say no to a little kid. And I say, that's what most world religions are. They have that drop of poison. Wow. But once I have clarity now, I realize that even the JWs have that drop of poison in them, but they push it off and kind of sterilize it as if, you know, they don't have any dirt. I mean, humans, we were made of dirt. So we all have dirt. We go back to the dirt. So, I mean, I try to make a little joke there.
Very good point.
I mean, yeah, we put on this mask when we're out there, and then when you go home, some people go right back out into the world. Some people play both sides, like I say, riding the fence. But inside, like I said, once they control your subconscious and you've internalized all those things, then you become guilty. Then you say, oh man, I shouldn't be here. So they're controlling you, whether you're asleep, whether you're home, whether you're talking to a coworker. He could be a best person. And let's say he doesn't say, let's go out for drinks. But he said, you know, let's go out here to a Christian comedy show. You said, well, I can't go to that. That's because of your conditioning. Like I told, it was a family member. They were saying something, and most Christians will say, God is good. The other person will reply, all the time. So one of my family members said something. Exactly. One of my family members said something. I said, God is good. And they looked at me. I said, you're supposed to say all the time. Right. And they're like, well, you know, we don't say things like that, Chris. You know better than that. I said, let me ask you a question. Is Jehovah good all the time? Yes, he is.
You
Yes,
know
he
better
likes
than
it.
that. Look at that, reprimanding him.
Right, and
How
spank
dare
me on
that?
my hand. Right, but they push the wordplay of the outsiders out and say it's wrong. But in the bigger picture, God is good all the time. Jehovah is good all the time. So stop demonizing everything and look at the bigger picture without the lenses of the organization, and that's what's hard. And when that caller was going through that, he had that fear, or he has that disease, and it can cause other emotional stuff that might require medication. But that disease takes over all of us. That's why these programs like you guys have are great. But it's just like a soap opera. We're tuning into them. We've got to hear more because it helps us somehow. But we have to learn to push it out. And I think that's what a lot of us have to do.
Hey, Christopher.
Yes.
Christopher, what are some of the things that you've used successfully to deprogram yourself? What would you suggest to the listeners?
Well, my route was a little different. I love the way Miss Linda and the other guys have programs, and it helps emotionally. I mean, after I cried a couple of times, I was almost like a guy who just puts himself into his work. I started reading the scriptures. I started going online and looking at things we weren't supposed to look at, apostate literature. I mean, they make apostates to be these villains, but what's greater? I asked them, is Babylon the Great a false religion, more of your enemy, or is it an apostate? In their minds, an apostate is a greater enemy to them than false religion, because they know that person can convince. We know the inside tack. We know really what they're thinking. I put myself into the scriptures. I put myself into my main, I guess you can call it a mantra, is simplicity. I look for the simplest things, because when I was growing up and you reading the Truth book, the A book, and all these other books, everything just seems so simple. So that's the concept I put to them. And like I was telling somebody earlier, I love to use analogies. I use the example word play like Jesus. It's just like a parable, because in order to get to them, it's like they're going to put up their shield anytime you say anything about the Bible. But this is what I tell them. I say, I'm on jw.org all the time. Do you know they got a King James version of the Bible up there? They've got a New Living Testament. Why do you think they have those Bibles up there? Because you guys are not going to look at them, but they're supposed to be reference sources. But if you don't look in them, you don't know to compare them. So that's what I did, and that's what helped me. So the emotional side of it, I've kind of stuck in the background, but I listen to everybody, because I know everybody has a point of view and want to be heard, and I can empathize, be empathetic with them. But my thing is to refute and combat the JW theology, because I used to think that it's nothing that anybody can tell me outside in the secular world that can beat me up. I felt as though I was the champ of wrestling, boxing, football, and everything when it came to the Bible. And I used that same analogy and those same wordplay games against them.
So basically,
It's
you're
not
saying you use the Bible to combat their wrong doctrine, the JW's wrong doctrines. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because most of their stuff is what I would call implied learning. And just like, okay, here's an example. We grew up and they said, well, during the new system, people are going to come back and we're going to have to teach them Jehovah's laws and ways. Teach them Jehovah's laws and ways. Hold up. If we become a perfect creature, why would Jehovah just put it into our hearts and minds? We're not going to think about the past. We're not going to turn around like Lot's wife and look back. There's nothing behind us. See, those are implied things. There's no scripture that says that. Where does it say we're going to grow to perfection? It doesn't say that. But those are things that are implied, and you teach them as if they're factual foundational doctrines in the Bible, but they're not. We don't have to grow to perfection. Jehovah's perfect. If he wants us to be perfect, he will make us perfect. If he wants us to be 80% perfect, we'll be 80% perfect. It's just like if you ask a Jehovah's Witness, and I asked the elder this when I was talking to him probably a year or 2 years ago. I said, let me ask you a trick question. And I said, well, I'm going to give you the answer before. I said, when is the new heaven and the new earth? Listen to what I just said. When is the new heaven and the new earth? Most Jehovah's Witnesses are going to say, oh, that's during the millennium reign. Or that's sometime, and they'll get it messed up. But it's not. The new heaven and the new earth is when the bride comes down out of heaven, New Jerusalem, as a bride adorned for the groom. And then it says the old earth and the old heavens are fled away because there's no place found for him. And then there were a new heaven and a new earth. It's just like when Judas went out, he said, now the Son of Man has been glorified. It's new. It's in a peaceful, perfect condition. But like I said, they have implied texts. They have implied scriptures. And that's the simplicity I use against them to show you, you don't know what you think you know.
I think that's a good way to do it. I do. I've done something similar. Is every doctrine that they had, I looked up scriptures to make sure if it was so, just like the Bereans, and I was shocked.
Mm-hmm. You're right. I use the Bereans all the time. I had an elder one time when I was going through my little tribulation, and because I'm a barber, I cut hair, and I was cutting a couple of the elders. And he said, well, Chris, we want to come over and talk to you. And I didn't know a tenth of what I think I know now. And I always say it's not my knowledge. That's why I don't hide it or hoard it. I just pass it on. You get it free. You give it away for free. And the two elders came over to my house, and I said, well, I feel as though I'm like the Bereans. If you come to me with something, I have the right to fact check it. And I shouldn't be penalized for that, or I shouldn't be looked down upon or as causing a discord within the congregation. So when I was telling him a couple of things, one of the elders, when they left, about 30 or 40 minutes later, doubled back.
So if somebody still has their phone up, can you push *6, please? Because we can hear you in the background. Please push *6, whoever's not talking. Okay, Christopher, I was listening to it get louder and louder.
Okay. Like I said, the other elder doubled back. He said, let me ask you a question. He said, where'd you get the information in those scriptures that you were showing and telling us? He said, I've never heard or never seen that. And I told him. But, he's still an elder now. Matter of fact, I ran into him probably 4 or 5 months ago, and they look at me a little differently. So,
Well, Christopher, if you ever start a church, I'm one of your members. You're a really good teacher.
Thank you, my lady, if you say so.
Oh, I know. I don't say so. I know so.
I appreciate that.
Oh.
I like that you admitted that you had spent some time crying, because that's a very common and normal thing to do when one's foundation gets ripped out from underneath them. It's a very normal thing to do. Stephen Hassan speaks about when he had that moment of realizing that group that he was in was not what it claimed to be. He cried for 3 hours straight, just bawled his eyes out. It's very, very normal to do that, man or woman.
Yeah, and I did it.
What if you can't cry? What if it just doesn't come to you? What if you can't cry? What does that mean or indicate? Do you know?
You asking me?
Or Linda or Christopher?
Oh, I would just say it's just a different form of a passion. Some passion is a go-get-it attitude. Some passion is kind of laid back, but you still have the same goals, but the motive is just a little bit slow. You know how you have a fast lane and a slow lane. I mean, everybody will get there at different intervals, but you have to use what comes natural to you. Now, some people don't want to as far as the XJWs or the PMOs, don't want to delve into the scriptures. Some people don't want to tackle like you were saying, the faithful and the street slave, which is a very simple topic. But they don't want to tackle that because sometimes in the back of their mind, I might go back, even though they don't say it. Or I don't know if I can study this and find the truth. Go to jw.org. Anytime you go to jw.org, I don't care which verse or chapter you go to. Perfect example, Isaiah 9:6. He's a mighty God. In their verse it says he's the eternal Father. Jesus said we only have one Father. That's in heaven. Why is he called the eternal Father? Why is he called the mighty God? Jehovah's called a mighty God. A God is a God. Mm-hmm. Truth is truth. Truth is one God. Now, I don't understand it fully, and I never will claim, but if the way the verses and I would say the Spirit leads me to understand it, then that's for me. Now, I might go to another show and I get another complete understanding. It's just like the Old Testament. The New Testament revealed the other side of the puzzle of the Old Testament, and you put them together. A lot of times they still don't fit. It's the fit mentally. It's not the fit in the scriptures. It's the fit mentally. And the JWs give you a lot of puzzle pieces, but they don't tell you that these pieces they just don't work.
Okay. Linda, can I ask you, I know you read a lot of, psychology is a big interest of yours. If someone hasn't really, maybe you cried a little bit, but not bold-faced long-term crying, does that mean you're not healed, or what does that indicate, do you think?
Well, I think that even when you leave something or let something go, even if it's toxic or a toxic relationship, there's a mourning process one can go through. And it might not hit you right away. It might kind of hit you later. And however one grieves is to allow it. See, within the organization, we're told to, be civilized and not, let our emotions ever take over on us, and to act appropriately. So we're used to stuffing down everything that our body tells us, such as our intuition or such as, our doubts. We're used to just shoving that down and acting in the approved Jehovah's Witness manner. So once somebody starts to relax more, I think that would come up for them, however long that takes. It might show up in crying. It might show up in, different ways. However people mourn is however people mourn, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. We're all individuals, but I was just thinking in general. I have never sat down and bold-faced cried except at my divorce. That was it. So I don't know what's wrong with me that I've never just, I've never mourned leaving the Watchtower. I've been confused over leaving, but I never mourned. I knew it was the right thing to do, but I never cried over it.
Yeah, I was just saying that I've heard that people do. I don't think it's necessary for everyone to,
Oh, because I was wondering maybe there was something wrong with me, that I have.
Well, of course, there's something wrong with you. That's a prerequisite to be a friend of mine. You must have something wrong with you. Oh, can you be my friend? No, I don't know. I'm just so being a brat.
No,
I usually say that to my friends who admit they're mental.
No, I'm not trying to, make you make a blanket statement, but I was just curious as far as myself is concerned, because everyone seems to be emotional except me. And I was wondering why.
And maybe that's just not your character, Maybe it's just not your character at all. But, when the divorce happened and you mourned over that, you had a good cry over that, you were watering your roots, and it helped you to move on. And you invested a lot in your marriage and your spiritual walk, Now, didn't you start studying with witnesses when you were a teenager?
Yeah, I did. I did.
Okay. I was mentioning
I
earlier that I
just. I wish my parents would have protected me from all that, but they didn't.
I think that it was very tough for them to put their foot down, and if they did, then they'd be fighting you, and you'd be like more determined, which is kind of what happened with Christine. Her dad was trying to make her not go to it, and that just made her even more determined. But I remember Barbara Anderson was asked, she mentioned that she asked her mother, why didn't you, stop me from doing this? And her mother said, you would have done it anyways, so I just think it's unethical for people in religions to start a study with somebody that's not even, I believe they should go and request permission from the parents. You know what I mean? My kids had friends and they were teenagers, and I made sure that their mothers and fathers were okay if they stayed the night. I expect that these witnesses get permission from these parents to study the Bible with them. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a believer. I've heard you say this too, Linda. I think that they should be in the 18 before they're allowed to get baptized. I really do.
That's part of what Norway really was bothered by too. Very, very bothered by that. That was mentioned last year when whoever that was, a female, I don't know her name, but she had done a video, and it was in a different language, and I spent time trying to translate it. But yeah, that was one of the things. And see, they got their information from talking to ex-members and how they were treated.
Okay. I'm just moving something here. Okay. Well, it's interesting to hear what other people do.
Some people just get busy because it's worked all their lives. And they just don't slow down because they've always been busy. I think that the time that we have here, when we get to talk to each other, is quite similar to those that are prisoners of war. And I say this because the same techniques and tactics that were used on us within this organization, and quite frankly, many other cults, are the same techniques and tactics that were used on prisoners of war in the Korean War. And Robert J. Lipton and Singer and these people from back in the day, Jolly West and stuff, they did studies on the prisoners of war when they came back and wrote these things down. That's how Robert J. Lipton came up with a list of 8 criteria to totalism. The organization uses each and every single one of them.
What, with the organization, where the organization is concerned, Jehovah's Witnesses, what do you think the most dangerous one is that they use? Of those 8 things.
The most dangerous.
Yeah.
I think it's the dispensation of existence, that number 8. So now I need to look it up. Which is so wonderful to have a smartphone that I can do this with. So it's from Robert J. Lipton's book called Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism. And if you open up Wikipedia, it will take you to a place where this is at. Okay, so main points. So I'm now looking at the 8 criteria. So again, if anybody wants to look this up, they can look under Robert J. Lipton, 8 criteria. No, Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism by Robert J. Lipton. This is a book he wrote in 1963. And so I opened up Wikipedia under Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism, opened stuff up, and it says, what was his subject? Psychology, brainwashing, mind control. Genre, nonfiction. So now I just scrolled down again, and under main points is these 8 criteria. In the book, Lipton outlines the 8 criteria for thought reform. So this is kind of like when we talk about Stephen Hassan and his BITE model. This is Robert J. Lipton and his 8 criteria to thought reform. So the first one is Malua control. I always have a hard time saying it. M-I-L-E-U control. Malua control.
Milieu.
This involves thank you, milieu. That's how I need to do it. Milieu control. This involves the control of information and communication, both within the environment and ultimately within the individual, resulting in a significant degree of isolation from society at large. And the next one is mystic manipulation. The manipulation of experiences that appears spontaneous, but is in fact planned and orchestrated by the group or its leaders to demonstrate divine authority, spiritual advancement, or some exceptional talent or insight that sets the leader and or the group apart from humanity, and that allows a reinterpretation of historical events, scriptures, and other experiences, coincidences, and happenstances. Oddities are interpreted as omens or prophecies. Number 3, demand for purity. The world is viewed as black and white. I'm sorry, what?
I said, oh yes, that one for sure.
Yes, yes. The world is demand for purity. The world is viewed as black and white, and the members are constantly exhorted to conform to the ideology of the group and strive for perfection. The induction of guilt and or shame is a powerful control device used here. So this is the induction. So another word for induction is indoctrination. So the indoctrination of guilt and or shame is a powerful control device used here.
So basically, you call that black and white thinking, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right or wrong,
yes.
Black and white, correct? Okay.
Yes. You're either with God or against God. No two ways about it. You're either with us, this group, or against us, this group, which is the only group with God. Therefore, you're against God. Stuff like that, right?
So if you're against God, you're going to die. Right?
They do a whole lot of that, don't they?
Yes, they do.
They do
yes,
more.
They do. Number 4. Go ahead, Pixie. What did you say?
More of it than they used to.
Oh my goodness, yes.
And
yes.
Dispensation of existence, I believe in looking at that relates to how the people accept blindly the no blood idea and how they accept blindly the idea of suicide. But go on.
Okay, so that one's number 8, and I'm at number 4, confession. Sins as defined by the group
there you go.
Be confessed either to a personal mentor or monitor, or publicly to the group. So let me read that again. Sins as defined by the group. Remember this, sins as defined by the group. Okay? You might not even know that was a sin till you get to the group. That's a sin.
sins as defined by the group are to be confessed either to a personal monitor or publicly to the group. There is no confidentiality. Members' sins, attitudes, and faults are discussed and exploited by the leaders. Number 5, sacred science. The group's doctrine or ideology is considered to be the ultimate truth, beyond all questioning or dispute. Truth is not to be found outside of the group. The leader, as the spokesperson of God or all humanity, is likewise above criticism. Does this sound familiar? Sacred science will not question anything that comes from us. What?
We're
living in that now.
Understanding this right. So far, if I'm understanding this, basically, some of them are pretty much the same. Basically, they're saying like there's black and white thinking, and what they decide is white is the truth.
Correct. So if all the bad guys wore black hats and all the good guys wore white hats, they're all in the white hats, and all the rest of the world's wearing their black hats because they're the bad.
They say it is. I call it because they say it is.
Because they say it is, exactly. So sacred science means any of their doctrines that they come up with is considered the ultimate truth, beyond all questioning or dispute. So you just don't you don't question them. That's the spokesperson for God, which is really the thing that happens which is really what people need to get convinced of when they become indoctrinated. I believe that thing right there happens within the first 6 weeks. And if a potential recruit gets to that point where they believe that this organization is speaking for God, that's when they really, really have them. That's the beginning of them not trusting their own instincts, but going by what the organization says is the best thing to do. And little by little, over time, they get to where they don't pay attention to anything their body is telling them. So number 6 is...
I agree with you there. That's a big one. The book that meant the most to me, it's about who is the faithful and discreet slave. And if you finally convince yourself who the slave is, then you know who you're against. Because that's basically it. We're the slave. We're from God. We decide what's right. We're it. That's it. Amen. Done. So once you figure that out, that they're not that slave, but that's a broader term. It's not that. Well, anyway, it's not them. They're the evil slave that follows afterwards. That's the book that helped me the most. They're not the faithful slave.
Okay, so you read a book called "Who is the Faithful and Discreet Slave?"
Right.
Oh,
and it was,
okay.
It was done by Lulu Press, and it's written. What's the name of the guy who talks about him all the time? But anyway, it's excellent, and it just proves to you logically and scripturally that the Watchtower is not the faithful and discreet slave. So, you're not going to die because you don't believe that they're not the faithful and discreet.
Yeah, very good point. Number 6, loading the language, which is the same thing as loaded language. The group interprets or uses words and phrases in new ways so that often the outside world does not understand. This jargon consists of thought-terminating cliches, which serve to alter members' thoughts processes to conform to the group's way of thinking.
Well, that tells you about being in the Watchtower in the Kingdom Hall, doesn't it?
Sure does. And what's interesting is when you hear people talking in this jargon that is not understood, what's natural for us is we want to understand it. So it kind of draws us in. Well, what is this you're talking about? It's word salad to us when we're first listening to it, right? So how long have you been in the truth?
which really means how long have you been a baptized member of Jehovah's Witnesses? So that's loaded language, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So that keeps people separate because they don't understand it, or it kind of draws them in. But it's definitely for the purpose of making it this us and them thing still going on.
Well,
and
let's just leave that in Jehovah's hands, Linda, and not look for any other answers.
Thank you. That is such a grand thought terminating cliche right there. Boom, mic drop. Woo-hoo, you got it. That's so perfect. So doctrine over person. This one's a big one that really explains a whole lot.
Oh,
Members' personal experiences are subordinated to the sacred science, and any contrary experiences must be denied or reinterpreted to fit the ideology of the group. So doctrine over person, you might have had an experience. I got to fit it in within this Watchtower theology logic, or else that must have been the devil. You sound like an apostate. You know,
something they do that's cruel. It's natural to miss a person that you loved when they die, and it's part of grieving. And if you call them up and say to an elder, "Oh, I really miss him because he's been dead 4 years now," they'll say, "Oh, well, you'll see him in the resurrection." Well, whether I see him in the resurrection or not, that doesn't mean that I don't miss him today.
Wow. Yes. Yes. It's very just move along, you know.
Mm-hmm. Nothing to see here.
Rather,
Put
yeah,
this
very insensitive.
phrase here. Don't have a feeling. I didn't know what
it's
feelings.
Almost shaming you.
Yes, I didn't know mad, sad, or even glad.
Wow. I believe you. You can't get too excited and glad.
Oh no, don't get
you
too.
Definitely should not be sad. Jehovah's Witnesses are the happiest people.
Yeah, right.
And then what was the first one?
Mad, sad, glad, and afraid, and try to stay in glad. I didn't know what any of those were.
Yeah. That's
I
the
think
stuff
you
that
know
we
fear a lot.
Yeah.
But did we know it was fear? I didn't know.
I don't think so.
I was in fear all the time.
Oh, my gut was tied up. My mother, her gut was hurting. My dad was kind of frustrated and a little angry all the time. There was no stress relief. There was no take a rest. It was jump through hoops all the time. And then when I read the scripture where Jesus says, "Fear not," and he said it 5 times, I thought, wait a minute, they're not telling us fear not. Jesus says, fear not. They're not reading, and then it dawned on me, they're not reading the book.
Yeah. Yeah, they've taken a lot of things from the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about it like, yes, it was old. We're no longer under the law, but this is a very good principle to live by. And it's still, we're living by under the law, you know? Mm-hmm. So number 8, dispensing of existence. The group has the I can't even say this word. Prerogative.
Prerogative.
Thank you.
Say
the
it
group
with
has the prerogative. And see, I would expect it to be PER. That's why I wasn't. Okay. And it's PRE. Prerogative. The group has the prerogative to decide who has the right to exist and who does not. This is usually not literal, but means that those in the outside world are not safe, unenlightened, unconscious, and must be converted to the group's ideology. If any do not join the group or are critical of the group, then they must be rejected by the members. Thus, the outside world loses all credibility. In conjunction, should any member leave the group, he or she must be rejected also. Yes, so
Is this guy
they leave the
mention
group.
any specific religions like Jehovah's Witnesses that apply to this? I mean, is he using any examples, real life examples?
Well, yeah, the
Amish
Amish will
Watchtower.
shun, but I don't know if they shun you in the afterlife.
But
This
I was
number
wondering about
8.
the author of the book, Linda, does he use any religions or any examples of what he's talking about?
Korean War.
What he's talking about is he, let me just say, Lifton's research for the book began in 1953 with a series of interviews with American servicemen who had been held captive during the Korean War. See, these were prisoners of war. So they went under brainwashing and stuff, right? I know that's not the grandest term, but brainwashing. In addition to interviews with the 25 Americans, Lifton also interviewed 15 Chinese who had fled their homeland after having been subjected to indoctrination in Chinese universities. From these interviews, which in some cases occurred regularly for over a year, Lifton identified the tactics used by Chinese communists to cause drastic shifts in one's opinions and personality and brainwash American soldiers into making demonstrably false assertions. You hear that?
This
And
is shocking that
brainwash.
they're using government level brainwashing.
Yeah.
Us,
Yes.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yes.
That is
See, that's just
amazing.
now clicking with you. This is now clicking with you, isn't
Yeah.
it? Like, ba-bing!
I tried
Amazing,
to,
like.
yeah.
This book was first published in 1961 by Norton in New York. The 1989 reprint edition was published by University of North Carolina Press. Lifton is a distinguished professor of psychiatry at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, City University of New York. So let me just say here, when Stephen Hassan was a Moonie, there was a group of people that his family hired to help him deconstruct his belief system. These were previous Moonies. And his family asked him to please give it a chance to listen to these guys. Well, when these guys came in as previous Moonies, just like us as JWs with JWs, right? They used this book because the techniques that the Moonies used are the ones I just read, all 8 of them. So the Moonies use these techniques. The Mormons use these techniques. Systems of control use these techniques. Maybe not each and every single one of them, but a good amount of them for the purpose of, what did this just say? Lifton identified the tactics used by Chinese communists to cause drastic shifts in one's opinions and personalities and brainwash American soldiers into making demonstrably false assertions. Literally shifted what they thought in their mind.
Read 8 again and think of shunning and think of when they tell you you're not going to get an afterlife. Please read 8 again.
Yeah. Wow. So 8 is called dispensing of existence, which I always call dispensation of existence. The group has the prerogative to decide who has the right to exist and who does not. This is usually not literal, but means that those in the outside world are not saved. unenlightened, unconscious, and must be converted into the group's ideology. If they do not join the group or are critical of the group, then they must be rejected by the members. Thus, the outside world loses all credibility. In conjunction, should any member leave the group, he or she must be rejected also. So when people leave the group, there's that figurative thing that they're going to die in Armageddon. They've turned their back against Jehovah. Jehovah sees them as spiritually dead. Therefore, we shun them.
So number 8 is your shunning.
Discipline.
Number 8 is you won't get a resurrection if you take a blood transfusion.
But the one you read before, Linda, I can't remember the number, what it was, but I didn't realize this, but you said they change your thoughts and emotions. I didn't realize it went that far. I know they could do your thoughts, but your emotions go right along with it. That's amazing right there.
Yes. I'm kind of looking at these to see which one says the emotions. I'm picturing it being
the one that you read right before number 8.
Okay, then. So that's the purity one. Oh, no, it's not. It's doctrine over person. Number 7, doctrine over person. Personal experiences are subordinated to the sacred science, and any contrary experiences must be denied or reinterpreted to fit the ideology of the group. So that is like, if somebody says they had an experience and they saw Jesus or whatever and had a dream or whatever, it either needs to fit into Watchtower doctrine or just totally be dismissed. No, that must have been demons. That must have been demons, because that doesn't work with Watchtower theology, right?
Yeah.
When Stephen Hassan came up with the BITE model, behavior, I for information control, T for thought control, he ended up adding the E for emotional control. So Stephen Hassan picked up on that emotional control too, like you did, Susan.
Yeah.
And that demand for purity is like striving for perfection, and we never can. So we're always guilty, you know?
They want you perfect. If they kick you out, they don't want you because you're not perfect. You're too much trouble. They don't want damaged goods. When really, true Christians would welcome damaged goods. Jesus wanted damaged goods. He said, a physician, I'm the doctor. A physician needs patience. If you're not sick, you don't need a physician. He said that. So the Watchtower rejects, you're a reject. If you have the
and they make their standards really unattainable.
That's why there's so much anorexia, bulimia, and untreated alcoholism, because they don't give you any tools with which to daily manage your life.
Right. You either function in this well-oiled machine or be gone with yourself, and we dispose of you just like that, because you're not functioning well in the well-oiled machine. People are just shocked. Like, I can't believe this. Because you're not functioning in the well-oiled machine. I mean, it's really that clear.
And I think there's a lot of people secretly, a lot of elders, I've seen a lot of men that secretly drink.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine.
And a lot of women that aren't eating. And recently, a lot of elders' wives that are taking prescription meds to manage moods rather than know what they're feeling.
Well, think about it. If someone is an elder's wife, I'm assuming that the elder is, being faithful to the congregation and everything and serving the congregation. I would think that maybe the wife would pick up some of the things that the husband would ordinarily do. So he's doing a bit of abandoning his family. Okay. So that works towards, not necessarily he could be investing more time in his family, but he's investing it in the congregation. So when a woman has to already pick up some of his slack, then there's resentment that she's not supposed to mention, because her whole purpose of being created was to support him. Okay. So she's got to feel all this shame and guilt for being resentful because she's got too much on her hands to begin with. And then we add a little bit more if she's the wife of an elder.
Also,
and this book is
I don't know if
Godly
the elders
Forms of
ever get
Psychology
together
of
and
Globalism.
are supportive and counseling to each other. If you're in a military group and you have, let's say, a bunch of military leaders, they'll meet at the mess hall and they'll talk to each other about how to manage better and be better in management.
Yeah.
And a
And
lot of
sometimes
journalists would now talk about their feelings rather than drink if they've been in a war zone. Veterans are doing this now rather than drink. People in, like I said, different management styles. The position of the witness elder, he just goes home and swallows everything that he just witnessed.
Yeah. Yeah. And I know there's compassionate elders. But also too, he can't take too much to heart because then he can't function, right?
Right. He's just they're like walking wounded. It's like a zombification of one's emotional life.
Yes. Here's a quote from Lifton as well. It says, Lifton said, the language of the totalist environment is characterized by the thought-terminating cliche. The most far-reaching and complex of human problems are compressed into brief, highly reductive, definitive-sounding phrases, easily memorized and easily expressed. These become the start and finish of any ideology analysis. So if one has any doubt, boom, where else can I go? Oh, Jehovah will handle this. Believe it in Jehovah. So that's a thought-terminating cliche or a thought-stopping cliche. These things come to mind when you have any doubt automatically. Oh, I can't do that because whatever, I can't move here because of it. So people get very, very stuck mentally.
They do, and they've not read the Psalms, which gives real words of comfort. They're not leaning on a big God somewhere or having faith in anything. They're just told not to. Well, just don't bring it to mind.
Yeah.
And think of it too. Anytime you have a problem, what do they tell you to do?
Don't lean on your own understanding.
No, what they usually tell you is go out and service more, study the Bible more.
You're right.
Right. Isn't that it? I mean, you could parrot that, couldn't you, Linda?
So this is actually a form of self-indoctrination, what you're talking about, Susan. You can't be depressed if you're out doing these things. If you go out and preach or sell paradise, you can't sell paradise unless you believe in paradise, unless you're truly a con artist. Most the JW, the ordinary rank and file, I don't see them as con artists. I see them as true believers in paradise. So that makes sure that they can't have any doubts. Pray more, go in service more, go to the meetings more, read your Bible more. And more self-indoctrination.
Mm-hmm.
And the more you read that, the more you read that, the more you realize just how much you're not, living up to God's ideas of what should be,
Well, it's the Watchtower's idea. And, here you are 2,000 miles away from me. and we both
Mm-hmm.
left the truth, the so-called truth, different times. But we asked the same question. You have a problem, what do? We parrot the same things without hesitation. Read the Bible more,
Yeah.
roll it in service more, study more, right? That's it. Don't even bother
Absolutely.
going to the elders. You already know the answer.
Mm-hmm. And the heart is treacherous, and don't lean on your own understanding. Well, for goodness sake, whose other understanding do I have, and whose other heart do I have?
Right? If you can't trust yours,
Who can you trust?
that's another thing that means that you rely on direction, because you can't trust your own heart, how it leads you.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hi. How are you?
I don't know why I always say the same thing every time I come in. I feel like I'm in the classroom, like, hello, can I, raise my hand or something? You guys can't see me raising my hand, but I am.
Here. Sure.
I was listening to all that wonderful information. I wrote some Lipton. I'm gonna read over on him later, but you're 100% right. All that control.
Let me spell his name.
Go ahead.
Is Lifton. So Robert J. Lifton. Lifton.
Robert J. Lifton.
Yes.
I'm gonna comment on everything that.
Again, totalism?
The name of this book is called Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism. That's the name of the book that has these 8 criteria in them. The 8 criteria for thought reform. This is what helped wake up Stephen Hassan. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, I'm gonna see if I can piggyback on everything you guys say. I love new information. It's just like a fresh donut from my Krispy Kreme when the hot light comes on.
Oh, yes.
We transfer all of that totality of control to the society, and we know that. But, some people still have to hear it. And first by believing, then by these scriptures. And then once they get all of that packaged up, we give all that emotional and mental belongings to the governing body or the faithful slave, faithful steward. And that's when they have it. And just like Ms. Pixie said, that's why you can't lean on your own understanding. That's why you can't have independent study, because you've given that to them and they know that. And that's why, like I said before, we have that fear, or we internalize all that stuff. And that faithful and discreet slave at Matthew 24, that's one of the main things that, I would tell any JW, any PMO, read that first. Read that before you read anything. If you just go to the NWT New World Translation and read it, but read it how you were taught it, it does not add up, even in their print. Do you understand what I say when I say it doesn't add up?
Mm-hmm. I do.
You do?
I do.
When I had some access to some of Russell's material, he wrote a very flowery style. He used far too many words. We don't write like that anymore. And that writing can be good if it's Charles Dickens and not so good if it's Charles Taze Russell. But I was trying to read the tiny print in these big, boring paragraphs. And Russell said, I am the faithful and discreet slave.
Yes, he did, my lady. Yes, he did. Privately and some publicly.
So they changed that. They changed the 1914 year was changed in 1943. Before that, they thought it was 1870 something. So they've been wrong on 100 years of prophecy, 100 different prophecies in 100 different years, and they were wrong on all of them. The only thing to their credit was the wonderful quote that religion is a snare and a racket.
Right.
Yeah. But I'm going to add to Miss Pixie's point. They were wrong. But you remember how we were all taught, I won't get too deep into it, but how we were all taught and I'm going to leave it on that control thing. How we were all taught and why we give them that control is because of their authority, whether it's a police officer, a government official, the president. We give them that authority, and sometimes we give it through respect. But we were told that they were chosen. Jesus and Jehovah came back and looked at the temple and listened to my words. They inspected all the world churches and chose them. And I tell the JW, why would Jehovah or Jesus inspect Babylon the Great if they weren't in the running? Why? If they were already pushed to the side and Satan was controlling them, why would he inspect them? And this is another thing. They say when he came back in Matthew 24, it says he comes back and he's appointed. I'll get technical like they did with John 1. That's ED, appointed. Now, that's not appointing, will appoint. It's appointed, past tense. It doesn't say he's going to come back and appoint the slave. It says he's going to come back and check on the slave to make sure he's doing it. Did you catch what I said? They tell us.
Grammar, you're right.
Right. In their own New World Translation, it's appointed. Now, anytime Jesus, the master, returns, he gives a reward. He gives a punishment. It was a parable. When he returns, if you're doing good, you did everything, you're going to get these cookies, boom. If you didn't, you're going to get this punishment. When Jesus, the master, returned, they say he put them in charge of all the belongings. The scripture doesn't say that, because even if you go to their site, they later had new light on that and says that, oh, well, he's going to appoint that part of it, all the belongings, during the Great Tribulation. But that's my Scooby-Doo moment. Is this a two-part parable here? Did Jesus say he was going to do a partial appointment, or was it one full appointment? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's how I present it to them. And
well, they play with it all the time. They've got requirements for being pioneers, but a requirement implies that it's a law. And the only things that are under the law, the only thing we really have to do is death and taxes. And they've got all kinds of requirements. They have rewritten like they're a government, and they're not.
Right.
They do see themselves as a government. You know. And actually the courts see them as a government too, which is unfortunate.
Corporation, that video on YouTube called The Corporation.
Okay.
Yeah. But the members don't realize they've signed up to be under a corporation. They think they've signed up for a religion, as did I for my lifetime.
Well, that's what makes them so reprehensible. It's a business. We all know it. It's a business. It's a way to earn money. And Russell started it publishing Bible tracts and magazines. It was a way for him to make money, and he did fine. He did very well at it. But then as his business grew, so did the religion grow, and so they had to combine both of them.
Correct.
It didn't work.
But look at the video on YouTube called The Corporation, and you'll realize how deep it goes, because it's not just a business. It's a corporation with its own structures that are very, very, I don't even know what to say. You've got to see that video called The Corporation. Because under Black's Law Dictionary, a corporation is a person.
Yeah.
They've taken the name Jehovah and put that so-called personage as part of their corporate identity. It gets very insidious. And it's one of the reasons that the U.S. law is, their hands are tied when it comes to some of the things like shunning or, religious doctrines. They've mixed religious doctrines under corporate law. It's real tricky.
It is. It's very tricky.
But I think
if anyone's wondering, you can read that that Lifton book online on Google on PDF version.
Okay, I
Thought Reform and Psychology of Totalism.
Yeah.
If you just Google that with PDF after that, you'll be able to read it.
Oh, terrific. That's really their playbook, are those 8 points.
Yes. Yes.
But you're starting your schooling, Brad. I'm thrilled. You might need to do international law, though, if you want to take the witnesses to the Hague.
Say again, sorry?
I said I'm thrilled that you're starting your schooling, but you might want to look at international law if you want to take the Watchtower to the court in The Hague.
Yep. That's in a few years' time, I'll be looking at that sort of stuff. At the moment, it's just, trying to become a lawyer here, first step, and then I will look at all the international law and, yes.
Well, enjoy it. My sweetie's birthday was yesterday. He would have been 74. He's been gone 4 years. And I had a dear friend that went
yesterday.
Friend went to law school and is an entertainer now. And I said, "Did you like law school?" He said it was hard. I asked Tom at the breakfast table, I said, "Did you like law school? Was it difficult?" He said, "No, it was fun." Enjoy it.
Oh, how cool.
Yeah, I think you really enjoy, you enjoy something if you really enjoy it. It doesn't matter, how much work is involved. If you like doing it, you like doing it. And I've always wanted to be a lawyer. I love learning stuff, and I like arguing more than anything else. So I think I'm going to have a good time.
I think you've got the knack for it. I wish you all the best in it.
Well, thank you very much.
And check back again.
Hopefully you'll read about me in the news.
So check back a couple times a year so we know how you're doing.
Of course. Every Sunday.
All right.
Yeah, I've heard that it's that's one of the hardest things to study is to become a lawyer. But I think if you're really, really intrigued by it and looking forward to it and studying it, that it'll be monotonous, but so worth it. And I picture that, what he was talking about doing over the next, 6 months or so. It's like building that foundation. I remember my daughter, she went to beauty school to be a hairdresser. So, and I'm a hairdresser. So the things she was learning in beauty school was like learning the skeleton and then the muscles that lay over the skeleton, that foundational stuff. And I waited until after she got out of beauty school to teach her some of the stuff I knew. And I wouldn't interrupt that whole foundational stuff that really needs to get, sunk in there so that you go back to the roots of it and then you build upon that.
Well, my eyes were open just opening a Black's Law dictionary, that words can mean something different in the dictionary that only lawyers have, was eye-opening to me, as was the show The Corporation on YouTube. Those two things just, I nearly fell off my chair.
Yeah, it is like that.
But I think this Lifton book, I'm going to have to read the whole thing tomorrow. And I will. Once I'll read the whole book in a day. That's just me.
Yeah, so him and Margaret Singer, they were both really, really into this kind of stuff, and what a lot of cult specialists have learned from these things. Margaret Singer has like a thing too, like a few things that make people. I think she's Margaret T. Singer.
I've read some quotations from her. The counselor that has written about being a counselor for witnesses is Bonnie Zeman.
Yes, she was definitely a witness at one time.
And they really, really need counselors for people that are in it or people that leave.
because you've pointed out why with this 8 points from Lifton, but the rest of the world doesn't get it because they've not been on brainwashing with the hard chair and the house with no windows that's called a Kingdom Hall. Not only did they use Lifton, but they've got us in hard chairs in a windowless room.
And see, the hard chairs, and I even think the chairs are sitting too close because it makes it to where you can't relax.
Oh, you can't. And
next to the person.
Than they used to be.
Yeah. So she has a book called Cults in Our Midst.
I think the witnesses may use the Korean brainwashing model more than any other cult. I could be wrong.
Well, as you find out about these different groups, and I'll tell you how you find out. You listen to people like Rachel Bernstein on her podcast called Indoctrination, or you listen to this one gal from England called the Cult Vault, I think it is. So they interview people from different cults.
Yes.
And as you listen to them talk about these different cults, you're like, oh, that's information control. Oh, that's, this kind of thing. You'll be able to pick it out as you listen to each story.
Right.
These different things.
But
you'll
even
see
with
them.
the Latter-day Saints, they can look at outside magazines. They can get a master's degree. They can even, I met one lady that was a sex therapist and wrote a 400-page book. She had a master's degree and she was a devout Latter-day Saint. We have such limits on our thought and information and emotion that I think it puts the witnesses in their whole other category. I really do. And I often say Amish with Dior because we can have all the fashion we want, but we're as closed as the Amish are.
Yeah. So I'm going to read a little bit of Dr. Margaret T. Singer.
Okay.
6 Conditions for Thought Reform. Dr. Margaret T. Singer, 6 Conditions for Thought Reform. These conditions create the atmosphere needed to put a thought reform system in place. Thought reform is like another word for brainwashing that's more acceptable. Number 1, keep the person unaware of what is going on and how she or he is being changed, a step at a time. Potential new members are led step by step through a behavioral change program without being aware of the final agenda of full content of the group. The goal may be to make them deployable agents. I don't think I read that right. Yeah, deployable agents for the leadership, to get them to buy more courses or get them to make a deeper commitment, depending on the leader's aim and desires. So don't let them know that they're being strategically led in a certain direction. Number 2, control the person's social and or physical environment, especially control of person's time. Through various methods, newer members are kept busy and led to think about the group and its content during as much of their waking time as possible. Number 3, systematically create a sense of powerlessness in the person. This is accomplished by getting members away from their normal social support group for a period of time into an environment where the majority of people are already group members. The members serve as models of the attitude and behavior of the group and speak an in-group language. Strip members of their main occupation, quit jobs, drop out of school, or a source of income, or have them turn over all their income, or the majority of, to the group. Once stripped of your usual support network, Your confidence in your own perception erodes. As your sense of powerlessness increases, your good judgment and understanding of the world are diminished. Ordinary view of reality is destabilized. As group attacks your previous worldview, it causes you distress and inner confusion, yet you are not allowed to speak about this confusion or object to it. Leadership suppresses questions and counters resistance. Leadership suppresses questions and counter resistance. This process is speeded up if you are kept tired. The cult will keep you constantly busy. Number 4, manipulate a system of rewards and punishments and experience in such a way as to inhibit behavior that reflects the person's former social identity. Manipulation of experiences can be accomplished through various methods of transinduction, including leaders using such techniques as paced speaking patterns, guided imagery, chanting, long prayer sessions or lectures, and lengthy meditation sessions. Your old beliefs and patterns of behavior are defined as irrelevant or evil. Leadership wants those old patterns eliminated, so the member must suppress them. Members get positive feedback for conforming to the group's beliefs and behaviors, and negative feedback for old beliefs and behaviors. So let me just back up here so that the talking in a speaking patterns, it's like da 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 when somebody's giving a talk or whatever, and it's just kind of monotone and just, or when they start something with imagine, so what's happening is you're being led on a guided imagery and don't even realize it, okay?
And when you just did that, I thought it was like I was at a meeting again. You didn't even have to say words. You didn't even have to say words.
Exactly. And that sets people in this really kind of relaxed daydream kind of.
Oh yeah, that makes you daydream, all right.
Hey, Brad.
Right, so if you have
some of that's going to be useful when you get to your lawyering.
That's right.
And you got the gestures.
Right. I know all the tricks.
Yep, the
hey,
suit, the cadence gestures.
The thought just occurred to me that they don't even hide the fact that they stole it from the military. They don't even hide that very well, because there's such militant speech used as a Jehovah's Witness. We're going out in the territory. What we usually do, I went in the service. I served.
But
they're all military terminology.
Didn't the communist pioneers, didn't they have young pioneers or red pioneers or something?
That's right.
Yeah, one of the old songs was Onward Christian Soldiers, but it had witness words to it.
Yeah. And, you're going out in theocratic warfare, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So, they didn't even take out the military terminology from any of us. I'm surprised they changed it from Chinese to English.
Well, you got to have your suit of armor there, Brad.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, again, a suit of armor.
So number 6
war related
is exactly. Number 6 is the last one. Put forth a closed system of logic and authoritarian structure that permits no feedback and refuses to be modified except by leadership approval or executive order. The group has a top-down pyramid structure. The leaders must have verbal ways of never losing. I think I'm reading that right. The leaders must have verbal ways of never losing. Members are not allowed to question, criticize, or complain. If they do, the leaders align that the members is defective. Remember, you're defective if you disagree or complain.
And what was the shape of that? What was the shape of that diagram again?
If they do, the leaders. I know,
Pyramid.
it was a pyramid. Yep. If they do, so it's the members that are defective, not the organization or the beliefs. The individual is always wrong. The system, its leaders, its beliefs are always right. Conversion or remodeling of the individual member happens in a closed system. As members learn to modify their behavior in order to be accepted in this closed system, they change, begin to speak the language which serves to further isolate them from their prior beliefs and behaviors. This woman here did the same kind of studying that Robert J. Lipton did. She studied prisoners of war.
They're both
when I
true.
talk about us getting together,
and you go in to see a counselor and you say, but I feel like I'm always wrong, and they don't get it.
Yeah.
Sad but true. Thank you. Both of those lists are what we all lived under. It doesn't matter what country you're in. If we were in a Kingdom Hall, we were living under that.
Yeah. So when I say that it's like when we get together, it's like prisoners of war getting together, that nobody understands us quite like each other. When you think of these prisoners of war that you see, they got the uniform on and they're older and they finally get to see other people that were prisoners of war with them. That's like a big deal. Nobody can relate to them like that fellow prisoner of war. And it's just, we were trained, the same techniques were used on us that were used on prisoners of war.
Yeah, that's absolutely true what you just said about veterans and that as well, because I watch a lot of, my uncle is in the military or has been his whole life. And he watches a lot of stolen valor videos. Mm-hmm. Anyway,
yeah.
There's one where they confront a man that's at a veterans thing, and the guy and the person that comes up to him goes, no, that right there, what's that for? And he goes, I was a prisoner of war in this specific place. And he goes, no, you weren't. I was, and I know all 389 people that survived that personally. You were not there.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Uh-huh. And that is exactly the same thing. I can spot somebody who pretends that they were a Jehovah's Witness a mile away. But no.
Yeah.
I was there. You weren't.
The other thing the other thing that's not on those two lists, but I'm just flooded with it. I can be so Spartan. Now, you'd think I'd be a pretty little blonde baby doll, and I'd want all this comfort, and I'd want it to have just the prettiest buttons. But I can be absolutely Spartan. I'm one happy camper. But most people don't think it's okay to walk up the hill over the rocks and glass and do it without complaint.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We were taught to never complain.
Yeah.
And we were taught to defend Jehovah with our lives.
Mm-hmm. With our lives. And here's your cake from the Christian get together, because we can't say potluck, and it's not a very good cake, but you haven't had cake in a while. So here's your cake with a plastic fork. You better enjoy it. There's a certain kind of warrior mentality that's a strength that other people just don't get.
Yeah.
Yeah. for me, knowing these techniques and tactics helps me make sense of the stuff that was done to me.
Yeah.
I was always so confused. And once I see that, oh, this is being done for these reasons.
Oh, they were just so stupid.
What? It helps you not feel like,
that's good.
You know.
I was right the whole time. They were wrong.
Right, which is like,
you know, that confusion
everybody
that we felt
I've ever heard. Oh, yeah. They all say, I thought it was just me. I thought it was just me.
Exactly.
No. These were strategically played out techniques and tactics used on you over time to manipulate you to become compliant to this organization.
And on the same point, a gentleman mentioned earlier how he was kept so busy and how he didn't like having to defend the reputation of Jehovah. And that's something that kept, when I thought about that, I was like, that's half the reason I was kept so busy and so angry all the time, is because Jehovah doesn't really have a great reputation anyway. You know, people that know about the Bible know about the older books where God sounds like a psycho and is just killing kids all over the place. And so you're constantly having to explain things in the Jehovah's Witness way to defend Jehovah and his actions in the Bible and everything, all the decisions that he made. And that just got thoroughly exhausting. Thoroughly exhausting. Oh, no. It's not. Your life is definitely not over a bet with Satan. Definitely not. I'm not sure why. They haven't explained that to me yet. It's definitely not that. It looks like that, but they're telling me that it's definitely not that. As soon as the new light comes out, we should be good. You know, like, you're constantly defending this guy that doesn't need defending. God can defend himself.
Psychopathic and killed all those children in 1st and 2nd Kings. But little children don't need to be taught this. And we were like child jumping through these hoops in little uniforms.
Well, I guess when you're introduced to the horrors of war when you're young, when you're older and you're in school, you don't mind telling people. Like, I didn't mind telling, at the time, I didn't mind telling my best mate in year 1 had just died. I didn't mind telling his mum, no, you're wrong. You're never going to see him again because you didn't teach him the truth. He's not going to be in paradise, and neither are you idiot. Like, I didn't mind.
It was just so.
And you know what they say when they were talking about that? When my dad came up with the talk about how great I was, it was like he used the phrase from the mouths of babes.
There you go.
You know, like the truth. The truth comes from the mouths of babes. That's not the damn truth. That's nut job stuff. No, that's psycho stuff. But my mum forced me to say it because she knew that's the most horrible thing to say to someone that's just lost their kid, and she's not going to say it.
Yeah.
Right. So they train these little soldiers to do it for them.
Yes. I hear you.
And defending a god when you're on Earth gets tiresome.
Yeah, and if he made the universe, why does he need to be defended all the time?
True that. Can't he just do whatever he wants?
He doesn't need us. He made lightning and trees and planets and universes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a speck down here, and he needs me to do something for him? I don't think so.
Exactly. In fact, he could be doing stuff for me.
Yeah,
if a fair bit that I can think off the top of my head that he could just do for me.
Well, that's based on voodoo. If I placate him, shouldn't I be rewarded? But we don't even get that. We're placating all the time. We're jumping through hoops in uncomfortable shoes. We're preaching the word, knocking on doors, eating stale cake, and
choking on collars.
Yeah, and need to breathe and need to get out of the tight clothes, and it hurts our digestive systems. And with all the work that we do, shouldn't this money and cars and men and women that look like they came out of Hollywood, shouldn't we just be getting all these fabulous rewards? Because we're placating all the time. Now, any other religion, if you're placating the big God all the time,
you're supposed to get something. And we're told that it's undeserved kindness that we even exist.
Yeah, I didn't get nothing.
No. And they don't want us to have
punched in the face
children.
a bunch of times.
What do we get?
We get to survive Armageddon.
Oh boy.
And we get paradise. So we need to hold on and be faithful till the end, kind of stuff.
Yeah, and then the person's 100 years old and they don't even tell them that they have a blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. They don't tell them they're assured of anything. Boy, you do hospital work and you meet a person that's in their last days and you tell them, you've got assurance. There's a good place. You're going, pick one of your flavor of your religion, and they just smile and they're just relieved. How dare the witnesses not tell people that they have something? Sorry for the anger, but not.
No, it's understandable. Well, the thing is the members, the rank and file, have to be deceived they're told that they're doing this because it's a command of God to go door to door in preaching and to get recruits. But in actuality, they were deceived to get members for this organization to benefit financially. For instance, back in the day when everybody had to have a subscription. Well, how do you keep subscriptions up? You make sure everybody that has the subscription thinks they're going to die if they don't get it anymore, okay? So they've got all these people that not only do they get the subscription, but their mate gets the subscription. Everybody in the household gets the subscription. Everybody had subscriptions of the Watchtower and Awake, and we went out and sold them as well.
Well, you know what I learned from somebody that was a prisoner of war?
What's that?
They were their own doctor for their fellow soldiers. They were happy for the bugs in the rice. They helped the comrade, their fellow countrymen, when their countrymen died. When the rubber hits the road and things get real, there's a whole human world of hospice care and caring for somebody in a tent or on a mat. There's a whole world of real human existence. And whether it's at the most basic level or whether it's having a really good meal, it has nothing to do with the techniques and the culture and everything of the Watchtower Bible and Tract. When the pedal meets the road, when the rubber meets the road.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
A lot of these people that went through it in a prison camp, or even us going through it in a Kingdom Hall, when you're doing real human work with other humans, if you're doing hospital work or kitchen work, all these other things become irrelevant. I mean, that's why the missionaries kind of go bamboo, because they had to really live. Does this make sense?
It does. It does.
So for me, that's what made it. That's why I left, because I could have held on to that dogma forever. Mm-hmm. But when I had to make decisions where the rubber met the road, and these people were so shallow, my world became divided into the witnesses that were real people that helped me and those that weren't. And some of those in authority had no idea about things. They were just all talk.
I agree with you.
And I have real questions about those brothers that go when somebody dies. Because my mother didn't die that day. She lived another 5 years. But I have real questions about those brothers that withhold that blood transfusion, and even a child, it could be a child that dies, and they have to go home to the real world after that. And it's like, I guess that's why they don't leave. Maybe they really want to leave after that. But it's like they're in a pact with a mob or something because they've helped with somebody to be taken out of this world.
Yeah.
That could have been saved.
Yes. So people on the liaison committee, when they wake up, that's a tough one too, because they assisted these people in being faithful to Jehovah till the end, you know.
Which really assisting in their murder because they weren't allowing the hospital staff to do something that percentage-wise would have been higher than a 50-50 rate of living. Not always. Sometimes the person is beyond help. But in a lot of cases, like a pregnant woman that's hemorrhaging, it's a really good way to save a life. Sometimes in an automobile accident, it's not. But in some cases, I mean, that's all they have to do to save the person.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I have real questions about that. And even with this medical crisis that we all went through in the last couple of years, I called to talk to the medical liaison up in New York. And I waited on the phone and I used all the journalistic acumen that I had. And I finally got in touch with the guy and he says, oh, the whole group of medical experts, they're out to lunch right now. They were out to lunch, all right. They didn't want to talk to me. I had questions. I had questions about people experts. Yeah. I had questions about people. What if the person had an allergy, or what if the person wanted a religious exemption, or I had journalistic questions. They weren't even there to ask or answer or talk. They passed the buck.
Yeah. They don't have to answer to people.
No, they don't.
They're not entitled to the answer.
No, and it's criminal. It's criminal. Maybe we should think of them as a little totalitarian government.
Yeah. My previous roommate used to call this organization Jehovah's Regime. And I thought she was spot on.
Yeah.
Spot on.
Tom called them a council of popes, but I think it's more yeah.
Yeah, when you think about how things get orchestrated and the elders go behind the backs of people and tell their family members this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
Behind their backs.
Oh, yeah.
And the members obey. And they think they're being given advice from God himself, you know?
Yeah. But the higher-ups have a whole different set of rules. They've got silk ties, and they are eating good in the neighborhood, and hot and cold running women, I guess. I don't know what they have, but maybe they got yachts, and I guess they can vacation anywhere in the world when you got countries. They're not down here.
Yeah, they did. I don't even know what that world is like, but it's the upper echelon.
It sounds kind of like Hollywood to me. Sounds like they got everything you can get in Babylon or Sodom and Gomorrah. Doesn't sound very spiritual to me.
By the way, cultastic. Ryan is her name. Last week she did a great video on Sodom and Gomorrah. And today is January 14th, 2023. So last week she did a really good video on Sodom and Gomorrah, cult tactic.
Oh, I learned a lot about pagan religion being a witness kid. Years later, when I met people in pagan lodges, I was surprised at how much I knew.
How did you find yourself at pagan lodges?
Because I have been in not every church in the world, but I have studied comparative religion in real. So, I mean, there's not a religious dogma that I haven't at least looked at a paragraph of. And sometimes I've gone to their to worship and talked to different ones. And they haven't all been Christian.
That makes sense.
Oh, excuse me.
Hi. Is this the newlywed? Is this the newlywed?
I just want.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. I just wanted to say, hey, guess what? It's actually January 15th now because it's 4 a.m. over here.
Oh yes, thank you. It is January 15th. Yeah.
But anyway, that's all. And I know.
Okay. Thank you for that. I stand corrected. No, and I appreciate you do, because even where I'm sitting, I'm an hour into January 15th, so I needed to say that. Yeah, January 15th. So Cultastic did a great video on Sodom and Gomorrah.
And it's important to me because I got married on the 13th, and so.
Friday the 13th. And so they're having. So is Anne Marie? Somebody's having you on their show tomorrow, right? You and your wife?
Yeah, we were asked. Yeah, we were asked to come on. Yes. I don't know exactly how that's going to go, but we're going to do our best. But yeah. But anyways, I've been listening as much as I can, trying to stay awake, and trying not to interrupt everybody.
All day long on Friday the 13th, I was like, he's getting married. They're getting married. They're getting married today.
It was the best wedding I've ever been to in my life. I've been, it was so, there was none of the rituals or any of that. So just real. It was really good. But, yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah. Thank you. Anyways, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to correct you on the date.
I thank you. Thank you for doing that.
I just had to say something to wake myself up. But you guys, I appreciate what you guys are all saying. It is crazy, but I wanted to.
Congratulations.
Thank you. There was some dude on quite a while ago, and I just never got a chance to jump in without, I didn't want to conclude, but he was talking about how he had went through some, like panic attacks and stuff, and
that was our Jeff, yeah.
I wanted to just let him know that, what, I ended up going through some of that, last year and the year before. And I thought I was going to die too. I didn't know what was going on. And, and so much of it had to do with, just the security of life. And I just wanted him to know that I understand exactly what he's saying, and it's so hard to explain to people. And it is real, and it is very scary. And I wanted to say that to him earlier, but I, just didn't get a chance. And so I'm getting that off my chest. That is definitely a very real and scary thing. But anyway, you guys go back to your conversation. I'm sorry, I just wanted to correct you on the date.
Okay. No, thank you for sharing that, because more people go through this than people realize. And yeah, he was, he shares stuff all the time, and things that people go through, you know. And for you to share it as well, thank you. Because, you know, it sucks when we're going through those panic attacks. It really, really does.
You know, and I was going through, you know, before I actually was able to build a relationship back with my children. So that had a lot to do with it. I know, you know, because I didn't know, plus my health. So I didn't know, you know, where my life was going to go. But I had no idea. I honestly, I actually called 911 one time on myself. I'm driving to work and I had to pull over. I thought I was having a heart attack, but I was fine. And it was a very expensive mistake. It ended up just being a panic attack. So it's a very real and scary experience. And I just wanted him to know that he's not alone. And probably a lot of other ex-witnesses have gone through the same thing, because we still have that anxiety about what if we're wrong, and what if we really should still be in the truth, you know what I mean? And we see all this stuff going on around us, and you know, it's really real. And as far as, you know, you guys talking about blood transfusions and all that stuff, you know, that's a very real concern and scary, because, like, maybe, you know, what if they are right? What if we are wrong? You know,
they're not right.
What's that? I know that, but I just say, I think, you know, in our minds sometimes, though, you know, because we've heard it so many times throughout our life, even though logically we know it's wrong, we know they're wrong.
I talked to a rabbi, and I said, what about the understanding of this scripture with regard to modern medicine and blood transfusions? And he said Deuteronomy has a very short verse, and it says, choose life. So that is how the rabbi explained the verse to me. The most religious Old Testament people are not against blood transfusions. It's just the witnesses that have twisted this, and it wasn't even used in medicine until World War II. And they were in the control group of field medicine. How many people live and die in field medicine? And I wish I had that page on my computer, but I've got a different computer now. So if the members knew that they were part of statistics for a control as an experiment of how many blood transfusions are needed, maybe they'd think differently about it.
Right. I agree. It's, you know, and it's stressful, you know, and it is a crazy belief. It never made sense to me, even as a kid growing up, even as a child.
Well, I could see it when I looked at kosher foods and stuff, but then now they encouraged all the members to have the needle. And that's all kinds of embryos and stuff and things happening there, and experimental science. All of a sudden, they're applauding the science. Well, what about this blood transfusion science from 1945?
Well, they're probably not getting any governmental kickbacks from that, but they probably are from that.
Yeah, all about their money.
Kickbacks.
You've heard of money theism, right?
No, well, monotheism. I don't know.
Not monotheism. That's one God. Money theism.
I take it it's worship of the money.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm sure that. Well, sure it does.
They had the strangest new book recently that they were studying, and it made no sense to me.
What part were you on that didn't make sense?
It's got a mountain on the cover of it. And we
5 or 6 chapters of it, and it was all these scriptures in the Bible that made no sense, and they tried to make those scriptures make some kind of story sense, and it was the biggest nonsense I ever read in my life. Now, I liked the book where they had all the Bible characters in it. Even Rahab got a chapter. I was applauding. But this new book with the mountain, it was the most culty, convoluted, non-biblical, non-historic thing I've ever read.
Is that the book where it says, do you open it up and see the man walking into the future?
No, that's the new Bible study, and I told him it looked like he was walking away. That's what I told him. So she says, well, what's over the mountain? Do you think paradise is over the mountain? I said, no, in that drawing, it looks like he's walking away.
Yes, that's exactly what it looks like.
So the art department has never lied to us. I swear they have never. The art department is always correct. But this book had all kinds of things about sticks and Isaiah and the whole thing of they had the wrong worship of Tammuz in the temple and idols in the temple and all kinds of weird stuff. And it had nothing to do with good Christian living. It had nothing to do with reading the Bible. It was, and they'll probably say, oh, well, it's just too deep for you to understand. Well, not for Pixie, it's not. This was a crazy book. I know. Crazy book. Don't be telling me it wasn't a crazy book. If you look at that, go look at some of that in there about Tammuz and stuff. He was this pagan striptease god, you know, and look at that.
No.
Back to me.
Wow. Yeah. When it's going on and on and on and on, with kind of like no conclusion, it just keeps going on and on and on. It's, oh my God, it's so dreary and monotonous, and I know what you're talking about.
Oh, it was crazy. It was crazy. And they were looking to the east with the temple, and they shouldn't have been there. And it's like, well, why did you bring that up? Are your people in New York looking east to a temple? Where's the strippers? You know?
Right.
Where the Chippendales at?
It's supposed to be a good-looking guy in this book.
That's what Pixie sounded like.
Imagination is going free.
I'm like, why don't you tell the whole story of Tammuz? Let's have a whole pagan thing. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's like they're giving you half of it and telling you not to do it, and it's like, why don't you just tell it? Why don't you just tell the whole story?
Oh, they're doing just half of it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they'll do that. Just to put the thoughts in your mind.
What is it?
Yeah.
It made no sense. Trying to study it in a group was like, was awful.
Yeah,
I heard
a week.
What?
Hi, Gilbert. Is that during
I heard
the week?
A story.
Like a week Bible study?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead, Gilbert.
No, it's just Pixie. I heard a story about, and I believe it. I don't know where. It's a long time ago. That the blood issue was really like everything else. We were like guinea pigs.
Yeah.
And we were used, and the medical profession was able to operate without blood. So they needed a reason, to push that. But I believe that the no blood issue was just an experiment of many experiments. We just happened to be caught into that.
The witnesses were the control group for military field medicine blood use.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I believe it. I'm a believer in it.
Key it in. You have a computer just like I do. Key it in.
No, too much information keeps me awake at night.
Oh, okay.
It's only one page. It wasn't a 15-page report, and I'm like, what? This is all I get? One page? People have died, and I'm getting one page?
So it was for the purpose of perfecting bloodless medicine.
They needed a control group. When you do an experiment, you have someone that gets the tablet and someone that doesn't get the tablet.
Okay.
And when you think about it, it's perfect because imagine the hours that are wasted in triage when a person doesn't get blood, right? So you're arguing and so it's just a perfect experiment, you know, the Jehovah's Witness scenario. But it really pushes the limits of the triage.
But isn't it against Geneva and everything else that's holy because it's a medical experiment with humans?
Yeah.
But
and
we've
it's
all
much longer than it.
What do they have? The power of attorney.
Well, that's how
like what Pixie
sign your will.
Like what Pixie says. If you're in the military and you got shot and you're on the field and you're not going to get to the hospital, say for 1 or 2 or 3 hours, that's kind of like the Jehovah's Witness scenario, you know, and that, you know, you're practicing in real time with real life subjects.
Yeah, but they're human lives and they die.
Correct.
And they have a legal power they've given over, which they should never give over to anybody like that unless it's a family member, and they've given it over to people they do not know who didn't even take high school biology.
Yeah, I've often wondered how the liaison team is committed, is picked out, and how they are trained.
They're not.
And is there a liaison team for each congregation? They're not?
It's the same window washer that's your elder. They're not trained.
Well, they have manuals. They think they're trained.
Not like they should be trained. They're not trained in medicine or biology. They're trained in the law that they have this legal right if the paperwork's given to them, and they can stand over your mother's bed unless you've got paperwork where you go in and say, let me talk to the anesthesiologist. If your family has power of attorney, that can trump them. And always talk to the team. Sorry.
When I was married, I had to allow. There was nothing I could do to change my ex-wife's mind about the blood situation. So she made sure that she had legal documents written up that I would not have any say in my children's medical decisions as far as blood was concerned. That had to be. I had to give that over, and that wasn't an option because I understood their belief, and even though I didn't agree with it, I wasn't allowed to make that decision when it came down to the actual, if it actually became a very emotional decision that had to be made. She wasn't there to make that decision. I had to sign off on my rights to make that decision for them.
I'm sorry.
I hated it. I did not agree with it, but I had there was nothing I could say or do to, because I understood that their belief is so strong in that, and they make that such a big deal. I don't get it. I don't understand, but it was so important that she was willing to legally, have documents signed so that I had no say as far as that went. And
well, as the parent, you should be the one that has to say legally.
I know. I probably could have continued that argument, but it would never, ever end, and it would never end properly. And I just had to say, okay, I understand this is your beliefs, and I have to respect your beliefs. and I had no legal recourse to. I mean, I could have, if I wanted to, I probably could have pushed it, but it was a forfeit. It was one of those things where, yeah, I do regret that I gave in on, but I had to. I had to because there was no out for me. No matter what I did, it was going.
Did anyone perish as a result?
No, but I'm just, it was one of those things that, I mean, my son had to have a few, surgeries, and there was very little chance of any blood transfusion needed, but you just never knew, and
yeah.
But I was confident that it was pretty slim, that would be an issue, but that's just how they are. They put their whole belief system is like.
Well, I know this because I did care, and I had power of attorney for my mother because she was past 100. And we all need to have paperwork for ourselves with a trusted family member or whatever. But give that to strangers at your church, to your neighbors. If you were having coffee with your neighbor and you said, "Oh, I've given my valuable health care paperwork to a member of my church that's not a relative that I barely know," they would think that was crazy and reckless.
Well, it was,
and that's what the witnesses do when they have. First of all, they're not educated enough to realize that's a legal document. That's one of the reasons they keep us out of college. And then the other thing is, they're hoping they inherit the property if somebody dies. That's another thing legally. And then the other thing is, we're giving over power to somebody that didn't even take high school biology. And the hospital system wants us to live, and they want to save our lives at all costs. And they have all kinds of science that I don't understand, and all kinds of things they didn't have in the Old Testament. We live in the 21st century, and so it's foolish to not let them do their jobs, because they're way above where I am in understanding what they're going to do to me and help me, and you and everybody else too. And it's not until you're in that situation that you realize, well, this is life and death, and there's going to be a surgery, so I better talk to the anesthesiologist. These people, that's not their family member in the bed. They're representing a religion, and they're not your family member. I've been through it. And most of the rank and file at the Kingdom Hall, they don't know what they're signing or what it means.
And Pixie, you know what the worst part about it, I never understood, Pixie, was that if, like the gentleman talks about, you're going into a preventative surgery, right? Like you know it's a planned, or you're going to go through a series of them. Mm-hmm. Why you couldn't store your own blood? It's your own. And you know what? I think if you were to talk to a doctor, and I'm not a doctor, but I would think that storing your own blood, that is an excellent idea, because you're not going to have to worry about the rejection. Why is that not? Yeah.
I applaud the Inglewood Center for Bloodless Medicine. My mother lived 5 years after that, and also the orthopedists do a fine job. The orthopedist came to me and thanked me. I said, "Sir, I don't have the education you have." He says, "Yes, but we saved her." And he said, "Thank you for recommending Inglewood, because my surgical team talked to their surgical team." But I know 2 other cases where I said, "Do you have the number of Inglewood Bloodless Medicine? Here, put this, tell your doctor about this number." And the people didn't understand what I was giving them, and it was stuff that's within witness land.
Yeah.
And the one sister died. Okay? So,
oh my goodness,
keep people alive that I liked. And I said, "Please give this number to your doctor so that he can talk to them at Inglewood." The rank and file now up in the Council of Popes, they're doing the gold standard, as you've mentioned, Gilbert. But the rank and file, They don't know what they're doing.
Because I thought about that. If I knew I was going to have an operation, I would definitely want to have my own blood.
That
used
sounds
on me.
very good. Yes.
I think that just makes common sense. And also for the doctor, I think the doctor would be happy because he's like, we know you're not going to have an adverse reaction to the blood.
Right, and we know this hepatitis risk. It does sound like a gold standard. I think it would be great, but it takes planning.
Was it their argument that there was no guarantee that your blood would not be mixed with somebody else's, and that you would? I remember that being an argument. That's why they didn't push that.
No, they pushed it because of it was a stupid leap of the Bible text where the blood, when it leaves the body, it touches the ground. It's supposed to go to the ground, and it's just a convoluted. It's just.
Sounds like pretty good medicine. And if you do choose to have it, maybe get the youngest person in the ward that has your blood type. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. And you made a good point, Dixie, because there's two accounts in the Bible. You're right. Moses said you must choose life. That supersedes everything. And then Jesus broke. I think it's Luke 17 or something. That was a big issue back in 2016 when the apostates were quoting Jesus on the blood issue, where he said that he broke the law of the Sabbath in order to save a life. Like, even of an animal, he would break the law. So the life of an animal is more important than the law.
That's right. That's right. That's the principle.
So even Jesus broke the law to save a life. Yeah.
That's right.
Right. 4:22. Yep, you're right.
Was it Luke 17? I don't know what it was, but I remember a lot of apostates were quoting that Bible verse, and they were saying, "Hey, Jesus broke the law to save a human being's life." You know.
Mm-hmm.
Did Jesus say he fulfilled the law, though, and the law no longer applied?
He said we're not under the law.
Yeah, but the point was that Jesus was saying that the life of the human being was more important than the petty arguments of these little laws. Everyone is arguing these laws while somebody is grasping for their last breath in a hospital. How petty of us to be arguing over stupid minutiae when somebody's saying, help me live.
Well, Gilbert, you're correct. But the thing is, when you do hospice work or you've done nursing, you know how final death is. The Council of Popes and these elders, they're acting like we don't die. They've not witnessed human death. They're not grieving unless it's their own family member. It's criminal. It's criminal. It's emotion use. It's a crime. It should not be. That policy should not be.
Don't they have an unwritten policy that if you do accept blood transfusion, they will allow you to? They won't take judicial action against you right away.
The shepherds said something like they would go easy on you, and then somebody said, well, if you accept it, you've disfellowshipped yourself, and it doesn't matter because you'll be alive.
Yeah. But as long as nobody knows about it, then their family members are safe. So there's no. But as long as you don't tell anybody, you can get away with it. That's what
I had a family member that had a 16-hour surgery, and he knew he had the best surgeon, and he lived for decades after that. And he just didn't tell the elders what he was doing. He's like, it's none of their business. It's between me and my doctor.
Right.
And I know another elder that went to another city to have his surgery. So, yeah, how do these men get into everybody's business? That's the deeper question, and that goes back to what Linda was reading about in the Lifton book, where they've controlled the minutia of our lives.
Yeah, I'm reading right I'm reading right here.
I guarantee. Sorry, you guys.
No, I'm just saying. I'm reading right here where it says blind guy who strain out his gnat and swallow a camel. These people are worried about these stupid opinions over some verses in some books, and they're not concerned with the person's breath. And the person. No, they're not. They're not concerned with the real life of real people who could go on to live the remainder of their life.
If for some reason it went to court, a government took them to court and said, people are dying because of this ridiculous thing that you believe about blood, they would immediately roll over onto all of the rank and file and say, oh, no, we don't say don't get blood transfusion. What? Why would we say that? That doesn't say that at all. No. They would never defend the belief anyway if it came down to it. Just like they did,
well, in the US,
everything else. The 1975 thing, that was a rank and file going crazy. It was never going to end. We never said the world was going to end.
Right. That would be presumptuous.
Yes, that's right, Harry. And they would do the same thing if they were confronted about the blood issue.
Well, they have had cases where children, the court said the child could have the blood transfusion, and they've got court rulings and stuff, but they're not really that like they used to.
No, they don't do it as much as they used to now.
And then I heard something, maybe it's a rumor or maybe it was the Shepherd the Flock book, but something about, well, if you had a blood transfusion, they wouldn't disfellowship you. And now maybe this latest edition says you've disfellowshipped yourself. And well, my goodness.
Well, I saw an interview with a guy that worked in that exact department and had just recently left Jehovah's Witnesses. I can't remember whose channel I saw it on, but he said in his time, very few people that got blood transfusions ever got disfellowship for it.
That's what I heard too. But hey, what if you did? So you're living and you sit in the back of the Kingdom Hall for 2 or 3 years. You're alive.
Yeah. And them saying you won't get disfellowship doesn't really help me when they're not telling everybody else in the congregation that I shouldn't be disfellowshipped. Everyone else in the congregation is going to look at me like I'm a piece of shit for getting a blood transfusion.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Again, when
it's still there.
Compared to breathing and not breathing, hey, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'd pick the breathing, definitely.
Let me tell you why they do that. There's a reason why they do that, in my opinion, because in the 60s and 70s, they disfellowship you. In the 80s, right? So let's say the 90s and the 2000s, they don't disfellowship you. In my opinion, if I was a member of the governing body, I would be like, let's go quietly on the down low. Let's just pretend it doesn't exist. Let's not talk about it no more. And let's transition. We're still going to keep the policy so that way we don't change. But if we just keep quiet for a decade or 2 decades, this problem will go away, and then we could shift to a new policy. So I think what you're seeing here is a shift where before they used to disfellowship you, now they don't, and it's probably a strategic move that they're doing, and it's just a time frame. They're probably thinking about another 5 or 10 years, they'll just come up with something else.
They also want Folded and Firm to sign over their property. You've heard me tell this story a million times, where my mother says, "Depart from me, you worker of iniquity, I knew you not." And here I am, the property'd been in my name for 18 years, so this wouldn't happen. But the lady was trying to get my mother to give her the property, and my mother was not going to do that.
Correct.
So they don't want us living. They don't. I would like to have tea with the governing body, just like I'd like to have tea with the Pope and the Dalai Lama. And I would like to have tea with the governing body and ask them if they really believe in the resurrection. Where do they think they're going when they die? And then we could talk about Darby's rapture, because didn't Sam Hurd say that he was going to be raptured?
Wow.
They think they're going to heaven. They're not worried about the same things we're worried about.
Wow.
And they're going to tell you
that's right.
what they want you to hear. No.
They're going to tell us that we shouldn't have blood, and if we do, we don't get a resurrection. They're not even looking at a bodily resurrection. They're looking at getting a pony and a sword. I like ponies and swords too.
That wasn't an option for me growing up. I could get a pony, but I wasn't allowed to have a sword.
There you go. I hear you.
I'm just kidding. But I understand what you're saying. But I think that they just will tell us what they have to tell us. And basically they know, I think with the blood thing, it's as long as you don't tell anybody. Because just like with child sex abuse, that's why they tell everybody not to tell anybody. If you don't tell anybody, then we'll keep it quiet and nothing's going to happen. But if you start talking, then you're going to get in trouble. You know?
There is no secret. There is no secret from the congregation.
Yeah, that's true, but sometimes it can be. I don't know. It is crazy. I'll shut up, but it is crazy.
It's good to hear from you. Yeah, I would love to have tea with them up there, and maybe Gilbert and I can schedule a little tea, and then we could question them.
You know, I was telling my brother, I think, like when you talk about Samuel Hurd, I think that not all of the members of the governing body are in on the pyramid on the very top. I think they need believers. Like I was telling my brother, like Raymond France was a believer. Sidlick was a believer. These are the people that are going to go out, give the beautiful speeches, rally the crowd, and they're the believers. But two, three, say if they have 8 or 10 governing body members, 2, 3 are at the tip, and they are in connection with the people behind the scenes, and they know the truth about. I mean, they know everything. So I really don't think all of the members of the governing body are privy to the real workings. I think Stalin called them useful idiots. Yeah, there's a lot of useful idiots in the organization. But there are key people in key positions that are at the tip. How would you say, at the pyramid? Yeah.
And what do you think they believe, Gilbert?
No, I think they're part of a bigger club. I think they're part of the globalist New World Order. I think they're part of that club.
You think they believe in an afterlife, or do you think they just believe that when we're dead, we're hammers and there's no judgment or justice or anything?
Have you heard of that phrase where people say that they rather be kings on earth than servants in heaven? Yeah, I think that's a lot of the rock singers, people that sell their souls to the devil and stuff. They talk about that, where these people they make a conscious decision.
This is it, basically. So grab all the gusto you can, like the beer commercial.
And they're not going to die. They know when they die that they're going to go to a different dimension. You know, it's called. We live in the third dimension. I don't know where they're going, but they know that there's going to be. You know what? I remember one time I was listening to Michael Savage, and he doesn't believe, he's not a Christian or anything, but I think he's Jewish, but by birth. But anyways, he said when he looks at the universe, there's just no way that he can imagine that there's not going to be consequences for your actions. You know, that there's not going to be like the mafia says, somebody has to pay for this. So I think they do know that there's going to be a way to pay, but they're going to, like Jesus says, you know, this is the best it's going to be. It's not going to get any better. They're getting their full reward here. It's not going to get any better.
Yeah. See, I have a heavenly hope, but I know a story of this Nazi officer that was in a room with a table and a paper and a pencil, and an American officer came in and said, would you like to sit at that table and write down all the things you're sorry for? And then we'll have justice after that. And the evil, wicked man would not sit there with the pencil and the paper.
So there are people that are never sorry for a damn thing. And it's good that we have the justice system here on earth that we do.
I know personal experience. Visiting Brooklyn Bethel, sitting at one of the tables with one of the anointed governing body members, and then actually going to his room because of the very spiritual man that I was studying with. He happened to know this guy, and anyways, this man was 100% genuine. I totally, and I can tell when people, I don't know, I thought, and I did believe that he totally believed everything that he was pushing, and totally believed. I really do. So some of them I think are genuine. Either that, or he was just such a good salesman that you couldn't tell. But just from personal experience, I do believe that some of them really do. They do it because they believe they have the truth, and they do believe everything that they are shoving down everybody's throats. But some of them obviously don't. But some of them do.
And they have a little bit of the communist blood in them because the ends justify the means. So I understand what you're saying. But like, for example, the Daniel Sidlick types and, these other, they're really good people, you say, and we all love them, the elders that we knew.
I believe
the old,
their mind.
I wasn't thinking of the old days. I was thinking of now.
Yeah, no, these guys, what you said, I don't want to believe because it's so scary, but I do know it's true about the about the pencil and the paper.
That's
it's scary.
Story. That's a history story. There are people that are not sorry for anything they've done in this life, and they don't think there's a justice. And unless they meet the U.S. court system, that's a justice too. But they don't believe in a bigger throne of justice, in Revelation there where we all are, accountable. There are people that don't believe that, and so they can be very wicked in this earth.
And I think the governing body, I think the majority of them, so if there's 8, I would say 5. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
But history has shown us that there's always, even in the worst, even at the very top, in the worst of the worst, there's always people like Nicodemus, or there's always people, that they just can't take it no more. Ray France is one of them, So I think, yeah, some of them are just rotten to the core. But I don't think all of them, but I may be wrong. But I do believe the majority of them are.
I'd just love to meet them and talk to them, then I would know.
The experience that I had with this governing body member, we were in his apartment in Brooklyn, Bethel, and he showed us. It was kind of a side point. It doesn't really go along with what we're talking about, but the really awesome thing was that he had a globe that was lit up, and it was really cool because he would bring it out during the memorial, and as it spun around, it would show every part of the world that was actually partaking in the memorial celebration as the world spun. So that's neat. That was pretty good. Yeah, that was interesting. I know it has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but he totally believed everything that he talked about, and he's a very, very humble man. And I felt really blessed to actually be in his presence and see how humble he actually really was. But in my mind, I have a very conflicting, thing going on as far as he had to have seen the bullshit and know that happened to bullshit.
Well, they have that meeting on Wednesdays, and they've got a big table, and
I mean, certainly they knew what went on in Rwanda. I mean, I don't know what's going on in the world today, but they're not in the world I live in. They're way up in a tower.
Yeah, that's another good point. That they don't live in the same world, and you know, and it doesn't matter like what our opinions of this guy Rush Limbaugh was, but he talked about how he would meet Republicans from the north, Maine, the north New England area, and they go, I don't understand why anybody would ever vote for, and he would say certain names. Mm-hmm. And like the light bulb turned on in his head that these people are so out of touch with everybody else in America, like the flyover country. Mm-hmm. And it's the same in politics, and it's the same in religion and in business, that people not everybody at the top, but a lot of people at the top, like you said, Pixie, they have a total disconnect from the common man.
It's New York, baby. It's New York. That's not. They're not thinking that way. And countries, 100 and some language, 200 and some languages, or 1,000 languages, and 200 countries, or whatever it is they have now. I don't know what that world is. I got enough to eat, got enough heat. That's where I'm living, and I'm thankful for it, because I know people that don't.
Or it could be that Jehovah has these people so busy, even the governing body members so busy, like you said, in all of the everything, that even they don't even know that. I could see why some of the members of a lot of people in Bethel, a lot of people in the governing body, they are totally oblivious. And if you were to show them the Australian Royal Commission, they would actually believe that it's some kind of meme that it doesn't really exist.
Yeah,
because they're so busy in that life, in that world.
Yeah.
And you and I are scratching your head.
Have you noticed in a lot of the ex-JW communities where they interview ex-elders, and Bethel members and things like that, where it seems that a common denominator is when people go from the United States to another country, and they see how the rules that apply in the United States don't apply in those countries. And
that way about California.
The unity, yeah, exactly. And the unity isn't really actually there, and that opens their eyes. That, that's just it seems like a very common phenomenon.
Well, we were having fun talking about Serena's success and her baptism, but I feel like the witnesses in California, they're really free, and they wear shorts to the market. And here on the East Coast, I mean, it's like witness 24/7, and it's very business attire, and it's, we never feel like we ever get vacation time, and
in other countries, you don't wear ties, you don't wear suit coats.
Yeah.
So we have different rules for different places, and that is kind of confusing.
So did you hear the day I mentioned the African cartoon strip? It was very serious and very scary, but it was in a storyboard form, and it had very well drawn, and it depicted this African black gentleman with a scary look on his face, and it was all about evil spirits. Now, if you had something like that in the United States, it was laughable at most, but to the population they were reaching in this other continent, I guess it was effective, but to the Black Americans, it was very offensive.
Are
So
you talking Watchtower?
politically counter other stuff.
You know what? You're right, because I'm from Yuma, Arizona, so we're on the Mexican border in California, and when the girls would go across the border to Mexico, the Mexican sisters would be like, these teenage girls. I was a kid. And they're like, how are you wearing? How do they let you wear Levi's? How do you wear jeans? And so one thing I noticed is that the elders did not cross over to the United States to give speeches, nor did they go from the United, because they didn't want that because of that culture thing. They were afraid. I think they just instinctively knew, you don't want these Mexican men coming into your kingdom hall and condemning all of your wives, and you don't want all these American Spanish-speaking Jehovah's Witnesses going to Mexico and liberalizing your women.
I had a similar. I was at a Bible study at a beautiful farm in West Virginia. And these were Washington people that had moved to the countryside, and it was very nice. And it was rural, and we had real horses that we could visit, and we had beautiful cake made there, you know, in the kitchen. It was the best of rural living, and for me as a city kid, this was great and interesting and different. So we had a traveling overseer from New York, and he says, well, you shouldn't be wearing those blue jeans to this book study. And the little girl owned the farm. And I said, sir, this is a working farm. The lady has horses, and the child lives here. And he said, oh. So, you know, he probably thought, you know, he didn't know where eggs came from either, you know.
Insert foot in mouth, yeah.
Oh, it was a shock to me as a city girl the first time I milked a cow. It was thrilling. I didn't know where milk came from. I thought it came from a carton. I really did.
Yeah, it's an eye opener.
Delicious, delicious, delicious to live on a farm or visit a farm. Yeah, they wouldn't know a lot of these things. But and then in English, Hindu magazine was very scholarly, and then the Japanese magazine in English was very Buddhist. So I said, okay, well, you know, what if I'm a missionary in these countries? Do you have material that addresses that? And when you looked at that, it's different. There's a Japanese Buddhism that has a paradise earth. And it's I think it's called Beautiful Land Buddhism or something. It's one of the sects of Buddhism. And
okay.
The witnesses were kind of trying to find and witness to that specific kind of Buddhist because of this beautiful land Buddhism that has a paradise in it.
You know, all those things that you're talking about, Pixie, just making me think about, you know, that Dr. Seuss, the world upon a world upon a world. And you're right. I think so many Jehovah's Witnesses, even the governing body and the higher ups, they're so busy in their in the machine, right? In like the little rat in the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
That if we were to talk to them, it would be like us speaking French to somebody or speaking Martian. They just would not have an idea like what we were saying.
Oh, the best
dialect would be different. Yeah.
The Watchtower from Solomon's Island. And it was a limited language of these people that live on this beautiful paradise island. And it's enough English that you can read it, but it doesn't have much grammar. And it says something like, I savvy big fella God.
Oh, wow.
Is that great or what?
I love it.
So I think we should all start our prayers that way every morning. I savvy big fella God. And I mean that with great respect to the people of Solomon's Island. Must be wonderful to live on a tropical island.
I think the governing body are all puppets and that somebody else is running the show.
Who do you think?
I don't know. I don't know who, but I think they're all puppets and that they're controlled too.
With this big reset?
Oh, I don't know.
If you when you work in the when you work any kind of government or other jobs, they use a phrase called need to know. It's on a need to know basis. But I think that's what I was trying to say about the governing body member is that I think all 8 of them know different things. They're on a need to know basis, and I don't think they're all on the same level of that pyramid. Is what I'm saying.
For a genius person, you have thought in a way that I have not thought. Thank you.
Well, I'll tell you one thing real quick. The best job I've ever had, I was out of high school, and I went to work I used to sell appliances. We did the old movie rental business, of the VHS rentals. And so they opened up a rent-to-own office in the same building. So I went to go work there. And so it was a small town, Yuma, and everybody, you had to, in order to rent, you had to have like a list of relatives that we could contact. So we wanted to make sure you're not a fly-by-night person. But what I learned as far as religion and life was that you have to think like a crook. I mean, when you think like a crook, you're going to be able to find out if the people that you're going to lend product to are going to rip you off or not. So you have to
tell me more.
Like this. Yeah. So same thing, like you have to actually think, if I were a disgusting governing body member, yada, 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 this is what I would be doing. Like, I'll give you an example. How did a young guy like Sanderson become a member of the governing body? Well, real simple. He must have supplied something. He was like the guy that would supply the governing body. He was like the delivery man. He would deliver the young children to the governing body, in my opinion.
He has language
last week.
Somebody else has.
Yeah. The other one was like last week when Rick Barron was talking about how that person, the child abuse case where he was abusing his own stepdaughter, and he was still working at Bethel, and he became an elder, and Brother Barr and others knew. So you have to think like an evil person, and I hate to say this, but that guy was not kicked out of Watchtower because when he would get the girl or the victim drunk, whatever victims he would get drunk, he would bring in the governing body members. That's the only reason why I could see the governing body members not kick him out. How could you, as a governing body member, know that one of your employees is a child molester and not fire him? Well,
because much like you have stuff on them, and they've committed criminal activities, so
yeah, they're the delivery people.
Is that not the definition of gangsta?
Yes. Yeah, they work just like a mafia organization. Yeah, it's not a coincidence that the mafia model has just been incorporated into corporate America. It's been incorporated in religion.
In Crooklyn, though, right? They started in Crooklyn.
Correct. So
yeah.
I think that's how you get. How is it that people in the very top get drugs? Well, there's a chain. So the guy in the very top never goes to the street to get his drugs. He has a he has a group of people. He has a chain
that do their dirty work.
Correct. And another one I heard, and this is going to blow your mind, and I know you might not like him, but the best explanation I've ever heard was Alex Jones when he said that, he goes, how is it that you get pedophiles in the top of the school district or in a church or in a government or in a police department? And he compared it to a termite colony where it binds to the host. In this case, the host is the Jehovah's Witness religion. And so what they start with the publishers, he becomes a ministerial servant, and it keeps going all the way until finally he gets to the governing body. So every time there's a movement in that chain, they bring another one in from the colony. You see how it works? So that's how the whole host gets infected. So that explains how Leo Greenleaf got to the top of the governing body member. He was pulled in. And so when the district overseer say dies and he goes, and they replace him. They replace him from that termite colony that's coming from the ground.
Right.
So that's how you get a pedophile, or you get what all of these abusers. They become police chief, or they become mayor, or they become whatever. It's a colony, and the Jehovah's Witness is just a host. It's a host body that gets infected.
That's very.
And I thought that was a perfect. I think.
See, you've my mind is thinking in a whole different way, because I was thinking, well, they've got those ships out of Brooklyn. They can ship anything and anything in and anything out. I guess I was thinking in the 19th century. You've brought it up to the 21st century.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, that's how it works. It's their termite colony. The evil, the demons are the termites, and they found a host body, and they're climbing it up. That's why a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses are like, why can't I get a promotion? But this guy gets a promotion. Have you noticed that?
I have, because I knew a very spiritual man that thought he should have moved up more, but in truth, he was too good.
Yeah. Because the guy that was giving promotions was already compromised. That's what the word is. He compromised.
Yeah.
And so he brings up the other one.
Yeah. And if you're really, really good and you have that goodness glow about you, well, in a way, you're protected from being around those truly wicked, in a sort of way, as adults.
And the same is true in reverse. So if you have a very good CEO who founded the company, and he has great people working for him, you start pulling from the best, good people, and then the company gets stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
But what we have here is a cancer. The cancer is now starting to metastasize.
And we must realize that in a case like that, they're evil humans.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be honest. It's not a disease, and it's not a demon. It's a wicked human that chooses to be a wicked human.
Yeah, I use that as illustration purpose. But
yes, I know.
It's still metastasizing. Yeah, but no, you're right. It's just an evil thing.
But so often people will say, "Oh, well, there's no good in evil." Californians do this. Oh, no good, no evil. Oh, well, he could change. Oh, well, we'll pray that. No, there are evil people in the world, like that officer that wouldn't sit at the table with the pencil and write what he was sorry for. There are people like that in the world, and to protect ourselves and minors and people, we have to recognize that evil does exist.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's 12 hours of daylight, 12 hours of sunlight. Yeah, I mean at night. Yeah, it is black and white.
It is. It is. And some people choose a path, and they consciously have chosen a path to do others in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they're drawn to people that are good and beaming with glowing light. They want the goodness, and we can't let them have it.
Yeah. Yeah. So you like that illustration that he gave about the colony, huh? About the termite?
I do, because I'm seeing how it moves in a pyramid shape.
And you've seen it in your life with how men never get promoted or women don't get promoted because
I'm looking back in some cases where the person was actually, if I can use the supernatural notions that you were using earlier, I'm seeing cases where the person was actually protected, quote unquote, by not being promoted.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
If they were moved up, their goodness would have either walked out, or their goodness would have been harmed, and they would have been encouraged to move to the dark side. Mm-hmm. I'm seeing that in several cases. So that's real useful to know that.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen it like in our hometown. Men and their wives have applied to go to Bethel service, and they just cannot get a break. They will not be accepted. But then here's a guy who leaves, El Centro, California, by San Diego, in between, he destroys the family. He has sex with this girl, and then him and his wife move to Yuma, and then he becomes an elder again, and then he does the same thing, starts having sex with his wife's best friend, and she ended up dying a few years later. The family divorced. She went crazy, and they say she died of AIDS down in Mexico.
Oh wow!
But she went crazy. And guess what? He gets accepted into Bethel.
Oh boy!
Him and his wife. And so people are scratching their heads thinking, how did this guy? I thought Watchtower does background checks on people. And so people start, it makes you wonder, and then you think, well, now it makes sense. He's a perfect candidate. And who knows what other things he must be doing? But he knows how to work.
Back in the appliance section with you, back in that old job, and the light bulb just went off in my head. Thank you.
Yeah. But that happens in your congregation where you're from. You saw with your own eyes. Why is it that that Rick Farron got shot down, and yet this guy gets the promotion? Well, now it all makes sense.
Yeah, I thought it was just maybe a green handshake, but you've gone to a different level of good versus evil, which it's spot on. It's spot on.
And you know what? Because when I remember, I used to talk to these guys, all of these guys, and they would have their little parties and stuff, and they all knew me, and everybody was just like, "Hi, Gilbert." And I would always tell them, and I knew, and my brother goes, "Gilbert, why don't they invite you to the parties?" I go, "Because it's real simple." I go, "Jesus says, from the abundance of a man's heart, the mouth speaks. They hear me speak." And James says, "Do you believe there's one God? The demons do as well, and yet they tremble."
Shudder.
I go, so I learned at a very young age that when you start talking, and the person that you're talking to starts to shake, they like tremble. It's because you know that there's a very bad spirit that influences them, that hangs out with them, and they're saying, "Hey, get away from Pixie, get away from Pixie," and you see it. And I refer to that as my Jedi training.
Yes.
But it's like the Jedi training where Darth Vader says, "There's a feeling that I have that I haven't sensed in a long time." He could feel the energy. And so when people see you and they talk to you, they see your energy. It's really weird. It's like you have an aura, and you can actually see your aura and how it affects other people. I learned that when I was in 7th grade. I knew there was always a shield around me.
Yes.
And I sensed it. I always sensed it, and I knew it. And I didn't think too much of it. I just knew there's something over me, and I could see it. So when people would get mad, and I didn't hold it against them. I just knew that I was emanating something.
The wonderful thing about Gilbert is you don't hide your light under a bushel. You're shining all the way across the radio waves, and it's a pure, strong light.
And what I learned though is that when I hurt my girlfriend, I learned when she went Jehovah's Witness on me, and she disfellowshipped me. But anyways, I was able. I thank God because I thought, oh my God. I thank God because I thought, now I see how the hurt that she caused me. I thought, oh my God, it was like a mirror. It's like God put a mirror on me. And this is how you're treating other people. So she treated me in a way that was so bad, but yet it was really like I could see. I thank God. I go, you know what? I don't blame her. I thank God for her, but because I was looking at myself in the mirror. I thought, oh my God, that's what I do. Yeah. And so I just vowed, it's like, hey, so I remember, I hate to quote Rush Limbaugh again, but he says, people don't remember what you say. They remember how you make them feel. And that's one thing I learned as a Jehovah's Witness is that I would make people feel worse about themselves, like the Pharisees. But why did Jesus make the prostitute or the fornicating, the adulterous woman, why did he make her feel good about herself? Yeah, that's a difference. The Pharisees spoke about God in a way where they brought people down.
Right.
And Jesus spoke about God in a way that elevated the individual.
Correct.
And I didn't know how to do that because I was a Jehovah's Witness.
I'm learning to do it now. I think that quotation was actually Maya Angelou.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she was. But isn't that interesting? As a Jehovah's Witness, you could never actually make people feel better about themselves. You never elevated the individual.
No, it was to demean. It was a part of demean and control. I learned that last week.
Yeah.
And that's not bringing people up to a higher level. That's not climbing up higher. That doesn't have anything to do with light and goodness and joy. It's not helpful. It's not healing. It's not what Jesus do.
Yeah, like I'll give an example. Like when I talk to people about sex, the preachers always preach, you're going to go to hell, and fornication, all that stuff. And I tell people, you know what? All that stuff. At the end of the day, there's something bigger. There's something better. And why worry about all these little details? Why don't you worry about something better? Like you could use sex to build a beautiful relationship. Two people become one, and you build a beautiful life. I go, why don't you choose the better portion? Why are we talking about all these crazy, like the preachers are always talking about, the different forms of sex or the different types or you're going to go to hell. All that stuff is not productive. The productive part is
today for some odd
talking
reason.
about the greatness of it.
And we were not taught to be great fans of the Roman Church, but the Catholic Church still has stable two-parent families.
Mm-hmm.
And so many of the other churches and people out here, my neighbors, the divorce rate's very high. And they want to break up the family and the tribe, which is the most natural, strong unit that humans have across culture. But much of the prudishness was because there was not a birth control pill until 1966. The birth control pill and the credit card came out the same year. So we have thousands of years where the only way that women could be protected and their lives of responsibility could be delayed was through very strict codes of morality and ethics, which is not a bad thing.
No.
But with teens and young adults now and birth control and things, we're in a different world. But a lot of those things, they started out as good ideas, but we should never teach shame. We should teach scientific medical facts. And
correct.
I don't know why in recent years the witnesses want to be in everybody's room. They want to think the worst. If a gentleman and a lady are waiting until marriage, I had elders say, oh, well, he's in your bedroom every night. I said, no, he's not. I said, we're waiting for the wedding. And they just couldn't believe that people that were past 30 years old could have any morality at all or any romance on with a big R,
Yeah.
Everything has become very petty with them so that they can control who's sitting on the couch together and what they're doing. And that's another reason to leave. I've got a top 10 reasons to leave, and that's another reason to leave. Not only the child abuse and the treatment of women, but they want the property of the elders. They have dogma that's sexually teaching shame. They want to tell gay people what to do, straight people what to do, the money. There's all kinds of reasons that aren't even related to their flawed Bible teaching.
Right.
But I'm fourth generation. This was all I knew. This was all my tribe knew. Half my family from being Methodists or whatever they were.
I was talking to a young kid not too long ago, and I told him, I go, about Robert Redford. I go, he's a famous actor. I go, and a lot of women would throw themselves at him. But he would always say, why would I have hamburger when I can go home and eat steak? And I go, you see, and I told the young man, I could talk to you for hours about what the Bible says about sex, and I'm going to send you to hell. But why talk about that? Why not talk about eating steak? So if you're going to be with a woman, choose a woman and say, hey, let's eat steak every night. Forget this hamburger, man. And I go, do you understand the big picture? And the kid understood it. I go, see, everyone else is arguing over stupid details. Don't do that. Choose the better portion of the fruit.
And the joy of having children to have a lineage and be grandparents someday, and all kinds of things I missed out on that I wish I had, that would have benefited me and my tribe and my community.
That's
Donna in the chat. Donna in the chat for YouTube is saying prime rib. It's yummy.
It is yummy. And sometimes sometimes we burn the steak. Yeah, it happens. But the point is, I'm trying to say that whatever subject you choose to talk about, let's always try to take the better portion of the conversation, and just say, no, let's leave the cheap talk to the religion. Let's leave the cheap talk to the Jehovah's Witness elders. We're going to talk about sex in a positive light. We're going to talk about alcohol in a positive light. You know, we're going to, and Jesus did that. He talked about everything in a positive light.
Well, I think to be honest, they're finally going to make a movie of this teen girl show, God, It's Me, Margaret, or whatever, that tells the facts of life back in the 60s, and it's going to be a funny and profound little movie. And, you know, it's okay that these kids learn facts, but go to the Christian bookstore and get a Baptist book about teen living or Christian dating and read that and get back to me, because they're saying, hey, even if you're celibate on your date, go on some nice Christian dates, see what the person is like, interview the person, find somebody you're compatible with, find somebody you have chemistry with, you know, give them a kiss, see if there's any chemistry there. You don't have to go any further. They're giving them ways to later have a happy marriage, where then children have happy parents, and so forth. They're not just saying, well, marry this person because they have the same dogma as you.
Yeah. Pride versus wife. And I say that sometimes a good hamburger is better than
well, you know, we got to learn sometime. Got to learn along the way.
Yeah.
And again, if that's taught in a responsible way, that there's birth control and it's part of growing up, and, you know, don't be mean to each other and try to have a commitment, but maybe this isn't going to be a commitment. Maybe this is part of being a teen or a 20-year-old or something with people in your peer group of your same age. Maybe that's the 21st century too. But that's giving them tools to have that. That's not shaming them constantly.
And look what just happened. He said that comment about hamburger, and we all laughed. And that's the point. We should be able to laugh. And in an uptight situation, we would go and we would condemn him to hell because he talked about hamburgers. No.
Yep, if we were all uptight, that's exactly right.
Yeah, exactly.
If we grew up,
that's how you elevate the conversation. Is that you show the people, no, the conversation is beautiful. The most beautiful subjects are politics, finance, sex. They're great subjects. The problem is we were never taught how to have conversations about these beautiful subjects.
And you know what? I think we all need the book Boundaries. And I think as a young girl, I expected too much of these young men when they were not at an age to provide what I was thinking I was supposed to get, because we weren't proper. The courtship information that the witnesses gave us was so limited in what we needed to know. And then my Mormon classmates, they had all the information. And I go to the reunions and they're still married to the same person, but laughing and happy and delighted with who they have. And and their life's gone on and they got a big tribe of people. It can be done in a religious way where they, let's have some dances and meet the person.
Yeah. How about this one for a religious thing? Check this out. It is the Apostle Paul that tells you that you have to marry somebody in the Lord, in the church. But Jesus never said you have to marry somebody who worships him. Did you notice that? That Jesus never said that.
That's true. Hello, is there someone new on the line?
Yeah.
There's someone new?
And the interest.
Sorry, that was me. I was going to say something, and then that was my son that you heard.
Okay.
Complaining.
The reason Jesus never told you who you can marry is because he lets you make your own decision. That's the beautiful thing. And isn't it interesting that Jesus never told you who you could marry, but here comes this guy, the Apostle Paul, who used to be in charge of, in the Pharisees. He can't help himself. He has to have an opinion.
Yeah.
So the real Bible teaching is Jesus Christ himself didn't even get involved in your personal decisions. He wanted you to make that decision. That's why Jesus never told you who to marry and who not to marry.
Did you know the witnesses took out that verse where Jesus says to the woman, "Go away and sin no more"?
John chapter 8, they took it away. Yeah.
I figured out what Jesus was writing with a stick in the sand. He was probably writing all the names of all the men that had been in the room that day.
Like, where's John?
Yeah.
Where's Jose? Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's hilarious.
Yeah. The New World Translation changed it to, Lucy, you have some explaining to do.
Exactly.
Oh my God, that show used to be considered so scandalous.
Oh, that was
really scandalous.
Oh.
It is funny though.
Oh, it was a great show.
It is.
Yeah, it's a strange world to grow up in. It really is.
Yeah, and that's the part. That's the part that hurts. The
Yeah.
part that hurts the most is that sex and marriage and all that stuff. It's such a beautiful subject, and it's been tarnished by this religion and religions in general.
Mm-hmm.
And it shouldn't be that way.
No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. And we don't have a kitchen table in most homes now to get the real facts. When I was growing up, we had the kitchen table, and you learned from the adults. They sat you down and talked to you.
I remember my brother Jesse. My brother Jesse would talk, because in Arizona, if you're from Arizona, this time of year right now, the lemon and the orange trees are turning colors because they're ripening. And he would always tell the kids, I remember telling them the kids, and he would tell the kids when they were like 13, 14, and he would say, why is the tree still green, the fruit? And the kids would say, because it's not ready to pick yet. He goes, that's the same thing with marriage. He goes, and sex. He goes, when you're ready, you're going to turn yellow and you're going to turn orange. And then you know. But until you're not ready, he goes, you stay in the tree. And the kids would understand that. They didn't have to be told all of the mechanics of sex. They had to understand that the principles of it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're not ready.
Right.
And
I just got married before, so.
Yeah.
And you guys are really 50s home to me. So I probably shouldn't have had sex before I got married. Is that what you're saying?
It's okay. You can confess. This is confession. Go ahead and confess, my son.
I confess. I did have sex before I got married, and guess what? I had sex after I got married, and
nothing different.
Did it get better or did it get worse?
Why does it matter? I don't, yeah, anyways. I just thought I'd throw that at you because it was perfect timing.
You know, I do think that if a
It
person
was, yeah.
a person got married and had sex in their own house that they just bought, and that was their first time, that would be pretty good. I can see the benefit of that as long as they had a book to tell them how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, people are going to that in their youth. I don't think we should judge that in the Western culture either, as long as the people aren't shamed for doing it.
Correct.
And what our culture's done for so long, they've got this notion that, well, the young man can experiment, but then they've got this Madonna horror thing about the girl. Well, no. You can both experiment. What's right for the goose is right for the gander now that we live in the realm of birth control. Otherwise, maybe they should both not experiment and get married and have their own bed. That would be much better than a car because they don't make spiffy cars anymore.
Yeah.
Now, back when they had spiffy cars, I don't know. I didn't live back then.
Yeah, now it's all bucket seats and stuff.
And you know what? Another, Bill Clinton said, "Don't ask, don't tell."
That's right. That's right.
That's
wisdom.
something that the kids need to know. That hey, don't ask, don't tell. You don't have to volunteer your personal sex life to people. And
no,
that's something that's
about witness elders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that there is no secrets in a Jehovah's Witness confession room. Everything is public.
No, and they're acting like they're ministers and like they have this client privilege, and they're lying to us.
Mm-hmm. And what they don't know is that all of those TVs in the Watchtower Kingdom Halls, all of those televisions, I wanted to do a video on it. They're not televisions that you can get in Walmart or Best Buy. They come from New York, from Watchtower. And the reason why they're the same TVs that are used in the shopping centers and stores because they're surveillance TVs. So what happens is this.
They're surveillance TVs?
Yeah. So I got to do a video on this. So what happens is this. You go at 3 o'clock in the morning and you're an elder and you're banging the regular Pioneer. Okay. You go in. That TV automatically knows that you're inside and it starts recording you without turning on. Watchtower knows who it is. Okay, we got Brother Joe, Brother Jones, he's banging a sister. Okay, great. We're not going to do anything. 6 months later, a year later, something comes up, and this guy wants to get out of order. Watchtower's going to say, "Hey, buddy, look what we got here." Oh, no. They have the goods on everybody. So everything you say can and will be used against you. That's what the police say. Everything you say in the Kingdom Hall, if there's a TV in there, it's recording you. Now they're not listening per se, but I'll tell you one thing: when that alarm goes off and it's 2 o'clock in the morning, that light is going to turn red and will kill. It says, "Why is somebody going into a Kingdom Hall at 2 in the morning?"
Oh yeah, you need to do a video on this. You need to do a video, definitely.
Because and anybody who's working, my brother Jesse, when he did, because he's a contractor, he says that when they were redoing the Avenue A Kingdom Hall in Yuma, that they were bringing in like huge fiber optic cables. They were upgrading the internet and everything, and they were bringing in the TVs. Well, nobody put 2 and 2 together that these TVs were not your Walmart TVs. They're the exact same ones that you'll see in the shopping centers. They're there to monitor you.
Another reason not to go back. The 11th reason not to go back.
There doesn't necessarily have to be TVs. I know that the back rooms of the Kingdom Hall I went to were the sound was recorded in them because that's where judicial committees were done. That's where everybody snuck off to chat. I thought everybody knew that those rooms were microphoned.
No,
I didn't.
Yeah.
The only reason that I know about that is because I'm really good with that.
Welcome into the live 6 Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press star now. Otherwise, please wait and you will be joined into the conference. Please enter your PIN followed by the pound or hash. Thank you. There are 9 participants in the conference.
You just said it.
I show it.
So now I'm going to get it because you said it on my phone. Thanks.
But yeah.
There was for any brothers that had to do the sound. You know how some brothers had to do the sound.
Yeah.
They had to control the microphone, sit in the back. Well, in our congregation, I don't know if it's still there, but you know, there's the amplifier that they use to control everything, and then there's another one that they're not allowed to touch. They say don't change the settings on that at all. And the reason for that is that's the one that's recording the stuff. Well, that's how it was back in the day when I was there.
Okay.
And it's there to compromise.
So members don't need to be told about this? Isn't that illegal?
Kind of, yeah.
It's their
sort of,
property.
yeah.
It's their
I believe there's loopholes around that sort of stuff.
But again, kind of,
So
sort of under
I
U.S.
can record you in my own home.
But Linda, kind of, sort of, yeah, under U.S. law, but kind of, sort of, maybe under corporate law.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what if a circuit overseer? What if a circuit overseer is there with the body of elders, and then they start talking bad about the governing body? So no one's going to lose their
Exactly.
But what's going to happen is they compromise now. They got you. It's like, remember in Casablanca when they have a dossier on Rick, and he goes, "What? My eyes are black?" Yeah. You know, they're building they're paranoid people. They build dossiers on everybody, and like Rick Farron talked about. Remember Rick Farron talked about how he went to Watchtower, and they already knew he was there. They had the facial recognition, and they have a dossier on him. They know everything about him.
Right.
You know, because they're paranoid. That's what paranoid schizophrenics do. Is they're paranoid.
Well, it's not just paranoia, but it's like any cult thing, right? That's part of how they keep you.
Yeah.
So like most cults, pretty much every cult, sex cult that I've ever heard about, they get branded, and then it's like, to join this, you have to provide a sacrifice, and that sacrifice is something terribly embarrassing to you. Either it's nude photos or it's, you know, something like that. And I'm going to keep it. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell anybody. And then, and that's how you join, you know, that's how you get into the inner part of the cult, and then, you know, that's how they keep you in the inner part of the cult.
And that's why they say openly confess your sins, because that's the only way to be free. You have to say, yeah, I did that.
For the beeping on my phone?
I don't know.
Phone just started beeping.
Very few
Yeah, I
people
heard
are
that
willing
too.
to say,
It's done it before.
but very few people are afraid to do that.
Late evening. Afraid to do what?
Did anybody else phone beeping, or was that just mine?
That was just
No, I heard it.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah, I was
the
listening
reverse,
to it as well.
Brad, the reverse speech machine is $99 through the John Oates thing.
Oh, is it?
But I don't know if it's advisable in a court of law or not, but I'd love to know what the governing body's saying in reverse. And his little machine will do it for $99.
Okay.
So he's on Facebook under John,
Look it up.
and he's in Australia. Yes.
Would it be cheaper if you get the Daryl Hall version? No, just kidding.
What?
Would it be cheaper if you got the Daryl Hall? You said John Oates, right?
Yeah.
Remember Daryl Hall?
Or it's David
No,
Oates.
sorry, I can't go for that.
It's David Oates.
And that was
With
that
an
was
E.
a great one.
Okay. Yeah.
I misheard.
Oh, those were good days in radio. You're reminding me of happy days.
Oh, those are great days.
I don't know. That was a good album to play.
I love Hall and Oates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, those TVs are crazy, huh? Yeah.
I had not thought of that at all. Thank you for enlightening me on that.
Yeah. You got to think like a criminal.
Well, I mean, it makes perfect sense. They keep records on everybody else, like, just that we know about.
Right.
Service records and all of that sort of stuff. So it makes sense that they're going to keep more detailed records on higher ups and get as much detail as they can. Creepy bastards.
Well, the one thing I noticed is when they put the scripture up on the screen, and the Baptists do it too, when they do that, if they're giving us got one scripture up there, you can't look at the scripture ahead of it or below it anymore, which is how you could know what the Bible really taught.
Correct.
But this surveillance thing, wow. Well, talk to me more about how I can learn to think better.
But how many times do men and women meet at the Kingdom Hall and you see only one or two cars? I mean, come on. I've driven by lots of Kingdom Halls with just two cars,
Every day.
Yeah.
Watchtower wants to know, what are they doing here? Why are there two people here?
Ah.
And like I say, no one's going to get in trouble. They're just going to hold it against you. You go, you want to go apostate? Oh, okay. Hey, before you go apostate, I want to show you some pictures.
Well, if I was going to have a rendezvous, I don't think the parking lot of the Kingdom Hall would be where it would be.
Well, you know what?
It's a good excuse. Going to the Kingdom Hall.
Yeah.
Automatic trust. I can't be cheating on you. I'm going to the Kingdom Hall.
Yeah.
And it's a kinky thing. Now, normal people want to just go home and make love to the partner.
Well, we now know what you fantasize about.
I do get high heels, don't I?
People that get their kink on, go to places like that.
Sunday dressed up kind of kink.
Yeah. I don't have that type of stuff, but you have to think like these people. And these people are sexually perverted in a lot of ways in that they're...
Gilbert, I'm really out. I'm all about rainwear.
Yeah.
Like that, yeah. The brothers and the sisters use umbrellas, rainwear. I'm all about it.
Well, some people like doing it at churches, I don't know. Some people have foot fetishes. Who knows what drives these people crazy,
Yeah.
Some girls may want to be in confession. Some girls, because I learned this from people when they call me, they talk to me about this stuff. Some women love the rescue, so they go and they start crying and then they put their hands, they like oh save me, and then the guy's like, I'm going to save you. So it's the perfect environment for that kinky type stuff.
Brother Gilbert, I have to tell you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, here we go.
I'm not into
PG-13, go continue.
You got to hear the stories where people call and tell me.
Wow.
But I get that a lot. People confess to me like if I'm a Catholic priest. I don't know why.
Well,
All the
because
time.
we're an elder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that really true? Is that really true?
That's true. That's true.
Wow. So they don't say anything because it's illegal that they're actually spying on you, but they have the information and they just hold it for when they can use it personally against you, but not legally. Is that how that works?
But it's private property too. It's their. You went into their property. It's kind of like Walmart spying on you with their cameras and their microphones. It's their property that you walked into. So,
but didn't
like
they have
Dixie
to
said,
inform the customers that they do that, or? Okay. That makes sense.
That's crazy. I never ever would have imagined that would be the way they do that.
Look, if people want to get their kink on at work, you don't think they want to get their kink on somewhere else? Yeah. And Watchtower knows it.
Well, I have a.
They got files.
I drive a company truck that has a speaker right on the ceiling, like most vehicles do now. So so they are they recording everything that I say, and and then someday.
If you're driving a rig, a friend of mine. I just saw him a couple of days ago. He's BJ'd up too, and that's his job. He puts in the GPS in the rigs. I go, hey, Chava, can they also put in the microphone? He goes, oh yeah, so they can listen and see you. Yeah. I go, so if you're shacking up with your girlfriend in the back of the, or your boyfriend or whatever, in the back of the rig, goes, oh yeah, they'll listen to that. Because this machine will pick it up. Yeah. Yeah.
But legally, they can't do anything. They can't prosecute you because they didn't tell you they were listening to you, but they actually know there's stuff about you.
Yeah, but what if it's
correct.
vehicle? But what if it's their vehicle?
No, it doesn't matter. If you're employed by the company, they have to tell you that they're recording your voice. They have to.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's how it is. That's how it is in Australia, and I know that because I deal with it every day in my job.
Yeah.
Only if they want to.
All here is that reporters have to tell you. If I was interviewing Gilbert for a news story, I would have to ask him if I could record our interview. Other than that,
absolutely,
they don't have to ask or anything.
Yeah.
So they just use it as personal information.
And blackmail is not. When people do blackmail, they don't care about the law.
No, they don't. Again, thinking.
Yeah.
And what's to say that they hear something that they don't like? They don't have to say anything. They can get you on a million other things. They can just start making your life a living hell to get rid of you.
They can just pick it up.
Talking crap about a boss. That boss can say, "Hey, guess what? We're going to find something against him." Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And they do that at the Kingdom Hall. Are you serious? They do that at the Kingdom Hall with those TVs. They actually record everything that people say around it.
Look, if you go to Kingdom Hall,
I wouldn't say everything. Definitely not everything, because the amount of space that would take up on a hard drive is astronomical.
Yes.
But obviously keywords and things to get the recording started. Like he said, and I didn't think of this at the time, but a perfect keyword in a Kingdom Hall is fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah, that would be,
yeah, that was it.
Right? In a Kingdom Hall, it's easy.
That's
probably they're Wyatt. No, he's the boss. Yep.
And also the timestamp. You got to remember the timestamp. And that's why it's so important about that Colorado shooting. If they were there at 7 in the morning, I bet you money that Watchtower cameras are like 7 o'clock in the morning. The camera, I'm sure, is programmed to turn on because it's
That
out
was
of
my
it's out of
Gilbert. That's a very good question.
yeah, it's out of the loop. Do you understand? Now, why is Watchtower going to record something at Sunday at 3? No, it's a public meeting. But if it's 3 in the morning, it will. And yeah.
My question was, why were those people inside the Kingdom Hall in their suits and ties when the when the victims or deaths or whatever were in the parking lot? I got questions there, but I'm not going there. I'm retired.
No. And there's so many questions on that.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Yeah.
But at my age, there's so many questions that'll never be answered. I just accept now.
Well,
was there only one
if
gun?
you don't ask them, somebody else might not. So you might as well keep asking.
Was there only one gun? Did she have a gun? And she was going to shoot him, and he shot her first. You mean, we don't know,
How do we know that he shot? We don't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't know,
Because there were 2 other people present, if I'm understanding the story correctly.
Yeah, there's so many questions.
And unless we see a coroner report, we don't even know if she's alive or dead. In this
Yeah,
world,
that's why the names are so important.
World of video fake and stuff.
And what about the social media? Almost every murder, suicide, there's always like something in the social media, like 1 or 2, 3 days before, that give you a hint of the mindset of that person.
Funny about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we don't really know. We never will know, unless there's a detective in that town that's really doing his job.
That's the legality too, though. That, as far as the recordings, can they really share it?
Good question.
I don't know, but I'm sure the police are going to notice. I'm sure they know by looking at those TVs. Another one is the 911 call. When is the 911 call going to be released?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah.
And we don't.
911?
And we may never know the why. We may know the how and the who someday. We may never know the why.
But here, check this one out. Let's say I'm the elder that was there at 7 in the morning, and a 911 call was made. Was it made by Pixie, who showed up at 9 to go out in field service, or was it made by me that I called before? These are questions we want to know.
Right. We don't know. We don't know. And we don't know if one of the elders had the gun.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, the hypothetical situation. I'm not there. I don't know even the town. I haven't even looked to write a story about it. But somebody was shot in the parking lot, and there was a truck, and it was put in the story that the man shot the woman. So I take news, but there's been no follow-up from a detective with a coroner report. There's been no in-depth reporting. Was there a glossy story in People magazine? I don't know. I don't read the People magazine.
Have you heard about the Smurf girl's experience with her?
He's going to be in a television program, but was it going to be the Walsh program?
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is ex-JW Smurf girl had her brothers that were witnesses, that there was all kinds of cover-ups. One of them went to Bethel, but he was a known pedophile. And then one of them killed his wife. So he was actually married.
He was for an hour on Rick's show, and she's supposed to be the first case that's going to be on the Walsh Crime True Show.
Okay, I'd never heard of that, but that's my point is that this crazy shit that happens, and it's kind of similar, but
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
yeah.
And also with murder suicides, there's usually like I'm not saying there is here, but a lot of murder suicides, there's the sexual element. Is there love triangles? That has to be eliminated. I think it is going to be eliminated, but the love triangle has to be thrown out the window.
And also, in Witness Land, as Linda was reading from the Lipton book on number 8, where the technique where the person could be shunned, well, this whole idea of being shunned in an afterlife, there's also this idea that we're going to walk right into paradise. Some of these people, I think they're delusional and have psychiatric problems where they think, oh, if I just commit suicide, I'll be in paradise or something. And most religions have a no-no against suicide, and it's sad and horrific and all that. But in Witness Land, it's like, I think some of these people, they got problems with that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there might.
thought that was the policy.
What?
I always thought that was the policy. If you committed suicide as a witness, you were committing murder.
That's
Honestly, I don't
law. That's
ever
law. But I think in Witness Dogma, as twisted and crazy as it sounds, I think in Witness Dogma, I think some of these people in their mind, they think if they do themselves in, they'll just instantly be in paradise.
Well, that was one of the things.
I think there's a pathology that goes with witnesses and suicide thinking.
Well, that would be a very terrible. If people thought that was actually possible, that would actually cause a lot more suicides. Because I'm telling you, when I was growing up, that kept me from doing it. Like, there's no way. If I commit suicide, I am definitely. It's done. I am not going to be seeing paradise. That's the way I saw it when I was.
Oh, that's how most religions teach, and across the world, that's what most religions would say. That's what the Roman Catholic Church would say. But I think that some witnesses have got a skewed afterlife that they're not thinking that way, and of course they're.
So what is that new light? New light? Because when I was growing up, that was not the case.
I'm saying it's printed anywhere. I'm not saying it's printed anywhere. I think it's part of Witland culture in some places. And it's part of a depressed and sad mind too, maybe. But I looked at the numbers and the statistics and I said, wait a minute. That sure seems like a lot more of that kind of sad crime than Methodists or whatever,
Well, that did confuse me when they brought that up about Stephen Lett bringing that up about his nephew, like talking about somebody that was a homosexual, and then when they're resurrected, are they gonna feel like they are allowed to be a homosexual? They're gonna learn God's new rules. Well, the thing is, that wouldn't have been an issue when I was growing up, because if he committed suicide, then he was not going to be resurrected.
Exactly.
When did that change? Did it actually change?
It's things they say from the platform. It's things they say to each other after the meeting. It's not written down. It's part of it.
It's called the oral law, the oral tradition. The Jewish would do that.
Yeah.
So it's that way that in a legal court, they could raise up their hands and say, we never said that. How presumptuous of us. That's how they do it. It's you can actually have two teachings.
Really? So,
yeah.
So some people believe that if you commit suicide, you're going to be resurrected, and then other people believe that if you commit suicide, you're not going to be resurrected. But there's no real
No, you have an official teaching for the lawyers and judicial cases for law. That way, it can never be used against you. But you can have an oral tradition where the governing body goes and he goes to the Australian Royal Commission and goes, that's presumptuous to say that we're God's only channel. Well, like Pixie said, they're saying that in the oral tradition. So in a court case, they can probably get away with it because they can say, "Well, show us where we wrote this." So
yeah, it's the same as the 1975 prediction. When that didn't turn out, they just said, "Well, you guys were presumptuous. The rank and file were presumptuous. Too excited."
Yeah. That's a Jewish trick. They learned that from the Jewish law.
Hey, don't be talking about Jews. Just kidding.
No, I know. but
I've been watching a lot of Family Guy lately, and they really play that this Jew thing.
When did they say that committing suicide you wouldn't get resurrected?
My whole life growing up.
What year? What year around?
All right. Well, my mom got baptized around 74, so I was 4 years old. No, 6 years old. So she got baptized around 72.
Okay, so around the 70s. My mum was a Jehovah's Witness around that time as well. And when I asked her about suicide, she said she didn't like. She said Jehovah would understand because of how shitty it is when you do it. So
yeah, I heard that after a while, but at the beginning, all my life growing up as a young kid, it was that you were committing murder. You were murdered. Your life did not belong to you. Your life was Jehovah's. And if you took your own life, you were committing murder against Jehovah. And that's the way that I was brought up to believe. And then eventually they did change that as far as, I think after I left, and then I came back in the 90s and started studying again. I did hear people saying how Jehovah understands our heart condition, and we can't judge those people. We don't know how sick they were in their mind, and Jehovah will judge them, and it's not up to us to judge them. And we have to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're gonna be resurrected because they were physically and mentally sick, and God would forgive them. So that's but that was in the 90s that I heard that. That was not while I was growing up.
Yeah, I heard that too. I think that's a good humane way to look at it.
That God would forgive them if they are. I do too, actually. Yeah. I think that's the way it should be. But that wasn't an option.
But when I look at the cases, there's so many of these families that we don't know the sad times they faced or what emotional things they faced. I mean, there's been sisters and brothers that took out their children and their husband, and that one case with that lady, but there are other cases too that weren't quite as dramatic as that were just as sad. And then case I knew growing up as a kid, there were a couple people that, they were pioneers and they died young by their own sad deeds. And
and that's many.
I don't think my Methodist classmates or my Baptist classmates knew anyone at their house of worship that happened to. I mean, I just think that the suicide issue, we discussed it the whole show last week. I think the numbers and the witnesses are staggering.
But you know what? You know who else is the military, and part of the reason is all of the injections, all of the drugs that they give a lot of soldiers, and the people allude to those. So that's another question. Was this guy on medication? Was he self-medicating? I mean, these are because we already know that the military suffers a lot of suicides.
Yeah, that's the honor code too. Some folks have an honor that is seen as noble, but it's really not a good have. It's not modern. It's
And
it can be in a small amount, but in a large amount, it can be too much.
Yeah. And we're not allowed to judge people's heart conditions. Only God can see their heart conditions. So that makes sense.
But
it's up to God whether or not He forgives them for that or not. And that makes
Absolutely.
sense. But there's nothing in the Bible about it. But
But the Kingdom Hall is not a safe place. I mean, your house of worship should be a safe place. And looking back on my life and the situations I could about, the numbers of murders and suicides and dysfunctions and things. I mean, I'm not saying the other religions don't have some of it.
But you're right.
I think one of the reasons that the suicide rates in both of those groups are so similar is because they're both built to be soldiers. We were raised to be soldiers, that we were fighting theocratic war. And I know that I was raised to not care about the people that people around me in the world. They were all going to be dead. If I talk to them about the truth and they didn't want it, they're just going to be dead, and I don't care. Move on to the next person, right? And the military has the kind of does the exact same thing, but in a more, I guess, literal way. And when you're not debriefed and taught how to act around normal people again, the guilt of the people that I know that it's not real killing, but I felt like when I was a Jehovah's Witness, those people were going to die, and I didn't care.
Yeah.
Just the same as a soldier, exactly the same. And the guilt must feel the same. The brain doesn't know the difference.
Right. I don't know about you, but I tell you what, if somebody deserves dying, I have no sympathy anymore, because that's the way I was raised, and I still have no sympathy. If they deserve it, as long as I know they deserve it, I have no sympathy.
I found out one of the hardest things to get over, I still haven't gotten over it at all, is having all your empathy stripped away, and then you're supposed to somehow reinstall it back into yourself. It's very difficult.
Yeah. It is very.
Hey, but Pixie brought up a good point about the Kingdom Hall is not a safe place. Check this out. Here you have a couple in Colorado. They go to the Kingdom Hall, and you have to understand that shunning is an act of violence. When you get that through your head, that shunning is an act of violence that is perpetrated by the body of elders. So here we have a cocktail. We have a cocktail of shunning. We have a cocktail of everything else, and we have this is a violent confrontation, and it's supposed to be a house of worship.
It's also shaming to the, let's say it was the mom or the dad, there would be an honor loss there or a shaming there, not only the nation, but also in the dynamics of the family where the father is the alpha male leading, or in the case of the mother, did she cheat on her husband? These would be a shaming thing and an honor thing to the family.
And he can't control his family.
Nobody is actually keeping their mouth shut. Everybody knows. So definitely the shaming is going to be there because nobody shuts their mouth. They all have to talk about it.
Well, that's what I was going to say. The Kingdom Hall is not a safe place because, that's where most of my war seemed to happen. Before going to Kingdom Hall, I was preparing myself to give answers. I had to give answers, that sort of stuff. You're always looking out for people. Oi, who's not here? So you can say, oi, that person's not here. I wonder where they are. You know what I mean? And you're always trying to keep yourself secret so that other people don't find out any of your sins. And it's ridiculous. It's
Well,
like
see,
your
that's
soldiers, but
crazy.
you're also against each other and everyone else.
We're supposed to be going to a beautiful neighborhood house of worship like our Methodist or Baptist or Jewish neighbors or our Roman Catholic neighbors, and they go a couple times a week to their nice place. And when we get there, it's like we've signed up for our own prison camp.
Yeah, everyone's looking sideways at each other.
If you admit to one sin to one person, it goes to everybody.
Everyone.
There's no secret. There's no secrets. Yep. So that's why you just don't. That's why you learn to lie and deny, because you can't. Because if you tell them, everybody knows.
So when somebody commits an act of violence towards you, the natural human response is retaliation. So this is what I'm saying. So I really do believe that there was an act of violence perpetrated upon the couple, and he retaliated in response.
Oh.
And so the act of violence was perhaps saying, we're going to announce to everybody that you're going to be disfellowshipped, or we're going to, whatever. And the guy took it as that is an act of violence. So it's only natural for a person to fight back. Look at, for example, Joe and Fran. They come on and they tell Watchtower, we know you're going to try to hit us with our name and slander us. And before they do that, Joe and Fran says, we're going to sue you. We're going to do a preemptive. So see, you're talking about violence here. Watchtower is telling Joe and Fran, we're going to hit you. And they're saying, no, before you hit me, I'm going to pull out this lawsuit letter. You see, that's an act of violence. It's back and forth.
Right.
And
see, Pixie's problem is she just collapses into a catatonic state.
Yeah. No, this was a boxing match. Think about it.
Money talks, though, and if you're going to sue somebody, money talks. So
yeah, but what I'm saying is you have to understand the fundamental. The fundamental is that shunning is an act of violence, and violence begets violence.
Okay, but you've pointed out something that's natural human nature in the law of jungle. You've pointed out, thank you for it, you've pointed out to me just how broken I am. Because when that kind of dynamic is pushed toward me, I just collapse into a complete nonverbal state.
Correct.
But you still feel vengeful. You want revenge because it's not fair.
I do 30 years later. I finally feel the anger from my early years. But for of my life, I did not even stand up for myself. I did not even feeling.
Yep, but you were
well, that's another thing.
Let yourself be wrong.
You were trained to do that.
Yes.
Yeah. So was I. When I was young, I couldn't. The amount of times I got beaten up by my dad without standing up for myself, or anything like this, would again exactly what you said. Completely non-verbal mess of nothing. And just take it all.
How do we fix that, Brad?
Scripture, I
got really angry and just started punching stuff.
Okay. Did it solve it? I think maybe our negotiation
definitely. Is. And once I learned that I was allowed to argue, anything that I wanted, that was it. Then it was on.
What a marvel that we're halfway across the world from each other. We don't look alike. We're of different genders, and yet we both have magic, so we'll never be fooled. And we both love the law, so we can defend ourselves. How about that? That's a
miracle.
We're
both POWs, basically.
I'm not going to justify the killer, but this could be a self-defense.
Yes.
It wouldn't hold up in a court of law, but this is what I'm saying.
I'm seeing it. I'm the dynamic you're describing.
A body of elders is telling you, we're going to disfellowship your wife. And so the husband says, okay, you're going to disfellowship my wife? I'm going to hit you back with it, and pulls out the gun. or the elders say, we're gonna tell the whole congregation that you're homosexual and you're a male, and we're gonna disfellowship you. So then the man pulls out a
So
gun and
maybe
says,
the wife went in and said, "My husband is violent and cheating," and he retaliated.
we don't know that.
Don't know any of those.
But all of those things point to the fact that when you play Watchtower's game of shunning, you're playing it, you're participating in an act of violence, and people, animal instinct is going to kick in, and people will fight back.
Yes.
Yeah. It's the animal in the man. The animal will take over.
Yeah. And I wish I could. I have so many animal things that I want to do, but I won't.
No, yeah.
Because I also was conditioned to let myself be wronged, and that is the worst thing I think that has allowed them to continue controlling us. You know.
That's why I use the word betrayal. That was the emotion that I found that suited the situations and history of it. Betrayal, in my case, I felt.
You know who does?
Yeah, in every way, shape, or form. It's a total betrayal.
Gilbert is talking about shunning being violent, an act of violence.
Yeah.
An act of violence. We probably all heard that shunning is a form of bullying. So an act of violence wouldn't be far from that.
No.
And then it would be, so it would be a natural reaction, especially when it's coming after your family, to fight back, and then to be trained to not fight back. You know, like what you were talking about, Pixie. It almost sounds like a form of like learned helplessness plus disassociation, because you know there's nothing you can do. You know, you're powerless. You're powerless, and it's that disassociation is kind of a clever thing that happens with stuff that is too traumatic for our brains to compute. You know.
No, that's me and Brad. That's when we got our magical powers, so we could fly away.
But some women are mama bears. The mama bear comes out in some women.
Say that again.
The mama bear comes out.
Oh my God!
Women.
Yes.
Yeah.
It does, and it happens when they come after our kids or somebody else we love. Then all of a sudden, you know, maybe not for ourselves, but then all of a sudden we turn into like, mama bears.
Because you were attacked.
Absolutely.
Shunning, you got to get that through your head. Shunning is an act of violence.
Yeah.
It is. It's an act of violence.
Yeah, and the flight or fight response only works if there's somewhere to fly away to. As soon as something is cornered, pretty much everything turns to fight every single time.
Yeah. But
even the gentlest animal in the world turns to fight when it's cornered.
That's it. But in a case of violence like that, you know, I think of the creation of, and in every shamanic, the bird is there.
What?
That's just for Brad.
Can you repeat that? Because I interrupted you. I'm sorry, Pixie.
That was a secret message for Brad, that in the shamanic...
You were breaking up a little bit there.
Sometimes in the shamanic culture, there are beatings, ritual beatings, and the shamanic sign in all cultures is the bird. Because it dissociates and flies away during the ritual, only to come back in their body. It's a superpower.
Yeah.
Actually, it makes sense. Yeah. We fly away from that, and then okay. You know, my daughter just got shunned.
Oh.
And
I'm sorry to hear that.
I feel it hurts. I feel for her. And there's no excuse for it. I don't care. My self-defense for her and my anger is very strong and deep, but I have nothing. I can't do anything about it. I can't stop it. I can't make it any less painful for her. She's gonna have to experience it. and it is the most cruel thing that this organization does to young people. But I strongly stressed when they were young that I did not want them to get baptized before they were 18, and they did, and she never would have got baptized if she had to wait till she was 18. But now she's shunned by everybody because she was brought up as a Jehovah's Witness. Everybody she knew was a Jehovah's Witness, and all. So now she's going through that pain, and it's a terrible, terrible, torturous thing for anybody, and my daughter's going through it, and I would gladly be violent if I could stop it, if I could actually do something physically to anybody that would change that, I would do it, but I can't, and it ain't gonna change anything, so I don't, but it is a terrible, terrible. And I hope that these countries that are fighting against this, because I just hope that they succeed, because this is terrible.
There's so much talk these days of human rights, but they're hiding behind our wonderful freedom of religion, and they're using that as an excuse. And then they're hiding behind these corporate laws because they're a corporation. So in ways that the court system could step in and say your human rights have been violated, it's going to have to go to higher courts.
And nobody can afford to fight the Watchtower because they have millions and billions of dollars from their people to supply these lawyers that will just find everything that they can to keep that from happening.
But if everyone would do what Fran and Joe did and have a little legal letter sent to their local congregation saying, "Don't libel me, don't slander me."
But most of us can't afford even a little legal letter.
I know. That was great what they did, and that would be something that would work on a state level.
Yeah, they were fortunate that they were able to afford that, to have a lawyer do that. But you know what? I can't have a lawyer do that for me.
Yeah.
I can't. And I think 95% or more of us can't afford that because we are having all we can to just get by as it is.
Sure.
Yeah. But you gotta look at the big picture. Look, the big picture is this: Watchtower is not going to go anywhere because they're protected by the laws, and they're also part of the club. However, we do know that they work like a mafia organization. So in the mafia, the only way you can get rid of a subordinate way down low is if he's bringing reproach to the big boss, and so they make an example out of them. So how it would work, I don't think it would work via the legal system. I think that there's no reason to protest at the White House. There's no reason because the White House has nothing to do with Watchtower. But guess who does have something to do with Watchtower? The United Nations. And we've already saw what happened with the United Nations in that video with Barbara Anderson, how Jeffrey Jackson got chased out of the committee. If the United Nations saw that the Jehovah's Witnesses were giving them a bad rap, that hey, these guys are your friends and look what they're doing, and Watchtower's associated with you. It's kind of like the mafia where they say, you know what, get rid of this guy. You know, he served his purpose, or we're gonna make an example out of you. You know, don't make us look bad. I think that would be more viable.
They have already taken steps to change that by they've already taken steps so that they can't actually do that.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is that these are all crime families. It's better to get them fighting against each other. You gotta look at the big picture. Watchtower is friends
That
with
would
the
be
United
nice.
Nations.
No, that makes sense. Yeah.
I see your line of reasoning there, and that's where the religion part of it is sort of a lie, because, like you mentioned, that's not the corporate model they're following.
Right. So if by them getting rid of one religion, they can send a warning message to the rest that, hey, what we did to the Jehovah's Witnesses is what we'll do to you.
Right.
You know.
Right.
Like we're thinking,
Now,
like,
the reason they're using that park for the demonstration is because that's one of the permit places where you can have a free speech demonstration. So it's kind of has a history for a variety of causes.
Correct. I'm just saying that Watchtower has more in common with the United Nations than the White House. That's that's all I'm trying to say. The colors and everything else. Yeah.
So you're saying that violence isn't always necessary? I'm just kidding.
No, it's violence amongst themselves. If you can get, like the human rights issue with the United Nations, if you can make Watchtower a thorn on their side, then they'll send a message to Watchtower like, hey, you served your purpose. We don't need you no more.
Well, if the Norway story could get the story to the court in The Hague of human rights, could be interesting, because in the United States, with the wonderful freedom of religion in the Bill of Rights, it keeps it from being a Supreme Court issue unless the states couldn't figure it out. If everybody that got shunned sued their local kingdom hall and some state couldn't figure out what to do about it, then it could go to the Supreme Court. But that's doubtful that would ever happen. But with this Norway story, that Norway story could actually go to the Supreme Court of The Hague, or whatever it's officially called, because they take human rights real seriously there too.
And like I said, they're embarrassed of the Jehovah's Witnesses. They're embarrassed of the Jehovah's Witnesses. That's what I'm saying. It's like they're like the mafia, where the low guy is causing trouble for the people on the top.
Yeah.
And they need to make an example out of
elders.
Yeah. I see how you're going with that.
The elders hold some responsibility, and I
They
think people ought to start calling them out. Because I'm telling you what, when I got this fellowship, I wasn't even baptized. I saw one of the elders in the store. I friggin' knocked him right on his ass because I was so mad. I really, and make him think twice. Really, you're gonna disfellowship this guy that wasn't even baptized? You don't even know him because he happened to move to your territory, and you heard that he's smoking, and really, you're going to ruin his life. So these elders do have some responsibility.
Oh, I think they have a lot of responsibility.
They might think twice about it.
I agree.
And I love the fact that some of them are getting sued because they are following the organization's directions, and they're not reporting child sex abuse, and they're getting sued for it. I think
if they got lawsuits for shunning, some of it would stop. But they think they're above the law. They think they're their own little totalitarian government. They got a kangaroo court.
But we can't do anything against the whole organization because they're too big, too much money, too many lawyers. But you can let your local elders know, you guys got to shut the fuck up and stop being assholes.
I'll tell you how you would, though. It would take 20 years. But class action suits, like in New York with child abuse, a class action suit would take 20 years. And if everybody just got $1, and the same would be true of shunning, have a class action suit of everyone that's been shunned and put it on the TV to send your name in, and then they could kick some butt legally.
It's going to make all these elders think twice about the stupid rules that they're enforcing that they know don't make any sense, and they're ruining people's lives. I think that might help. Betsy Buck, you can't really go against the big organization. You have to go against the elders, let them know, hey, you guys are going to be held responsible for these stupid decisions you're making. You're ruining people's lives because you're following these stupid rules that have it's not even constitutional. You guys got to be held responsible.
You know, Pixie,
I don't think they care that they're ruining people's lives.
But check this out.
They get off on it. The power.
Yeah.
They know exactly what they're doing.
You got to think big picture because, listen, everything that you guys are saying is true, but there's this new theory coming out, and you're going to be hearing about it real soon with all of these ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. It's a theory that's coming out. When we're doing the same thing over and over again and we're not getting the results we want, that's called insanity. And so the Jehovah's Witness apostates are hitting a brick wall, and they can't make a crack as big as they wish. Now, what people are saying, you're going to start hearing this pretty soon, is that instead of getting upset, instead of trying to go after Watchtower, what you do is you present it as a reform. And this is just all of the thinking on this. You and I know the truth, but they're trying to, if you're going to the news station and you're yelling and screaming, the news doesn't want to listen to you. But if you go to the news station and say, you know what, all we want is 3 things to be reformed. We want the blood issue, the pedophile, and the shunning. And if the Jehovah's Witnesses would just reform this, you see, so now you've changed it from, I'm mad at Tell and we're not going to take it anymore, to, we love the Jehovah's Witnesses. We just wish that they would make some small changes. And they're saying, hey, what if we change the argument in the protest? What if we go to Washington, D.C., and we say, we love the Jehovah's Witnesses. We just want them to reform on these 3 issues. Now, imagine you're a Jehovah's Witness and you hear that argument.
It's a good PR strategy.
That's the thing. You see, if Watchtower can have a PR, why can't we, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
You get it.
Do you remember the governing body coming in and saying, we will never change our 2-witness rule. We will never change our 2-witness rule.
You know when they said that, right?
Yeah,
they said that when we were protesting. They said that when we were protesting in the front door in Warwick.
Now, how can you fight that though? Because they made that black and white. They will never ever change that.
No,
Did you go against the local elders and get them to think twice about their actions? Because you can't fight the organization.
You misunderstood it. What you just said right there, you totally misunderstood it. You misunderstood it. When Watchtower said that, that was a win for the apostates because we got Watchtower to talk on our terms. They actually had to acknowledge the 2-witness rule and not change it. So the apostates that were there protesting, and I was there, Watchtower did an official response like 1 or 2 days after we were there. And they said, we're not going to change the 2-witness rule. We won.
Oh, really?
We've got Watchtower to openly say it. That's the whole point about it. No, I know, but that's part of the PR thing. When you get your opponent, the Democrats are really evil people. There's this one evil president, Lyndon Johnson, said, but he goes, I know that SOB is not a communist. I just wanted to hear him say that he's not. You see, it's a PR strategy. We know they're not going to change the 2-witness rule. We just want the governing body to say it, and we got them to say it. That was a victory for the apostates. And it goes back to what you said about public relations.
I honestly don't. I wish I could. And maybe I just don't see how that's a victory because
it is a victory.
They didn't change nothing.
It changed a lot. More people are leaving the Watchtower when they see things like that. There's so many people that see those things and they leave. It's a chip. It's like a Jericho. Everyone's chipping at the wall. And what they're talking now is, hey, we need a new strategy. That's all they're saying right now. We just need a new strategy.
Wasn't people really not aware of what the 2-witness rule was until, on a need-to-know basis, finding themselves in front of it? from the district
right.
meeting, and then you find it out then. So for them to say that, people would start saying, well, what's up with the two-witness rule? So it actually brought attention to this travesty of how they twisted the purpose of the two-witness rule, which, you know, so that's
another
so
thing that is poignant about it is that they've set in stone now, and people will remember that they've said it, that they won't change it. They don't. Jehovah's Witnesses, the governing body, doesn't mind changing stuff. They said the world was going to end by 1975, and it didn't. And then they spun it, right? Now they can't spin it. If it gets to the point where they have to change this rule, there's no way to spin it.
Yeah.
They've already said it in stone.
What you're talking about, Gilbert, it makes sense because you're not really going back to them, the elders, the one that gave us the message of your disfellowship, and the ones that went to our kids and said, you know, you're a fatherless child now. You don't have to listen to your father now. He's no longer your spiritual leader. So if we bring this to the attention of, say, the United Nations and call it what psychological torture, then this could be brought to the attention of to the United Nations, who are really helping them, and rightly so, because they're being, you know, their freedom of religion is being violated. So, but who really goes there to say, so is ours? I mean, some have, but if it's a constant, and they're not going to want to keep helping them out.
Well, that's the victory. If they were sued locally,
yes,
then there would be a paper trail that would say, well, look, this is just a year's worth, and these people have had this policy for 50 years, and this is what's happening. So with the local lawsuit, then it would be a paper trail, and that's how that's played at the court level.
Correct, because you would say that this is how it would go down. It would go down like this. Your Honor, you would say, Your Honor, we would like to present Exhibit A. JW.org is going to just say this: we will not abandon the two-witness rule.
Right.
You see, you have it now. You have it as Exhibit A. That's why it's a victory.
Mm-hmm. But you also have the examples of the elders that were held accountable and not sued, but fined and presented with, like restrictions, and public service and all that stuff. So the elders are being held accountable. So all the other elders are going to say, whoa, wait a minute. Am I going to be held accountable for my actions? And I think that is probably the most effective thing that people can do. Just go after the elders and let them know. Just because your organization says you have to do this stuff, and when you call the legal department, they don't give you any names because they're setting you up for failure. You are the one who is going to be liable. So guess what? We're going to hold you liable. And
the way that a case gets to the Supreme Court is when a state can't figure out what to do.
Correct.
For instance, that, the person that made the cake and they didn't want to have a gay cake or whatever, that went to the Supreme Court because the state had never heard of anything like that. If there was a shunning case that was quirky, that a state couldn't figure out, it would have to go to that stack of cases in the Supreme Court. And this would be interesting because there were over 500 precedent cases when the witnesses were the paradigm of integrity and freedom of religion, and it's a wonderful legal book to read, and it tells you how noble these people were. And if that court got this case where people were having their rights abused, they'd scratch their heads and say, this is interesting. Because the reputation of these people used to be this, and now it's this.
And it'd be a lot cheaper.
We won't live long enough to see it, I might.
Yep.
I think it would be good.
Many times in every state,
it would become a big deal, and that would open people's eyes.
It only needs to be one case that that some state can't figure out.
What I've noticed though is like Wall in Canada did this whole thing like about shunning, and of course the lawyers for the Watchtower was like explaining shunning like it was not a big deal, and the courts believed them. So
yeah, well, that's
they're going to lie, and people like Mesimo or whatever his name is has the Bitter Winter Water blog and all that. You know, he says stuff like it's not against the law to ignore somebody. They're just to really get them on it is really going to take some thinking, and I don't know what it's going to take, but it needs to be something to verify it.
European case has a better chance, and that's why
I think one of the problems that happens is when somebody sues the organization, it's always a knee-jerk reaction to something else. So something happens, and my immediate response to violence is to try and get them back. So I sue them, and I'm completely unprepared. I have no money. All I get is a lawyer. That's it. If it's to do with shunning, it's got you need so much more than just your lawyer. You need a team. You need a lawyer, you need a psychologist to tell them what the sort of psychological damage because that it's going to do, because the court is not going to provide that. If you're suing somebody for this, you have to provide that. Otherwise, the governing body is going to provide that exact same thing to say the opposite, right? And that's why the courts believe them when they say it's no big deal, because they don't get a psychologist. They didn't hire a psychologist to fight against that and go, whoa, what? No big deal. Here is another lawyer to go to research other cases where violence has happened due to the fact that somebody has PTSD from being in POW situation or from being ignored for a long period of time, you know, that sort of thing. You can find cases where someone's murdered their entire family because the wife ignored them for long periods of time and they had some sort of trauma due to that, you know, that sort of thing. They go in unprepared. You need a team to fight this sort of case, and that's one of the biggest problems. So few people can afford that.
Right.
Isn't the organization ignoring those people? Aren't they leaving the elders on their own? Isn't the organization leaving the elders on their own to defend themselves now?
I believe so. I believe they have to raise that.
Throw them under the bus if the organization is being accused of something? Absolutely. They throw them under the bus. When it comes time in front of a court, they can use their own conscience.
Yeah, you're not going to have to be fighting the organization. You're going to be fighting the elder. And if more people would just fight the elders, I think
so then instead, at the very least, you got a normal person who is really angry against a priest.
Yeah. But they're not proving priests.
Good luck. That's how the court's going to see an elder. That's a priest. That's a minister.
Not anymore.
True.
What happened was,
the casual opinion of most people, it's going to be that way.
But
it doesn't hold the same protestant.
Yeah.
With the two girls that got abused, it was really sad, but they got big damages at the end. And the witness lawyer didn't have a leg to stand on because there were two victims, hence the two witness rule. So that was important, not only in them getting the damages, but it blew their argument out of the water.
Are you talking about Holly and Lexi and Montana?
And the other case was, the other issue is, do they have client privilege? And if they're not sacrosanct with client privilege, then I don't see how they could be defined as a minister. Because in America, your doctor, your lawyer, and your minister are supposed to be sacrosanct but they've not shown that they have that.
That's a good point. I'd like to.
It's not my point. It was a legal point
good.
made by somebody more educated than I.
I don't know what sacrosanct is. I know that there's mandated
client,
reporters,
you,
and then the Watchtower goes
client
to court
privilege.
and says, we have clergy tenant privilege, and we don't have to tell you guys anything. It's something we keep confidential, and it's because we're ministers, we can do this, you know?
But they're wondering now if legally they're holding their end of the bargain on that.
As soon as you get baptized, you're a ordained minister, aren't you? Even if you're 11.
Yeah, so we walk into the Kingdom Hall, and then we can't look at the audience and teach anything, can we? Then I have to look at Dixie and say a few words. Make sure I don't look at the gentleman in the room.
Well, if
Dixie, tell me all about it.
Platform about all sins that you've done, then they've not had a client privilege, have they?
I got lost. I'm sorry. I'm still laughing at myself. This is so true, what you said, Tom. It is absolutely true. They used to give everybody these little things that said they were ministers, and especially during the time of, war. And for those who didn't want to go to war, had to qualify by doing so many hours of service. And if they didn't do so many hours, they weren't going to get anything from the leadership saying that they would qualify for, being a minister, so they don't have to go to war.
You know what?
How many hours it was?
Can I tell you one of the problems that I'm noticing, just thinking about all of this, is a lot of I don't mean this as a criticism to what I'm hearing, but you hear this everywhere, where the frustration that a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses have, and when in reality the numbers prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the team apostate is winning. The problem is that we're in a Jericho moment where the wall of Jericho is still up, and we're beating the shit out of that wall, and we see good work, but we all get upset because we want everything done now. But I'll just give you an example. It also comes in waves, because remember the Zeb, the crashing of the Kingdom Hall. That was a wave,
right?
Before that, YouTube was a wave. So when you look back in retrospect, when you look back in history, there's this wave upon wave, and I think we're going to see a new wave coming in, and we already noticed it because Rick talked about today about the numbers of the district convention. The numbers are really low, so we know Team Apostate's winning. But I think a new wave is due. I don't know what that wave, because crashing Kingdom Halls is so 2016. We can't do that no more. It's not good.
It got worn down as far as we can wear it down.
Yeah. We know that, baby.
I think they're just going to lose membership, but that's not helpful to the people that stay members.
No. So it's going to have to be like a chipping away at the Jericho wall. I don't think it's going to be a one day.
I like your idea of talking about the shunning issue as a bullying issue and as a human rights issue, because that might encourage people to be free, and that might even make for a change of policy or a lessening of the severity of it. Because I mean, in the 60s, once in a while somebody got disfellowshipped and really bad, but it wasn't like half the group or something. I mean.
Yeah, because think about it, Your Honor. The Watchtower says, Your Honor, these apostates are crazy, and we're like, and the lawyer, the judge says, yeah, the apostates are crazy. But now what we're saying is, Watchtower is going to say, Your Honor, the apostates are crazy, and then the apostates say, no, we love the Jehovah's Witnesses. We just want them to change these three things. And now the judge is saying, well, that sounds reasonable.
Right.
You're putting the ball back on their court, and Watchtower is 100 years ahead of you and me in their mastermind, demonic, evil thinking. I mean, they got the book down. They're way ahead of us.
Yeah.
But we can catch up. Our job is to put the ball back on them. Keep the ball on their court. we got to keep them on defense. The apostate
Very
has to
good point.
always be coming up with some new way. And I think the lawsuits and the protests, and I think that's all great.
Well, also my family, a lot of people just faded. And if they sent me a letter where they wanted me to go to a kangaroo court, I'd just send them a thank you note back and say, thank you for this fellowship guy. I wish you the best, and I don't need controlling totalitarianism.
Yeah.
It's me.
Well, Monday I was at the Capitol, the Arizona Capitol, because a relative of mine, she got sworn in as the House representative.
Yay!
Well, when I was outside, my brother was talking to these two women, and they were both former Jehovah's Witnesses, and they're running these huge campaigns, and they're doing great work, but they used to be Jehovah's Witnesses. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of Jehovah's Witnesses that just leave and they run and never look back.
That's fantastic. I wish somebody would back me for running for something. I would love it.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I just think, fresh ideas, and you're going to start hearing more of it. It's an idea that people are talking about it, but presenting it in a way where, hey, we love Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm a Jehovah's Witness, It's
and
just,
also maybe some of the people in authority could be made aware of.
Yeah.
Maybe they should be given a paperback copy of this Lifton book saying these techniques are still used by Watchtower.
Correct. And then Watchtower would have to defend that. You see, so if Watchtower defends it, it's a win, because when somebody goes to a court, they at the same time somebody's taking Watchtower to court here or there. Well, you just beat them because Watchtower defended, doubled down on their child abuse two-witness rule.
I thought my top 10 was cute, but I think Lifton's 1 through 8 is more profound. And if that was sent to a senator with a nice letter that says these techniques are still being used in what you think is a church.
Yeah. Mm. But see, you have to come across as somebody who wants reform and wants the Jehovah's Witnesses to stay as a religion. You have to play the other side, like theocratic warfare. Because the moment the media sees you,
not a good boyfriend, and that church is not a safe place. I make a human rights argument for all the people sitting in that.
I agree with you. I was just saying in a PR, and that's fine. I think that's okay. I'm just saying that the argument that people are making is that the PR, nobody's tried PR on this side where we're 100% behind the Jehovah's Witnesses. We're 100% behind you. We just want you to change these three things.
Yeah.
You see, nobody's ever done that.
I think that's brilliant, and I think people would.
It's a good idea.
It's called theocratic warfare. Like saying, hey, you can lie, Watchtower. We can lie too.
Yeah. When Randall Walters was a big deal, there was some talk way back when of, and I don't know what this means legally, but there's a statute called the RICO statute, and it was used for mobsters, and they were trying to put a case together where that would be used, but I don't know the reasons why it didn't fit.
Yeah, I never understood why they couldn't. I don't understand why they could never get the Watchtower on the banking fraud with the Kingdom Hall. How you can loan people money? Because they're loaning money for Kingdom Halls, and then they're selling them and keeping the money, keeping the profit.
And what about the brothers and sisters that built the Kingdom Halls and paid them off?
That's what I'm saying.
Little congregation that's all paid for, little church that's all paid for, and then they're wanting to take it.
Wells Fargo, imagine if Wells Fargo did that to your house after 30 years of payment.
Right.
Yeah. They charged you interest on a loan. What does that mean? That means you own the property.
Yeah.
They imply that you own the property. They're charging you interest.
Because I remember one of the last times my dad and I were at a Kingdom Hall, he was much younger and I was much younger, and they brought that up that New York wanted to do something with the mortgage of that hall, And my dad verbally said, but we built this and it's paid for.
Yeah.
So that's
the
fine.
Menlo Park.
That's a
That's
crime.
Menlo Park.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's Menlo Park. That's what happened in Menlo Park. And those elders spoke up. Watchtower removes them from the corporation commission of their kingdom home. And in California, it's okay to do that. There's nothing illegal, except in California law, when you get rid of everybody in a corporation so you can take possession of it, that's a crime.
Oh.
So you can go and get rid of people from key committees and corporations. But when you do a coup, and then the purpose of the coup is for you to take possession of the property. That's what Watchtower did in Menlo Park, and they're going to win when it gets to the California Supreme Court. Menlo Park is going to win. Yeah, because Watchtower. This is not an issue of whether Watchtower has the right to remove you from a committee of a corporation. They just can't remove everybody and then take the property.
Right.
You see, you can't do that. That's the issue at hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what they're going to take. They're not going to take the Supreme Court case arguing all these other little things. The argument is, can you disfellowship every elder and steal the property? No. The law is very clear. Yeah. Yeah. They jumped the shark. Watchtower on that one thing. Now, if Watchtower was smart, they would just disfellowship one guy, then next month disfellowship another one, next month disfellowship another one.
Right.
Weeded them out, but they got rid of all of them. And nope, that's their downfall.
Right.
You know, it would be a good idea.
Yeah.
You know, it would be a good idea if every single ex-Jehovah's Witness person that got disfellowshipped, all just went back to the Kingdom Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Just you've always got someone to talk to. You're never shunned, and you just integrate back as Jehovah's Witnesses, and we just all take the religion back. Oh no, we don't shun anymore. That's not something that we do anymore. Everyone just goes back. There'd be more of us than there are of them. We'd have elders. We'd have all sorts. You put your hand up for answers. You do everything normal, and everybody just integrates back in, and we take the religion back.
That'd be pretty cool.
I thought about doing that. I can't do it because the Watchtower has written me a letter saying we will send you to jail if you're on our property. But
congratulations.
You can help organize those.
Yeah, I framed it, but I thought about that before they did that. What happens? And this is what I thought. Going back to Pixie, I thought if I did that, I go, what if I was a child molester and I decided to just change my name, move to another city, and say my name is Joseph Smith? No, everybody there would believe me, and I can start from the very ground up. And that's how you get the pedophiles from one place to another. You can disfellowship a pedophile in Houston, Texas. He moves to Los Angeles, changes his name, and nobody will ever know. He starts studying the Bible with the presiding overseer. He finds out who the presiding overseer is, studies the Bible with him, gets baptized in 6 months. The presiding overseer thinks he's the greatest thing since apple pie, and in 6 months, a year after he started studying, he's a ministerial servant. Why? Because he studied with the presiding overseer. And
you want to hear something? You want to hear something even worse? If you were a pedophile that had gone to jail, your parole officer would probably suggest at some stage you join a church. If you told them it was Jehovah's Witnesses and what you were doing, he would probably help you out to change states and change your name and to integrate better.
I think that's happened quite a bit.
So
you would have help on the inside and the outside.
You got to think like a crook. And if you were a pedophile, and if you were a wolf trying to, kill sheep, that's what you would do. And that's what's happening all over. And Jehovah's Witnesses are very transient. Have you noticed in the Jehovah's Witness religion, you can be disfellowshipped, and then you show back up 3 months later, and everybody in the congregation is brand new. Nobody knows your name.
They revolve around. Yeah.
Yeah. It's big revival meeting. And so it makes you wonder how many people there. When you meet our sister Nancy, how do you really know her name is Nancy? Have you ever seen her driver's license?
That's
how
true.
Do you know?
That's true.
You don't. When
You
I was a
don't?
ministerial servant and I was an elder and I would give speeches and not one person ever asked for my identification. They just took my word for it.
Ooh.
Think about it.
I gave a different
There
name.
you go. We just all go back. We all go back and just change our name.
Yeah.
I'm now
I,
Daryl Fitzgerald.
You know, I used to like they'd come to my house to meet my mom and all. I'd give them different names.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't think Jehovah's Witness pedophiles do that? Think about it. Yeah.
Oh, they would definitely do that.
Well, I wanted to see if they remembered my name for the next time they visited.
And think about it. If you were a man and you study with the presiding overseer, and you got baptized in less than 6 months, you would be a superstar in that church, in that kingdom hall.
Yeah, I see the point.
And when the circuit overseer came, oh boy, you'd be recommended ASAP. So you already know how to work the system.
But see, that's the key where we couldn't institute changes if a whole boatload of people went back. Because the circuit overseer comes like the bishop, and he makes sure the party line is followed. That's why they send them.
But because there's more of us than them, we just don't let him back into the Kingdom Hall, or we don't let him give talks. That's simple.
Yeah.
We just don't provide a place for him to stay. That's it. We just take the church. We just take it all back, and we sever the connection to head office, i.e., the governing body.
Mm-hmm.
The rank and file wouldn't know for so long.
There was a group in England that did a schism like that.
Yeah.
I thought about doing a video where you could tell the body. If I told the body of elders, this is what I would do going back. I would tell the body of elders, go to a lawyer. 3-4 of you elders that know the truth about the truth. You know how it works. So you go to a lawyer, you start a new church, and then you just transfer the name of the church. You give it a title, and you transfer it over to a new corporation. And Watchtower has no control over the buying and the purchasing. So if you and you just get the local brothers, and you say, hey, Watchtower wants us to do this. We're all going to vote on it. Everybody votes yes. Boom. You transfer it over.
Yeah, you could do that easily.
You could do that easily. And you could do it legally, and then Watchtower would have to sue you and explain to everybody that what Watchtower, who does the property belong to, us or does it belong to you? But yeah, it can be done. It's a very tricky situation, but I don't think it's going to happen. I
still think if that Lifton book about totalitarianism, what is the title of that book again?
I gave it to you in Messenger. Thought Reform, I think. I have to relook at it. Okay. Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism.
Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism by Lifton.
Yeah.
We send a letter to different members of Congress, and we say, Lifton wrote this book, Thought Reform and the Totalitarianism of Totalism, in 1963. It was used as the blueprint by these nut governments, and people suffered in POW camps in Korea because of this book and these techniques. We let the senators know that an American church is using this. You're going to give them something they never knew.
You may be right, yeah.
That could take the hinge off of them claiming First Amendment freedom of religion. That one book might be able to do it.
I got a question.
Sure.
All right. Well, we had a very prominent elder in the congregation that I was at. He became very, very close to my ex-wife and kids. Anyways, so we all knew him as Mike, but his real name was John. How's that work?
Ooh.
Yeah. How does that work?
Okay, well,
He's an elder.
I'll give you one legitimate reason. My uncle, he goes by his middle name instead of his first name. Don't know why. And my dad, for a long period, went by his middle name instead of his first name as well. I'm not sure if that was just a New Zealand thing while they lived in New Zealand. I don't know. But that's something that happened. And I'm not sure if they were hiding from something either, now that I think of it.
Yeah, that's...
Because they're both pieces
So,
of shit.
It's pretty common then, huh? Pretty common with JWs. Okay. All right, back to what you were talking about. Sorry, I was just wondering about that because it seems really odd.
It could be that he just had changed his name and just wasn't used to the new one.
Yeah, I know. I had an actual my aunt's husband. Actually, we found out he was a pedophile, and it seemed like they would change congregations all the time, but he never got, I don't think he ever got disfellowshipped, but he was always in the rumor mill, and
yeah.
But he just, I don't know.
That would be why he would change congregations so much.
Yeah. So I was just wondering about these elders, if they changed their names because they had shit against them, or I don't know. Doesn't even make sense. Why would you change your name from John to Mike?
The real question is why would the Jehovah's Witness elders allow a male pedophile, why would they allow his wife to go and conduct Bible studies with children, and then the husband is present? That's how they get. That's a lot of times how it happens. In Yuma, that's how it happens too. So the pedophile says, "Well, I'm not a Jehovah's Witness. I'm, disfellowship. Okay, I'll sit in the corner." Meanwhile, his wife is bringing the children in and studying with him, and he has access that way. So and she becomes an enabler. She's an enabler, but let me just real quick. One thing I noticed with this whole problem that we have, it's kind of like trying to get somebody who supports Donald Trump and convince him to support Joe Biden, and vice versa. We have a Biden supporter, and we're trying to convert him to vote for Trump. That's what we have here with
never.
No.
Never.
But see, that's what we have with the Jehovah's Witnesses. We have the Jehovah's Witnesses that will never listen to you, or vice versa. Mm-hmm. And how do you if we knew the answer, we'd be filthy rich. He would be filthy rich.
Sure.
How do you do that? Now, I will tell you this. Even Jesus scratched his head because he says, "I praise you, Father, because you have hidden these things from the intellectuals and you revealed it to the babes." Even Jesus was scratching his head in amazement that, oh my God, I can't even help these guys. So this is a monumental feast. What you're talking about is monumental in size. It's Jericho. The wall is.
He got he made a whip at some point, didn't he? Jesus?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. What did he do with that whip? That's something that he did.
He whipped the bankers, and 3 days later, he was hanging in a cross.
That's a good point. Thanks for that.
Jesus whipped the bankers.
That was a good point.
And 3 days later, he's dead.
Yeah, because somebody was
that is
really
a damn good point.
Yeah.
So what the point is this, the Watchtower is going to leave you and me alone. But if I were to do something to Watchtower and I would touch their money, they would just kill me. They'll let you be an apostate. You can be an apostate, but boy, you touch my money, they'll put a hit on you. Yeah, I don't.
Oh yeah.
But if they have your name as Mike and then they go to look up your background information, there's nothing on Mike, but it's all on John.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason you would change your name from John to Mike is John is the most common man name there is, and if you did something, you use it to fit in. And if you did something and fucked up with that name, the second best name is Mike.
How are you
They are kind of generic, yes.
Yeah.
I like that we're brainstorming on how can we, and we're all bringing up really good points, and I really like this. I like this a lot, actually.
I think it's an interesting point. If they were real ministers, they probably could pass some sort of background or something, because they do have children in their cars with them and stuff, and women and people confessing. And a neighbor years ago says to me, when I was a true believer and a kid, he says, the Baptists have a financial thing where you can look at their books and see what they spend and see where they invest. And he says the witnesses don't have that. And this was told to me 40, 50 years ago.
Wow.
And I think that if I went up the hill to the Episcopal Church and got the name of Reverend Episcopal and keyed him into my computer, he probably has some sort of background that says Reverend Episcopal is safe. You can ride in a car with him and tell him your deepest, darkest secrets. And he's a real reverend, and he's also been cleared with the thing. I don't think any of our witness elders have that.
No.
Yeah, because Mike has no history, no background, but John does.
Yeah. and neither one went to seminary, and neither one is classified as a real minister, and so
both probably pedophiles.
Yeah,
like
so this is where
review.
It gets real dicey. Real dicey.
Hey, now I will tell you this. There's a guy in the United States. I don't know if you know who he is. His name is Van Jones. Now Van Jones, I think he was in jail too, like in prison or something, and he's like Barack Obama's like closest friend. But check this out. Van Jones was like a black man with an afro, and and he hated the white man protesting, and he was part of that group. But he made a phrase, and he said that he had to drop the pose, which meant when he got out of prison after he started studying, he got a suit, a tie. He no longer talked like an angry black activist. He talked like if he was educated in the most finest schools in the Northeast. And guess what? He was able to accomplish more because he dropped the pose. And so what I'm saying is, whether you do it for the good or you do it for bad, whatever I'm not talking about politics here. That's the problem with the apostates. The apostates are like hippies. We're out there, you're protesting. We're a bunch of hippies. We really are. We're stray cats, and we have a pose. We have the Black Panther pose. We have a pose, and it's scary. It scares the hell out of a Jehovah's Witness who's living in the bunker. But somehow the apostates need to come out with a suit and tie, like and be like, hey, I'm your best friend. I still like.
Maybe they need a couple of attorneys.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying about the new wave of apostasy would be if you drop the apostate pose and you come to them like, hi friend, you're my friend, like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. I'm coming to you as Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Yeah.
Then you have to shave your beard off though, and that ain't right.
No, I know.
Well, I think a strong legal team. I think a strong legal team could beat their legal team.
I agree.
And lawyers, they all have lunch together at the end anyway. I mean, that's the tightest frat on earth. Yeah. I was always envious of my sweetie and his frat because, oh man, But I don't know.
You know what? It's a combination. If you have a strong legal team, you also have to have the court of public opinion on your side. And I think it's that two punch. You can't have one without the other. If you have a great
that's
team,
what that Lifton book would do.
Yeah,
if you can say, look, this is where shunning comes from. This is how they're doing it. They're doing it with number 8 in this Lifton thing, and that is bullying. They're speaking against bullying, but they're actually bullying their own people.
Yeah, and see that's where the Jehovah's Witnesses Achilles heel is at, because if you're in a court, the Jehovah's Witnesses have no gravitas. They have no goodwill with the common folk. The moment you hear the word Jehovah's Witness, people like cringe. Even the judge, like, oh, geez, I got to deal with these guys. And
but
so
they didn't. They used to have a stellar reputation.
Yeah,
they don't anymore.
No, and that's a good thing. So when the lawyer goes, whatever case he has the side of public opinion on his side. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, one of the good things about that book is that it's about POWs, right? So immediately you're comparing the people that have been shunned to veterans.
Yeah.
And then in America, at least, I don't know a lot about America, but I know that at least that you would probably get the public opinion on your side with.
Yeah.
And you know what we don't have as apostates, and I'm not saying I can do it. I probably could if I put my heart to it. Is you need in the Revolutionary War, you have somebody. The reason Benjamin Franklin is on the $100 bill and he's not a president is because Benjamin Franklin at nighttime was being an ambassador. You see, John Adams was up in France and he was being a great ambassador, but Abraham Lincoln was going into the bars and schmoozing with all the bigwigs, and he was getting the support. And we don't have that in the apostate community where that book, for example, you need somebody who needs to get every apostate on board and say, hey, you need to preach this book, and like an ambassador of sorts,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that. Organization.
You're not putting everybody on the same team. You're just simply saying that, hey, we got 3, 4, 5 things that we want to accomplish. This book, this.
Well,
like
when they have that party at Halloween, that Lafayette Park thing.
Yeah.
Maybe they could have a few people go up and talk to their Congress people with a 1 page that talks about number 1 through 8 in that book, and talks about the bullying and the shunning, and have another page that talks about the child abuse cases, and then have another page saying, seniors are being bilked out of their homes by this so-called religion. And just 3 pages, and have them make appointments to go up and see the people that represent them.
Yeah.
That'd be nice, but it's such a minority that it wouldn't
it's
really
right.
change
It's a short walk from where the demonstration will be.
It wouldn't
It's
change
a stroll.
it would be nice.
Well,
we're not politicians. We were all witnesses. We were damn brainwashed into not getting into politics. So it's very hard for any witness to actually do that, I think.
We're very good at knocking on doors and speaking to people with a piece of paper in our hand.
Yeah, we are. But as far as politics go, it's always just been, taboo, and we just don't have it in us, naturally. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm pretty much still neutral.
Yeah, me too. But it's only because I've been programmed that all my life, and I wish I could. I really do. But and that would be very, very, very effective if somebody could. But I just know that
they're going to have hotels, and they're going to be there anyway. They might as well take it.
Rick Barron talked about it today, because that one lady called in and she was saying all this, and then Rick Barron said, well, why don't you do it? And it reminded me when Jesus says the soul is willing, but the flesh is weak. And I noticed that with the apostates. A lot of apostates want to do something. The soul is willing, but the flesh is weak with them. You know,
Might happen.
Yeah. Have you noticed that?
I know a story. It was in another country, and it was a different issue. But a book was put on the seats of a certain number of people as a lobbying thing, and they let them do it. And it changed the culture of the people. So if, you know, if several people knew this, so talk that book up. Let people know that it was these Korean War techniques that are what has been perpetrated.
Well, that's what this is all about. Just sitting around the couch, talking to each other, throwing ideas at each other. That would be so sweet if one of us could actually come up with that energy to do that. That's a good idea. I wish I could.
Linda, you need to send me that information on that book too. The same thing you sent her, Pixie.
Okay.
You need to send it to me. I want to definitely read it.
Okay.
You sparked my interest on it.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's had my interest for a long time too.
Which book?
The books by Robert J. Lipton and the information on Margaret Singer, because both of these people are psychiatrists who studied prisoners of war, and they are called specialists.
How many pages?
Gosh, I don't know.
I think Lifton 1 through 8. I think that Lifton 1 through 8 material is the key, and let the higher ups know about it.
That's really interesting.
525 pages.
Yeah, but you only need the page that says 1 through 8. Here's the techniques they use. Xerox that one page, put a cover letter with it, and say, "Hello, my name is," which you know how to do from Kingdom Ministry School.
Yeah, we learned a lot. That was cool.
Make your own tract.
Yeah, I remember like finding tracts of other religions and stuff at bus stops and stuff, and I know what I did with them.
I thought they were wonderful. I used to read them all.
I got a question for Linda.
I would read like 3 lines and be like, "Ha, idiots," and throw it. Apostate, filth, get out of my face.
I got a question for my favorite apostate.
Yes.
What is the latest that you've ever actually done this on a Saturday night?
The sun is coming up over the east coast of the United States. It's a beautiful
7:17 over here in New Hampshire. I'm just curious, what's the latest you've ever
Yeah,
done?
I've stayed up till like 6 a.m. my time, but I'm starting to fade. I'm starting to fade. 6 a.m.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
Well, we'll have to do this
What
again
time is it right
sometime.
now?
Over where I'm at, it's 4:14 a.m. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we got 2 hours. Let's keep going, guys. Yeah, she's gonna be all right. She can make some more coffee.
I think I'll have a coffee. I wonder if I still have a mug with a globe on it. Maybe, you know, why should the Watchtower have all the world domination? Maybe Pixie should have a plan for world domination, too.
I agree. Oh, that's the best.
So, Trixie, where are you? I know we got Brad from Australia on. I'm here from New Hampshire, and
He's on the East Coast.
Over in California. Where's Trixie? Just curious. Changing the subject, I guess.
He's on the East Coast too.
Yeah, I'm at the East Coast. Is Trixie at the East Coast too?
Hey, Pixie, this is a quote from Dwight David Eisenhower. He says motivation is the art of getting people to do what you want them to do because they want to do it. And that's the problem with the apostates. The apostates, have you noticed, they all want to do something. But how do you motivate them to do something that they already want to do? And that's very hard, I found, when dealing with Jehovah's Witnesses, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. That they all want to do something, but getting them to do something is very hard. Like I remember I used to mail the Australian Royal Commission postcards to Jehovah's Witnesses. And
I have a couple of those postcards.
Yeah,
I think.
I'm telling you, man. There was some people that would write me and say, "Hey, Gilbert, here's the address to my the elders." We would send them the Australian, the postcards, and people would call me on the phone, cuss me out. Don't you ever send me anything ever again? And but that was awesome.
I know, right?
But a lot of people want to do something, but Eisenhower said the hard part is how do you motivate somebody to do something that they already want to do? And with Jehovah's Witnesses, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, they're like stray cats. It's hard to get them together.
Well, I've noticed, one of the things I've noticed, at least the ones that appear on this show, Come and Go, is that they all just need direction.
Yeah.
Most of them ask, what do I do? What do I do? Tell me what I do. What should I do next to do something? And I think that a lot of them just need direction. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. Like, I'll give you an example. Something that we did when we did the flyover in San Diego, we just put JW Facts, Stop Fighting Child Abuse, JW Facts. And so we just sent everybody over to JW Facts. Just go to JW Facts. And it worked. There's people.
Well, I think here's something. One of the things I think, and you could be right. A lot of them don't want to do something, but also don't want to do something. And that one of the reasons I think Rick Farron is quite successful is a lot of the things that he goes, I'm a sign writer. Just if you're going to come to the thing, just tell me what you want on a sign, and I'll make it for you for free. You know what I mean? Like he kind of. 1 second, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just because
we
we're
all
used
need
to
an
taking
enabler.
instructions.
True. And
What
we've
did
all
you
been
say,
burned.
Bob?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that. I'm not sure if you heard, but my 4-year-old was just yelling in the background, Dad, 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 Dad.
Yeah.
The joys of a 4-year-old at 10:20 at night.
Okay.
10:20. Wow.
I think a lot of apostates, especially ex-Jehovah's Witnesses that are fresh out, they're used to being given everything and told what to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, all the Watchtower stuff is provided for us. All of the literature is literally given to us. If we really need it, we just go in and go, wait, can I have a Bible? Yep, here's that. Can I have a bunch of magazines so that I can place? Yep, here are those. What should I say? Okay, here's what you should say. And, they don't, when you come out and it's like, I want to do something. I don't know what to say. I don't know. I don't have any material. You know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
No, I do.
Totally.
Whereas Rick Farron is just like, I'll provide everything if you want. You tell me that you're coming, set it in stone, and I'll have a sign for you. I'll have everything for you. And I think that's one of the reasons why Rick Farron is so successful. He provides everything. He set this whole network up. He's asleep in his studio as we speak. He's asleep next to in the studio probably. If I was to yell loud enough his name, I bet you he would wake up and help us out. I'm not going to.
No.
I'm not going to. I'm just saying.
Can I tell you where?
I'm proving my point.
where Rick Farron is successful is real simple, in my opinion. In that, for example, John Cedars, Lloyd Evans, he needs you to come back like a church needs you to come back every Sunday. He needs Patreon. So see, John Cedars has fallen into the cult of church where he needs you to come back. Whereas Rick Farron has 10, 50, 100 times more people that never show up again. So the success of Rick Farron is where Jesus said, go, and don't come back. Go, shine your light, go. So if 1,000, or say 3,000 people saw Rick Farron's video, there's 30, 40, 50,000 people that already saw it 5 years ago and don't come back. That's how you measure success. And that's why, in my opinion, Rick Farron is so successful, in that they don't have to come back. And those that do is because they love him as an individual person, yada, yada. But the success is in they don't have to come back. Whereas John Cedars, they need you to come back. He needs you to come back. He wants you to come back.
It's kind of a guru thing.
He did do well to deconstruct what was going on, though. He did know.
Yeah, I'm not going to knock him on that.
He did know where the stuff was in the volumes and stuff. The thing that is unique in a bad way with the witnesses. Of course, the crime of abusing children is a crime, but that's not unique. Yeah. The Boy Scouts have just about pulled it. The blood thing and the shunning thing are really not done in any other cults. I mean, the Amish do shun, but I don't think it's quite the same.
The Mormons used to.
Yeah.
But they dropped it.
Yeah. So, and again, the outside world is not really aware of that. Even, I think to think of the tower falling is perhaps something that would never happen. But for people to be aware, like people are aware of senior scams.
Yeah.
People need to be aware that this group will let you die on the table. This group is not a safe place for these 8 or 10 reasons. And this group uses techniques from prison camps. I mean, they don't know. They think it's, oh, well, they're so clean living and they're so, the nice tie and the nice dress and, nobody dresses up anymore in a 50s style home life. And yeah, it's a 50s style home life, all right.
I just looked it up and it's apparently exactly the same in Amish communities.
Well, it might sound that way.
There is a big difference.
It might.
I'll give you one big difference.
But what?
No. I'll give you one big difference, and that's as you're growing up as an Amish kid. If you grow up as an Amish person, at some point you go into the world and get to do anything you want.
For a year, yes, you do.
And you can,
as a teenager,
and you can stay there. You can stay there if you want, right? And nobody's going to think bad of you if you choose to do that. And that's one of the bigger differences, I think. If you gave, even if Jehovah's Witnesses did that, that would be a big difference. But they wouldn't.
There was a show about leaving Amish, and these Amish went to New York, and it was funny, but as a witness, it was also very poignant because they didn't know what to do with the outside world. They'd never been in a car. So they're...
you've been in a cult when you're stricter than the Amish.
Yeah, but
that's a damn good indication.
They'd never ridden in an automobile. I mean, it was cute, but they were.
I've never ridden a horse.
Yeah, they were crestfallen.
Just kidding. No, I've ridden a horse.
Yeah, they didn't know. They didn't think they would be accepted back into the group. And 2 of the ones that were shunned married each other, and the one became a successful New York model, and the other one fell prey to alcoholism. But it was a great realism show. It's what happened to them. But in most cases, I think they shun briefly, and then they go to their body of elders, and they're sorry, and they're back in. I just
think if I was if I was when I was growing up, if they said, okay, you're not a Jehovah's Witness for an entire year, I could develop some pretty close relationships in my young teenage years that if I went back to being a Jehovah's Witness and then I got disfellowshipped, I would be ready, and know I had someone on the outside. It would be much easier.
Yeah.
There's a much better chance you would not go back. Much better chance. I wouldn't even go back. No chance. If I was out for a year, I would stay out.
And maybe they went back and became Mennonites. I mean, they didn't really mix with the 20th century world. They really weren't capable of it, except for the one that was a model. They might have left the Amish, but they became Mennonites. So they went to a slightly...
And the model probably got most of the stuff done for her, right?
Yeah.
Boom. That's the key.
Yeah.
But the work ethic that the Amish kids are given, really sets them up for success if upon release they have a little bit of guidance. I mean, these kids, oh my God, the world is their oyster because of the work ethic that they've been given. Yeah.
They weren't being.
And I think Jehovah's Witnesses could be the same. You could utilize the same kind of slave-like work ethic if they were, for want of better words, if you were able to debrief them as they came out. You know what I mean? And got them ready for the world and nurtured them and that sort of stuff. But we kind of get released. We get released into the world like bubbles.
I don't know why they don't use the Latter-day Saints model and have their own college where you could be a doctor or an attorney or a botanist or something for people that have real talents.
Because they basically would be paying for people to leave.
But the Mormons, they get those things and stay.
I think the shunning policy is the flaw.
5 wives will do that.
No. I think the shunning policy, not the blood issue. The shunning policy is a handicap of the Jehovah's Witness religion because Pixie's right. Is that the Jehovah's Witness? The way I look at it, from a governing body member, a nominee, is a gold mine. It's a gold mine. I would, if I was in charge of the governing body, I would have that printing press. I'd be printing Bibles for every religion. I would just have everybody working and kids, learning the trade.
Building houses everywhere.
It's a gold mine of a religion. But the shunning and the teaching, the overlapping teachings one after another, if they would just keep it simple. I wouldn't even publish Watchtower and Wakes anymore. I would just keep it very simple. Make money. And then if everyone's making money,
give us money.
If everyone's making money, everyone's going to be happy. Yeah. If everyone is making money, and I think that's why the Mormons are so successful because they help everybody make money. They work like the Chinese do, and the Jews. They keep the money within the family.
They do, and the land.
And that's how they're able to get away with it. And the shunning policy has been relaxed.
I think when they do shun or they do reprimand, I don't think either group is as strict as the witnesses about your whole family is off limits to you. These Amish kids in the TV show, they had transgressed more than one time. It wasn't some kid that smoked a cigarette behind the barn. I mean, they really had gone out of their way to tick some elders off.
Yeah, the term is called institutionalized shunning. That's the problem with Watchtower. They have institutionalized shunning. It's part of the institution, and so the Mormons don't have that institutional shunning to the extreme that the Jehovah's Witnesses have.
You'd have to do something really bad,
Well, simple. Same thing with the disfellowshipping in the Catholic Church. you have to steal money to be disfellowshipped. You know, you can do whatever you want, but you steal money from the Catholic Church, yeah, they disfellowship you. But
Mormons celebrate birthdays too, don't they?
They have birthdays and college and
Well, that makes a big difference. That makes a huge difference. Having celebrations, you know, the shunning gets so much worse when there's nothing enjoyable going on,
right.
And then there's nothing.
Right.
You know what I mean? You're already totally beaten down by work, by, you know, constantly studying the Bible, saying Jehovah a million times, that sort of thing, and remembering the rules, and also never celebrating anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's a big difference.
We all go back to the thing where Jehovah's Witnesses want control. They're control freaks. That's part of a cult. But guess what? You can accomplish the same amount of control like the Jews do with the money. You know, there's no Jew that wants to leave the Jewish church.
I agree.
He's going to lose all of his money.
I agree with what you're saying, man.
Yeah.
Instead of a tithe, we just say everyone make money, and instead of a tithe, we give a dominium, which is half.
You know, you make everybody.
We just make the most powerful religion on earth based on money.
Listen, you have a subscription to the Watchtower magazine. It comes to your house, and it's going to cost you $200 a year.
It used to come to the house. You're not old enough to remember that.
Yeah.
You remember? Okay.
But I would charge a lot of money. Make sure you get a subscription.
Well, wait till they get this.
$2 a year.
Streaming service is not going to be
$2.
cheap.
Yeah.
They'll have a streaming service soon.
But you're also training all of the rank and file to make money. A lot of it.
Yeah.
So they've got this money to spare. That's the thing.
Yeah. And look at there's another religion. It's called Dave Ramsey. He's a mini cult, and he's teaching everybody to make money. And what does he do? He has everybody saying the words, "I'm on baby step. I'm on baby step." It's like a cult religion. Everybody's in a baby step, and everybody preaches the same gospel that he does. It's a cult light, like Bud Light, but it's cult light. And but guess what? He has them all in his cult because they're all making money with him, or they feel that they're making
less calories.
And that's power. That's the same amount of power that Watchtower has. It's just he's getting more money.
Diet cult.
I believe that the organization wants to keep the members out of college and not getting very good employment jobs, so that they are more dependent on the organization and don't become independent. Because if they became independent, they would feel more empowered and leave.
Well, this is where you're wrong. Because check this out. Ben Carson is a brain surgeon, and he ran for president, and he served with Donald Trump. And he's still a Seventh-day Adventist, and he gives them 10% of their money. So they still control him. So I'm telling you, man, money is the best way to grab people by the cojones and say, I'm in charge. The Jews do it with money. The Mormons do it with money. The Seventh-day Adventists do it with money. And Ben Carson is a brain surgeon. So I'm telling you, Watchtower got the recipe backwards. They're trying to control people, and they're not making any money.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're not making the money that they should be.
Yeah.
I'd say.
I don't really think they need the money of the members. I think that the members are simply a front, though. But you're right. They're talking. These other ones that you're talking about is more prosperity gospel kind of things, and so Seventh-day Adventists have their own college, Mormons have their own college, and so on and so on. So it equips them to become better citizens in the world. And
God must be with us, because look, I'm making $1 million a year. God must be with me.
Maybe it's all just a distraction. They're all just different distractions.
Yeah. It's the same thing. It's just like Solomon said, it's nothing new in the sun. Just the names change.
And now with Serena, it'll be a more pleasant distraction. I think if they put her on the broadcast, they'll really have something.
Wouldn't that be great?
Everybody would watch. They would get followers, bringing their neighbors in.
Maybe we should pray for Serena to come on JW Broadcast. Heavenly
Yeah.
Father.
Oh my goodness.
Serena, since her new baptism, to be part of the broadcast.
JW Broadcast. Please.
So I looked up the trans radio, the trans channel and everything, and for a long time I was like looking up all kinds of stuff. There's nothing about that station, trans station, that has anything to do with transgenders. I forgot to mention that earlier.
Well,
that
she's
stands
a girl.
for transatlantic.
She's a girl because she has Olympia as a beautiful child, and she also went through the Olympic Committee medical screening. So she's absolutely 100% girl.
Oh, of course she is, yeah. Well, yeah.
But now the father might have dressed them as boys when they were younger to get, a tennis courts or something.
They were very slender.
There's another good point, and that's that if she was that big and also was born a guy, she would be able to beat the top guys, which she cannot. The number 200 guy played her.
Almost.
She claimed that she could. Which
Almost. I saw her do a tennis match. Who's the British broadcaster? Used to have a CNN show. Gosh, I can't think of his name right now because it's early in the morning. But he had a crush on her, and he said, "Please let me play tennis with you." I play tennis regularly. And they put the match on CNN, and it was just for fun, and it was about 5 minutes. And he gave it the best he could.
I have a crush on you.
What is his name?
That is cute.
What is his name? He used to be on CNN.
Was it an older gentleman or?
Yeah, dark-haired British gentleman that had his own talk show. And and he was a pretty good tennis player. And he said, I'm not a beginner.
Andrew.
And she said, good match.
Was it Andrew?
No, it was
Okay.
Oh gosh, what is his name? I'll think of it today, and then he won't be here to tell. I won't be able to tell.
But I remember Serena talking about how the level of playing between male and female tennis is there's just no comparison. It's just they're two leagues.
In Australia in 1998 during the Australian Open, they had a thing called the Battle of the Sexes, where she played. Her and her sister put back to back played the world number 203 guy, and he beat them straight sixes the entire way.
Okay.
And he apparently partied the night before, and he was number 200, number 203, and he said it was one of the easiest games he'd ever, like the two easiest games he'd ever played. Like it was like he was in training again.
Okay.
Wow. Wow.
Which they did make a big deal of in Australia, just because.
I bet. He's
it was
Australian, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, but I wish her well. I'm happy for her.
Oh, I'm a big fan.
And you know why? And you know why, Victor? Because one thing I learned is this: you have to learn. I learned this being an ex-JW. I've learned you just have to learn to trust people. So I trust Selena. I trust her, Serena, I trust her, and I know she's gonna go in. She's gonna crash and burn, and this is not gonna be her first crash and burn. And I know she's gonna be fine. And this is what Jehovah's Witnesses don't do. They don't know how to trust. They don't even know how to trust each other. And that's one of the problems with apostates. I've noticed that they don't know how to trust. They're afraid to trust. But Jesus taught people Jesus trusted his full apostles. He trusts people. And we have to do that. And I trust Serena is going to be fine. She's going to get burnt. She's going to be humiliated. She's going to stick her foot in her mouth. All that stuff. And good for her. Good for her.
She's got a big network on the outside too, I assume.
Yeah.
Oh, she's the one that introduced Meghan to Harry.
I noticed. I remember you said that her dad was wearing shirts that said Jehovah on them. So I looked it up, and they say Jehovah my God, all his shirts now, instead of Nike or anything like that. They say Jehovah my God, exactly the same. He's got hats. But I cannot find where you can buy them at all.
Well, in America, when we had shopping malls before retail was
Might have them
down,
custom made, maybe.
most of the shopping malls had a place for $10. You could get that done on a hat or whatever. It was in every American city.
I thought. Well, when I saw it, I thought maybe he had a clothing line. Like he likes making money, that guy.
Did.
And I thought maybe he had a Jehovah my God clothing line, which I think is pretty awesome if he did, but I couldn't find any evidence of it. But there is a lot of shirts out there that you can buy that have Jehovah-related messages on them.
Wow.
The good news is that Jehovah's changing his name a lot. Now it's Yahweh. Now it's Yehoshua, Yahushua. You've seen all of those names, right? Yeshua. So the good thing is
Yeshua,
Jehovah,
Yeshua.
all of those. Yeah, everyone now knows how to pronounce God's first name, and so everyone is God loves me more because I know how to pronounce his name and spell it, and so
spell it. That's right.
Yeah, so it's this Jehovah thing is it's reached its life expectancy where get over it, man. Nobody knows, and you're not gonna know in this lifetime, But that's why you're seeing all of these other people.
A good point about that is, well, I remember growing up, my mum I would be like, why are we not Catholics? Why are we not this? Why are we not that? No, we're Jehovah's Witnesses because Jehovah's Witnesses are different. All those other religions, they do this, they do that, but we're different. We do things differently. But now they're exactly the same.
Yeah.
And if they lose the name Jehovah to everybody else, then that's the last thing they've got that makes them different to any other religion, because they've got media centers going up, theme parks. They've got everything that every other religion has now.
And look what's happening. You'll see it on the channel. You'll see it everywhere else. Now Jehovah's Witnesses, this is a funny thing. A Jehovah's Witness is arguing with another guy, and he goes, no, God's name is Jehovah. And the other guy says, no, it's Yeshua. And now they're fighting with each other. I think that's hilarious.
Well, that happens. That happens pretty much every Sunday.
Yeah. It's like watching Bob Hope, fighting with some other comedian. It's just like it's a comedy skit.
Who's on first?
Yeah. It's just,
It's funny though when witnesses try to have comedy on their channel because it's just not funny.
No. Now Stephen Lett is funny.
Yeah, but not how you want it to be.
Everything they do that tries to be any emotion other than nothing is cringe. Everything just comes off cringe and badly acted and just horrible. It's so weird.
The difference between you and me
is
like
a Twilight Zone episode.
The difference between you and me is that when I hear that Stephen Lett came out with a new video, I'm like happy. I'm like, get the coffee ready. I'm sitting down. I'm like, this is gonna be good.
When they did that Prodigal Son show, that was pretty good. But the scene where he's in the apartment with the girl, and he's on the little love seat with the pretty girl that had the long curly hair, and then he leaves the apartment and he's in the alleyway and he's crying. It's like they didn't give enough romance in that apartment for me to really understand it. If I wasn't the age I am now, I wouldn't understand it, because all she did was unbutton one button. They didn't even kiss each other on the couch, and he leaves the apartment and he's weeping in the alleyway. Well, he didn't lose anything. Show a little bit on the camera for the plot. All she did was undo one button, and that was supposed to signal to a witness audience that he had lost his virginity to this girl in her apartment.
Oh man. Yeah.
Now, is she the one with the fish tank? Is she the one with the fish tank?
I think she might have had the fish tank. She had a little love seat, and then she unbuttoned one button. And the next thing you know, he's running into the alleyway and weeping.
Yeah. Well, that was my story. I remember.
Offered to show you the fish tank.
I fondly remember making out heavy petting with my girlfriend, and it didn't lead to sex, and everything went bad later. And I'm glad, it didn't turn into a sexual relationship. But my brother told me, he goes, Gilbert, he goes, you want to hear the truth? You want to know why she's mad at you and hates you? I go, yeah. He goes, because you didn't put out, and nothing is worse than a woman scorned. You scorned that girl.
Yeah.
She's mad. And I was like, oh man, I should have.
Yeah.
But
so we don't know if
I'm
she was frustrated or not. But he's crying in the alley, and he should have been like, score, but that's not how it went.
Yeah.
But one button was enough for them to feel shame. I mean, watching the video, I just thought that was kind of sad and pathetic.
Yeah. The funny thing, I did send her an email years later, and I said, I didn't know I was in a cult. I'm sorry. I was like, dang, and it was good, I didn't know. I was like, George Costanza. I was in the pool. I was in the pool. Yeah. Oh man.
Awesome.
Yeah. I remember one time I was making out with her, like, wow. And she told me, she looked at me, she goes, your God will be my God, and your people will be my people. She tried to do the Ruth and Naomi thing. And that was a major turnout because of that. Oh hell no. You can't be a Jehovah's Witness. I was like, no. That was such a turn off. I was so turned off. Because I knew that, she
instant D.
I was like, no. Because I knew the hotness would wear off. I was like, she'd be cold, I was like, no. I want
a good one, though, is, a good one is Song of Solomon 3 verses 4. I have found the one whom my soul loves.
Oh, yep. Nice.
I wonder how many people have actually read that whole book.
I didn't like it. I like Ecclesiastes because it's more.
Oh man, so much of that book was boring as hell. That's a hard book to get through.
Which one?
The Bible.
Oh no. You're reading the wrong book.
No. I've read the entire thing. And yes, some of it is good, but a lot of it is very difficult to get through. Very difficult. If you're reading it from start to finish, it's very difficult to finish. Very difficult.
You're reading it wrong. If
you're reading it wrong.
If you can't get anything out of it, you just close it and move to another chapter. If you don't get nothing out of it, you're wasting everyone's time. You're wasting God's time.
I always know who read the Old Testament because they know about those brutal battles in 1st and 2nd Kings where all the people get destroyed. And if they don't think the Old Testament is the most bloodthirsty book that's ever been in a bookstore, then I know they didn't read the Bible. And I always ask the witnesses, well, did you enjoy your Bible reading? Did you read the Bible through for a year? That used to be what pioneers were supposed to do. And I haven't found one recently that's done it. And if they say they have read the Bible, I'm like, well, what did you think of the Old Testament? And if they don't have a look of, that was the most violent thing I ever read, then I know they didn't read it.
But you know what? If you read Ecclesiastes, you could read it easily in one evening, with a cup of coffee. It's only a few chapters. And it's so practical because, the vanity of the vanities. It's like a working man's guide. Like, you work so hard and then your son goes and causes a civil war and burns everything that like that. You give your kid your Corvette collection when you die, and then he burns them all up in one weekend.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
but that's the book. Solomon's got there's some kinks in there too. And if you know anything about Middle Eastern poetry and take your time with it, I mean, the witnesses, if they read that, they would be shocked.
Yeah.
But most of them, they just claim they've read the Bible.
I always liked
42 children getting torn apart by bears. Good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all kinds of
Just
stuff.
crazy. By one bear. So I probably had to chase a lot of those kids down over a fair period of time.
Yeah.
I just want to know in Genesis, who were the people in the land of Nod?
I know. That's a good question.
That's my question.
Now, when I read the Song of Solomon, I'm like, I'd like, God, really, man? I mean, the guy has 1,000 wives and concubines, and he needs to get the love of his life, his soulmate, this chick. And I'm the bad person? And I'm the bad person? I mean, what did I do, man? I mean, he was like, he got 1,000 wives. Well, I'm over here arguing with God. Like, he
was going to cut a baby in half. Damn it!
Yeah. You're my soulmate, and
I haven't done anything close to that.
Wait till you finish law school.
I know. Throwing a bone, yeah.
Something to look forward to, I guess.
There's your example. It's a very good legal story.
Yeah. But
custody case.
I'm just gonna be very pissed
Cut it
off.
in half.
I'm just gonna be very pissed off if in the next dimension King Solomon has a better table than I do. I'm like, really? The guy has 1,000 wives, and he gets to eat prime rib. Like, what the hell?
Yeah. He got to see each wife about once a year.
And no. You don't think he was sleeping with 2-3 women at the same bed?
Sometimes he was. Sometimes he was. Yeah. There's ways you could figure that schedule out.
Yeah.
I'm sure there were people that just were on the scheduling department for him.
Exactly. And then what about breakfast, lunch, and dinner? I mean, this guy was probably a machine. He didn't just operate at nighttime.
No.
He was unseen.
He was a king. He could do what he wanted to do.
Oh, kind of like in Mel Brooks in the movie when he grabs the girls and he goes, oh, "It's good being the king." Yeah.
That's it. It's good to be the king.
I think that's the other thing that people don't talk about the Old Testament is like, you have sex, husband and wife, mission, in one bedroom, okay, but Samson was having like a threesome and a foursome.
Well, it's the Middle East.
They're not talking about that. And he had to because these women had to be sexually satisfied. So he probably had like, okay, you girls can have sex amongst yourselves, and then I'll join you every full moon.
All kinds of stuff was going on. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then some,
because
if you're doing a diplomatic deal and you've got a wife from another country, you might only see her every 2 years because, I mean, maybe it's just like a diplomatic thing and it's not really a romance thing. And then some of the others, you'll have them on the list in different places. Yeah.
But still,
and the concubines were probably just to do the laundry. I don't think, because in those days they didn't have a lot of machinery and stuff. So they probably, if you get a wife from another country, you bring 4 or 5 concubines with her to take care of her.
And what about the girlfriends? He had to have girlfriends.
What, the slaves doing the laundry?
Well, I think maybe concubines in that story was a lesser term for the enslaved maidservants.
But at the end of the day, the numbers don't lie. There's just no way the guy was sleeping just one woman one night. I mean,
it's doable. It's doable any way he wanted to do it. He was the king.
I don't know. I'm just looking at the math and I'm stumbling. I have questions.
Yeah. Well, there's questions there for sure. But then and then of course the Queen of Sheba and her son got a second Ark of the Covenant. We could go there. Menelik and the Ark of the Covenant in Sheba and Ethiopia, and they claim they have
Maybe he ate a lot of dates. And
dates will probably do it for you. They're good for you. I'm looking at some right now. I have to thank California for, I can get dates here on the East Coast, and they're so wonderful from California and so delicious. Yeah, that's
Remember
a
with,
good product.
With George Costanza and Seinfeld when he gets with the mangoes? He gets all barrel. Maybe he had a mango ship or something. I don't know.
Well, they had ships. They went around the world. You know, and he built palaces and temples.
Yeah, but he didn't have late
friends
night Johnny Carson, so that helped him. You know.
Yeah, and pretty much
They didn't
women
have
and
TV.
building temples was all they had to do. That was pretty much it. You know, you didn't have a lot of other activities.
And then
But
Frank Sinatra singing that song. That's a good life. I'm just kidding, huh?
Well, maybe some of those concubines could sing and dance. They might have been entertainers too. You don't know, but you know, and he learned from the soap opera of David's life. I mean, his father had a soap opera and palace intrigue and murders and stuff. So you know, Solomon was kind of kicking back.
Imagine the soap opera on that. You know, she's a murderer. I mean, wow.
Yeah, there was all kinds of stuff going on in David's court.
And you know how women are, you know, so they're all possessive, and then she
had the husband killed of the woman, you know, had Bathsheba's husband killed and all. That Solomon didn't have any of those problems. I think he made a policy of, you know, we're just going to have a good time because look at my childhood. I had to sit in court and see all this stuff happen, and you know, he was kicking back. Now, I don't know if he had the genies to help him. See, the Bible doesn't tell us anything about the jinn. So if there's the genies, you know what genies are, right?
Genies? Like the genie of the lamp?
Yeah, like the genie of the lamp. Supposedly Solomon had genies that helped him, but it's not in the Bible. So I think I'll have to research and see if I can find any documentation of that.
What I understand is how he could be clean. You know, like I'm over here, like, okay, God, I think I can be clean and have a wife. You know, but then if I have a whole 300 some more wives, I'll be like, all day long I would be like, I'm unclean, I'm unclean, I'm unclean.
Well, but they had pools. They had.
Okay.
You know, they got temples, they got pools. Because he's a king. He's not, you got to look, he's at the upper class. And so they've got swimming pools. They found David's swimming pool, for real, in archaeology.
Wow.
So they had pools.
That's interesting how you're so knowledgeable about this subject.
Well, I spent so many years, you know. You spend so many years in the kingdom. All you can research is like this. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, I've always wondered about those guys, you know, those cats.
Yeah, they were pretty cool.
Yeah, so that's why I don't sweat it, you know, like.
I differ with the Watchtower. I don't think the Magi were sent by the devil at all.
Oh.
I think the Magi were Arabic peoples on camels that had gifts. I think one king recognizes another king. Maybe astrology was part of it. It was probably on the Silk Road. I mean, I think they were all wrong about the star and the Magi. I think that seemed kind of like a good thing to me.
Well, I don't sweat it because, like,
that is
know,
so fascinating that you mentioned the Silk Road.
Yeah,
that is so fascinating to me.
You know, I don't sweat it with all these Bible thumpers. You know, everyone's like, oh, I hear everyone. I just start laughing now because I think to myself, you know, I tell God, I go, God, if King David and Solomon, you got these two cats, and you got me, and you're mad at me, and I can't make it to the next dimension. I mean, there's something wrong there.
That's it. See, that's it. You always see. I know you've read the Old Testament because you're doing that kind of thinking. But
I don't have to work this hard. Yeah, I'm not working.
See, the average witness, he doesn't know the soap opera of David and all that David went through, and he kept getting forgiven. And then he doesn't know the story of Solomon. Those stories were put there, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of like in the movie The Jungle Book when he goes, you're working too hard. Yeah, I'm not going to work that hard, you know. I'm not going to work that hard.
Yeah.
I just, yeah. Like, don't, you know, if God is happy with Solomon and
Yeah.
King David, and he's going to be happy with me, So
Yeah.
I'm not going to kill myself,
No.
And,
And
I
don't
noticed
beat
that
yourself up,
Yeah.
for enjoying life.
Yeah, I noticed that with a lot of the Bible thumpers. They just beat themselves up. It's like, no, man, you don't.
Well,
and I'm like the Apostle Paul. I didn't kill anybody. I don't have to prove myself to anyone.
You get European history and like Puritans, and they sent all the Puritans here, and the PBS Puritan thing was really good, and it had the holy name in it at the end. It was a one part, but the Puritans didn't have any fun, and so the American churches, a lot of them don't have any fun because they're coming out of that Puritan thing. They're not coming out of a Middle Eastern thing or even a European thing. They're coming out of these people that were sent away from Europe because they were no fun.
Oh my God. Okay.
And that's why all the fun is in California.
Yeah.
Because the Puritans, whenever you wanted to have fun, you had to go west. You had to keep going west. And that's the beautiful story about America, is that everyone was running west because everybody was trying to run away from the same old Puritan, dogmatic and authoritarian rule. And
That's
then
true.
they all landed in California.
That's true. That's it. That's it.
That's why California is in the way that it is, because they ran out of places to run.
Right. But in Virginia, they were around the same time as the Puritans, and they knew how to party here. They knew how to party in Virginia, but the Puritans, they were not going to party.
Wow.
No.
They were kicked out of Europe for reasons, and one of them was the Bible and the holy name and sitting on a hard bench and telling other people what to do.
The French
that's never any good.
And then the Salem witch trials are up there in that same region too.
Australians got kicked out for partying too much.
Who did?
Australians.
Yeah, Virginians too. We have a similar history. It explains the Southern Belle in a way. They took women out of the London jail who were probably very pretty young pickpockets and sent them to Virginia. And when I saw a short film about Australia, I thought, that's not too different. And then John Smith was trying to settle Virginia, and he had tobacco, which was a cash crop. And he wrote back to the Queen, and he says, send some decent women. These women will not mate. We need people for the colonies. So they were very wild, these women that were sent to Virginia initially. But very pretty and very young.
I did not know that.
And then they sent male prisoners, similar to Australia had a prison colony thing. They sent men from the London jail too, but they were treated poorly.
Wow. I can hear him talking, Brad. He sounds adorable.
He does.
Oh. He's got things to say. With the tude, yes, he does. He's got a tude too. He's talking all about it too. He's not like attitude, bad attitude. He's just expressing himself expressively. Yes.
He stays up late for some reason. Gets up early, but stays up very late.
Oh, wow. Some people hardly ever need any sleep. It's very rare, but some people are just like that. They only need 4 or 5 hours at all.
Oh, I wanted
every
to
night.
tell Gilbert, the Spanish dresses of California, when they do those parties with the dresses and the dances for the tourists.
Yeah.
In Virginia, we have the same dress.
Get out.
Same time period. Same pattern.
Wow. I did not know that.
And I'm reading a book right now called Jewish Pirates. And it's fascinating because some of Christopher Columbus's crew He left town, and the Spanish Inquisition started the same week that he left. And some of the people on his crew were Jewish conversos.
Oh no!
So it's very fascinating.
Yeah, it's like our George Norrie says, there's no such thing as coincidences. Yeah, it's not a coincidence, man. It's not a coincidence.
It's called Jewish Pirates of the Caribbean. And it's fascinating.
George Norrie.
And it has many Spanish people in it with ships.
Wow.
I loved St. Augustine, Florida. That's the oldest town in America. It's even older than where I'm from.
St. Augustine, Florida?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Hey, have you ever been on jwmatch.com?
I have.
Yeah.
And I didn't find any matches there, but they kept my picture because I looked so cute.
I was thinking.
So I won't give you my real name, but I guess I'm one of the cover girls of JW Match.
Because I wanted to. I didn't do it, but I thought about joining just so I can give women the opportunity to date a member of the governing body.
That would be good. That would work for me. That would work for me.
No, but it would be like, just to disrupt, just to disrupt the whole place, like to piss on it, like to piss on it and say, this is my territory,
Oh my.
I would care. Like I'm a dog, this is my territory.
Wow.
Remember we talked about the animal instinct? Yeah.
Yes. Very dude-like. I see. I hear you. Something I've never thought about doing ever.
Yeah, and that's what I love about being on the apostate. It's just I just have you can laugh now. It's just laugh. You don't have to worry no more. And I don't have to prove anything to anybody. It's just I know I'm comfortable in my own skin. So,
Yeah, that's a very good feeling.
I think I'll just travel from one pirate festival to another.
That sounds like a good time.
I think so.
The problem I find, like with girls, with women, is that, like when you, I thought that the stupidest people on earth were those that believed in love at first sight and soulmate. And so when it happened to me, and the same thing happened to my girlfriend, it happened at the same time, and she told me it was like we just knew. But the whole thing fell apart. But it doesn't matter. But the point is, how do you recreate it? And so I think one of my problems is like, you can't. I can't recreate it. And I'm thinking, and I feel like I don't want to shortchange. I don't want to shortchange the other. I don't want to shortchange the girl.
See,
like,
I have friends that have been married longer than some of you are old.
Yeah.
I have friends that have been married 40 years. And so their relationship has changed over time.
Correct.
And we're not taught that either, that you fall in love with this love at first sight thing. You see if you have something in common. And if you have a commitment and a family and you stay married, then it's different at the later part of your life. But they'll still look at each other. They'll still look at each other and smile over stuff, and we have no idea what they're talking about. And that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just have a friend of mine, and we go out a lot, but there's no romantic, nothing in there. But she's like those Chinese girl, and we got in a little fight sometimes. But no, there's no. But I told her something. She started laughing. I go, no, you can never be my girlfriend. I'll never have it. And she's real Chinese girl, and she got all mad and like thinking like, how dare you say that? And she's like, well, what's wrong? Why will you never, be my, we would never go out. I go, Z, I can never give you what you want. And she goes, what is it I want? I go, you want more. And she just stared at me. And then she started laughing and she started nodding her head. She's like, yeah, I want more.
Yeah, those are the last words of my ex. I want more. Go knock yourself out, darling. Go get yourself some more.
You know what I say? You know what I say, Gilbert?
Yeah.
A lot of women, they're good in the kitchen. They make a lot of good food and keeps the relationship together. My slogan is, if you want a hot meal, set your cornflakes on fire.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh dear.
But
That's the biggest
You need
joke.
to learn from this, man.
That's the only joke I ever stole. It was so funny.
It's true. That's why.
Oh my goodness.
It wouldn't be funny if it weren't true.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm actually a very good cook. I have had no complaints in any relationship. I actually can do all those things.
I get asked things like, why are you doing that?
Why are you doing that?
My mother didn't teach me how to cook, so I got resourceful and used this mixing drink thing to make gravy before I put it in the pan. And it works rather well.
Good idea.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they should have matchmakers for witnesses and stuff. I called a matchmaker, but they wanted $1,000 for every date that they would supply me with.
Whoa.
And it came up on my feed, and it looked legit. And I called them, and they were a real matchmaker. And they talked to me for a while, and I said, "Oh, that sounds safe." And they looked at everybody's bank account, and they look at their background and everything. And I said, "Well, maybe I'll go to some more things on my own and figure this out." And she says, "Well, don't you want to know the price?" And I said, "Yes." And she says, "Well, you can have 3, 7, or 12. I said, "How much is it for 12? And she says, "For 12 lunches, it was $12,000.
Wow.
And I guess they're supposed to meet me, and Mr. Wright would be one of those 12. But, I talked to her, and I thought, there'd be no love at first sight there that I could see. Maybe if you had 12 dates at 12 different ones, there might be one that you had that chemistry with. But without that chemistry, the marriage wouldn't be worth a darn thing.
Right. It's funny because I've been out a couple of times with my pickup line. We were talking, and I told those were like 2 girls, and I had no I just wanted to go play, just have dinner or something, and talk. And it was funny because I told both of these girls, I told them, I go, "Hey, you want to get married?" And they look at me all like weird. "Marry me right now," and they just freak out.
Oh no!
Go, okay, now that we established, I go, now that we established that we're not going to get married, and I'm not going to, this. I go, for crying out loud, we're just going to have freaking dinner. And then I can calm down.
Yeah.
I go, what the hell's the problem here? It's not like I'm, matrimony is out of the question, right?
I would punch you.
The brothers at the Kingdom Hall didn't know this trick, but Jewish men will do that. I went into a magic shop in Santa Barbara. I'm so sorry about the floods. That's the most beautiful city I've ever been to. Mm-hmm. I went into a magic shop in Santa Barbara, and I rarely get a suntan, and I had a suntan. And I walked into that magic shop, and the guy owning the magic shop in the back says, "Do you know so-and-so in stage magic?" I said, "Yes." He says, "Do you want to get married?" So Jewish men, if they see a girl they like and they have something in common, they do that.
Oh, I was just saying it to break the ice, get
No,
over
he was
yourself.
serious.
Just-
He was serious.
yeah, he was serious.
But I didn't want to. I'm glad I didn't move to Santa Barbara now.
That's funny.
Did you date
I
him
would be
for a
afraid
while?
if I got it.
What?
Did you date him for a while?
No, I
Okay.
purchased at the magic shop and went back to what I was doing.
Okay. Just checking.
No, he took one look at me, and that's what he said. And that was saying that he liked me, and maybe something would happen. And he was, projecting his intention that he was that kind of guy. That he didn't date girls. He was like traditional, and that was that.
So funny.
Yeah. So witness men, if they're super traditional, and they see a girl at a convention, that's what they should say.
Oh,
but they don't have hardly any social graces, unless they're, unless they speak Spanish, like Gilbert. He's got, style and can dance and stuff. But most of these people, they don't have a culture. They don't know how to do.
Yeah, and but you say there's nothing to be afraid of. It's like you're not. That's the problem I notice with a lot of women is they think that going out to dinner or watching a movie is like she's signing the dotted line. It's like, get over yourself,
Well, that's what traditional women are taught. That's what traditional women are taught. But that's what the man at the magic shop knew.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what he was from, that same thing. So he didn't say, "Do you want to go out for popcorn?"
Yeah. No. Yeah. It's
yeah.
It's funny. But yeah, I think that's why I get along with my Chinese. She's a real nice girl. She calls me all the time, and we won't talk for like a month, but we're real good friends, and then okay, I'll see you next time. And a lot of women can't do that. They just can't. They just it's weird. And I think that's a shame for the Jehovah's Witnesses. They shortchange themselves. Like, really? You can't just...
Well, at the age I am now, if I go out for a lunch, it's a big deal. There's not going to ever be another romance again.
You never say that.
Yeah, I have a feeling that will be for you.
Doubtful.
But that's just me.
Okay. Only my hairdresser knows for sure.
That's right.
Remember that commercial? That was the best commercial.
Yep.
If I have one life, let me live it as a blonde. Only my hairdresser knows for sure.
Yep.
Hi, Linda. Are you there?
Yes. Hi. Who's this?
Oh, hi. This is Nadine from California.
Hey, Nadine. How are you?
Hi. I'm good. Is it okay to chime in?
Yes, please. Chime in.
Hi. I just got up, so I thought I'd see if you guys are still on. And I just wanted to say hi.
That's exactly what you said you were doing. It's exactly what you said you were going to try to do, too. That's exactly what you were saying you were going to try to do, too.
I know, I go to bed so early, but I wake up early. So I thought I'd say hi to everybody. And so what's the topic today? Is like dating, JW.
Well, good morning. We solved the entire problems of the entire planet.
We're talking about Nadine. We were talking about Nadine, the song from Chuck Berry.
Oh, that's a great song.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of cute, isn't it? But I don't think it was ever really a love story. It was like Nadine being like, "Honey, is that you?" Like he's looking for her, but
yeah.
Kind of like Song of Solomon. He's looking for his girl.
Yeah. He's telling the cat.
Maybe that was her name. We don't really know the Shulamite girl's name. I think her name was Nadine.
Really? Are you
That's a song about her. Yeah.
That is for real? Wow. That's interesting. I never knew really any Nadines, but lately I know a few of them. Like on Facebook, like a guy I went to school with, Mitch Layton, who was very popular in school. And his mother's name is Nadine, and she's still alive. And his sister had a daughter, and she named her Nadine. And so now there's like 3 of us, but it's not a very common name.
It's not a Spanish name. Where's the origin of it?
It's French. Nadine is a
French?
French name. Mm-hmm. It's a French name. But Gilbert, I've listened to you so many times, and I think you always have so much, you're very interesting and easy to follow. And also, Pixie, you too. I love all the comments you make.
Oh, thank you. I'm so happy to have fans.
I learn a lot. But when I came in, you guys were talking about like jwmatch.com.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard
it. Ask the question if we've ever been on JW Match, and Miss Pixie's like, yes.
Oh, that's so funny. Like maybe I would have done it years ago if I knew that it existed, and also if it was okay, because wouldn't the brothers frown on something like that?
I don't think it's safe to do those. I really don't.
No.
But I did post on there, and I did put a picture on there. And my experience, some brother had lost his wife, and he had a gaggle of children. And I thought, oh, do I want to be Maria von Trapp in Sound of Music? And I thought, yeah, I do. And then the more I read his profile, the more I didn't want to be that.
Yeah.
But you see, Nadine, the question had to do with territory, and I don't want to go into specifics. That the girls are, But what it was just saying, like to troll them, to go in there and saying, hey, you can date me, the member of the governing body elect, vote for me, and just to troll them, just to troll the, and because I think one of the questions, is, because you can be disfellowshipped, you can mark that you're disfellowshipped, or you're removed, or you're in good standing. Yeah, they on the questionnaire. So
I'll have to go in and check it out.
I ran across this guy on 2 different boards. He was on 2 different JW boards, and he had real nice dark hair like I like, and kind of pale skin, and kind of looked intelligent. But he was on 2 different boards, and he was saying that he was on the governing body of Canada looking for a wife.
Oh, gosh.
But there's only one governing body.
And I read it, and I thought, is he kidding?
Was it
and
Gilbert?
I read it, and it was a sincere. This guy was. It sounded like he was stuck in Canada in a boring desk job at the branch, and he really wanted to get married. And I thought,
there is no
story
governing
there.
body in Canada. There's only one governing body, and then there's branch offices.
Branch office is what I mean. Branch office. He was in the Canadian branch, and it was a picture of him in his office, and he sounded like he was trapped. It was like he was trapped in a monastery and wanted a wife. But he turned up on 2 different boards.
You should have screenshotted it.
Yeah.
Well,
and I thought, I don't want to be trapped there with him.
When you say 2 different boards, are you talking about 2 different dating sites, maybe, or 2 different boards of it?
Yeah, and I'm like, he's on 2 different boards, and he still hasn't found somebody. And he was good looking and all. And I thought, then I read it again, and I thought, oh my God, he's trapped in Canada. I really want to be trapped in Canada.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah.
I do think it's
so
dangerous.
What time is it for everybody?
It is
on your side.
It's almost 8:30 here on the East Coast, and we have a beautiful sun.
Oh wow!
And blue skies, and it's going to be a nice.
Oh yeah, it's still dark
day.
and drizzly, rainy here in California.
It's going to be cold, but nice today.
It's been too heartbreaking, has it? Hasn't rained too hard, has it, Nadine?
It rained through the night, and now it's just like drizzly. And I don't know. I don't think it's supposed to rain anymore today, but it sure rained hard yesterday.
Okay.
Hey, Nadine.
I'd say you and I are about 50 miles apart. maybe.
What was that?
I think I would say you and I are about 50 miles apart.
I don't even think we're 50. No, because my
Okay,
brother,
maybe 30.
he lives in Fountain Valley, but just on the border, of Huntington, and it doesn't take me very long. It takes me about 30 minutes to get there. That's it.
Then yeah.
I just take the 57 to the 22 and get off at Magnolia. And it's not, no, we're not 50 at all. No, probably 30, 35 minutes. That's about it. And Gilbert, are you from California?
No,
I play tennis?
Yeah.
No.
Because we're
but
talking about
speaking
Serena
of,
Williams.
Yeah, okay. I was just going to say that. Speaking of Serena, I have my thoughts on that whole thing. But
sure.
Well,
yeah,
I just posted.
this is what I think about this whole Serena Williams thing. I think, okay, way to go, Serena. Okay,
Yeah.
Do your life, do what you want to do, make as much money as you can, fame, fortune, whatever, and then when her career comes to an end, then she gets baptized. Can we say, this is just me, I think she's a hypocrite. But then again, way to go, right? Shouldn't we have all have done that? Done what we wanted to do.
Well,
and then at the last
Caribbean,
minute, boom, her career's kind of over, and then she gets baptized. But there's also a video of her showing how to twerk.
Yeah.
And so,
right.
Like what is she? Now she has to toe the line, right?
But maybe she's at an age now. She's at an age now where she doesn't want to pose nude and twerk and win tournaments. Yeah. And
well, I know, but she just had a video on twerking.
Yeah.
I saw the video. But what I'm saying is, I guess they don't mind because she's got a lot of money, and maybe she can donate a lot of money.
I think she didn't they say it was 25,000 was the money she put in the contribution the day she was baptized?
Wow.
Well, there you go.
I mean, people, that's all they have yearly on Social Security, and for her, that's a tip.
Yeah. Well, what are your thoughts on why she got baptized at this late age?
Because I think she made a promise to God and her dad that after her career was over, she was going to thank God and get baptized.
Okay, well, that makes sense, yeah. That's probably,
Linda, I sent you the link to my video, and the title is, Why Did Serena Williams Get Baptized as One of Jehovah's Witnesses? And the answer, it's only a 30-second video, and the answer is because Watchtower is a snare and a racket.
Your video is going to say
that.
Yeah.
That's a great joke, Gilbert. That's the best joke of the day.
I thought it was
my video. I just posted it.
That's great.
I love it.
I think that's the answer right there.
That is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The racket.
Well, I say good luck to her.
Yeah.
But I don't think she'll have any trouble because the more money you have, the more they like you. So,
correct.
Like my mom donated a ton of money, and my mom could do whatever she wanted to do. She had book study in her house, and but yet she would have Happy Mother's Day cards on the mantle during the book study. But they didn't they never said anything to her about it. And my mother never went out in service because she was just sedentary. She just didn't really, she sat most of her life, which is unusual because I'm such a goer and a doer, and I like to walk and this and that. And anyways, she didn't really do a whole much, but she sure wrote a lot of checks. And they liked having the book study at her house. And she could do whatever she wanted to do, but I think it was because she donated so much money.
Wow.
So you've already seen how someone donating a considerable amount gets treated.
Yes.
Did she have a lot of famous California witness pals?
No, but everybody loved my mother, because she was just so sweet and so kind, and everybody loved Sister Nay, and everybody just loved her. And she was an old timer, because by the time I was born, she was 45 when I was born, so she was quite a bit older.
I had older parents too.
She was an older parent.
Nice that you were a little miracle. That's great.
Well, I guess I was. But, and my mom lived to 94.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. And everybody just, she was one of those sisters where everybody said, oh, Sister Nan, oh, we love her so much. And people still talk about her.
Well, I think having a baby late in life also keeps you young and extends your life. I have a theory like that.
When I was 15, she was 60.
Neat.
So she had a young teenage daughter, and I probably did keep her young, Yeah. And I really did love my mom too, but towards when she was getting older, she did some crazy stuff.
It's not easy. And caregiving is not easy.
No. And I took care of her a lot. And I was the baby. I was number 5, so I ended up taking care of her a lot. And then she turned on me, and a lot of it was with the witness. She didn't think that I read the Bible enough, and I didn't do enough. It was never enough.
Well, you're enough, Nadine. You are enough. There's a book called You Are Enough that might interest you.
Well, thank you. She didn't think so, and she had people.
Well, maybe you should
in.
read the book You Are Enough, because it addresses the very thing you've just described.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And so she had other people coming in that wanted to take care of her, that wanted to take over the house.
Oh, that sounds like the life I had. Did I tell you that they wanted my mother to sign over the house, and I was standing in the room as if she had no heirs? And my mother looked at her and said, "Depart from me, you worker of iniquity. I knew you not." And the sister says, "Oh, but sister, you want to give your house to Jesus' brothers." And she says, "They're not Jesus' brothers. Jesus' brother was James." So I hope she didn't sign your house away.
It was.
But we call him Santiago.
I'm
sorry.
That's good. That's good. So I hope you kept your house.
Well, my brother, he was sort of a witness years and years and years ago, because my brothers and my sister, they're quite a bit older than I am. There was a big, space between us, and my brother had control over the house. So they didn't actually, but they did take over that. They moved in, and I was out, and it was so dramatic and traumatic and horrible. And I think I went through some sort of a breakdown at that point. Actually, it took me quite a few years to get. I never really forget.
You were there
for all of that. But
you were there supporting your mother. You got thrown out, and they moved in.
They moved in, and they moved their sickly mother in, and actually they ignored my mom and took care of their mom, who had cancer, and the mother died actually in the house. And it is just such a long and involved, very terrible story. But they did not have control over the house, because my brother, who, he had his degrees in finance and all of that, and very, savvy, he was the executor of the house. And so when my mom passed, he split everything 5 ways. So they didn't have, he told them when my mom passed away, they had to get out of the house. Wow. And then he turned on them and he said, "You guys got to go."
Wow.
You know, he just sort of took advantage of them in a way.
That is very presumptuous of them to move into your home.
They did. They did.
Like
and it
a
was
squatter, yeah.
horrible. It was so awful. And then one of the girls at the end, she apologized to me. And she said, Dean, we're really sorry for how we treated you. We saw how your mother was, and she was very difficult and horrible. And we see what you went through. It was just awful. It was such a traumatic, horrible time in my life. It happened in 2004, and then my mom passed in 2009. And so, anyways, it took a long time emotionally for me to come out of that, but I did, you know. And thank goodness my brother had control over the finances.
Yeah.
So, but they're long gone. I don't even know what happened to those people. But they were kind of like gypsies, you know. They went from one place to another to see what they could get from people. And they were witnesses. They were witnesses.
Excuse me.
I had some
Made it
takers that were witnesses in doing mom's care too. So I fully understand and sympathize with what you're saying.
Wow.
And
Thank you.
as a fourth generation witness, it surprised me.
Mhm. Yeah. It was pretty awful. A lot of things happened after that, and so anyway.
Are you safe now and have a roof over your head?
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't live too far from where I grew up. I grew up in Brea, and I live in Yorba Linda, which is just like 5 minutes down the street, and yeah, I'm pretty happy with my life. And it was terrible because my sister, she turned against me, but now my sister doesn't really remember a whole lot because I think that she's getting dementia now, but I'm like her best friend. She considers me her best friend. It's very, very interesting. And I forgave her. You know, she had a big part in that whole thing too. And my sister was a witness at one time, and she married a Bethel brother, and which was years and years ago. But she's remarried now to an attorney, and she lives in Lake Arrowhead, so she has a beautiful house there. But she considers me her best friend.
Attorneys make good husbands.
She doesn't remember too much.
What about your dad?
Okay, I told Linda. I think she knows the story, but my dad was never a witness. He was he had his PhD in chemistry, and so he was totally against being a witness. And my mother was a fanatical witness, and that's what broke up their marriage. Was my mother wanted to like cram it down his throat, and he didn't want to have anything to do with it.
Correct.
So thank goodness I was raised with my dad not being a witness, which I think helped me because I would see both sides, you know. And so the whole thing about 1975, I never truly believed that Armageddon was coming in 75. And I think it was my dad's influence on me.
Yeah. Right. It's coming in 2020. It's coming in 2023. They got it wrong. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah. That's like 50 years, right? Just about. Yeah. So, and all my friends, because I grew up in California, all my friends, they just went about their lives, except for one situation where this person truly believed it was coming, which affected my life also. But like all my friends, they were getting married and, you know, in 74 and 75, at young ages, like 17, 18. But, you know, they went on with their lives. So they didn't. I don't think they believed it truly either. But I know a lot of people did, and they sold their houses and all of that. But I never truly.
Hey, but Southern California was a beautiful place in the 70s and 80s, huh? Even in the 90s.
Yeah, I look back on it now, and those were the good old days, And,
yeah.
Gosh, I'd love to go back to that time. But yeah, I was in high school at that point. At that time.
You sound so much younger than me. You have a beautiful speaking voice, but I think we're the same age.
I'm 64. I'm older than Linda.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you and I are
I'm
the same
64.
age.
Are you 64?
You should go to Fiverr.com and you could rent out your voice. You could do speaking gigs.
Oh, I would love
Vicky's
it.
right. Yeah, I've hired people to do speaking gigs for me. Yeah.
Oh, you do? Well, hey, you could hire me, Gilbert.
She sounds about 25.
Oh,
She sounds so happy. I mean, you could sell soda pop. It just sounds so bubbly.
Well, you'd be surprised that people need, like, they do a commercial, they do a video on YouTube, and it's a company, and they just need somebody to, voiceover. That's all.
It's funny because my daughter, I had her in commercials when she was young, and she did like 7 or 8 commercials. Yeah. So I used to take her to LA, and it's so funny because I have a cousin named Bruce Nahan, and his uncle was Stu Nahan, and he did the sports on NBC. So in a way, I guess I'm related to Stu also. But my cousin Bruce is a producer and an agent in LA.
Oh.
And he's also like the co-founder of Chippendales. And
I remember Chippendales.
So we communicate every so, he just commented on Facebook because I posted my grandson's picture on there. He's only 10 months, and a lot of people liked his picture. And so my cousin Bruce, said he commented on it, but yeah.
Well, you should do voiceovers because you've got a brightness in your voice that could sell products.
You really do.
That's so sweet. Thank you. And I don't really know what I sound like right now because I'm lying down in bed, because it's
There's nothing to it. All you have to do is read.
Yeah. Well, I can read.
It's the easiest money you'll ever make.
I would love to do it. How do I get started? Should I ask Bruce, my cousin, or
you can start on Fiverr. Go on Fiverr.com, Fiverr, or Fiverr.com, and it's a lot of gigs. People that have talent.
Is it Fiverr? V-I-V? V as in
like
Victor?
F-I-V.
Oh, F.
It's like,
okay.
It started out where, before inflation, way back in the day, you could actually hire a guy to do a voiceover for $5, and then you add like an extra $5, and you just keep adding $5, but it's changed now. But
I used to make union rate when I would do ads. I would get, I think the SAG rate is $365 an hour, or any portion of the hour.
My daughter
usually got
SAG.
$365 for 5 minutes work.
Yeah, so people would start at $5, and now they're making $100. But they just get a clientele, or they just get their recognition.
That's so interesting.
Yeah.
The website is F. How do you spell it? F.
Like $5. Fiverr.
Oh. Okay.
Well, you should also ask your producer relative and tell him you want to do voiceovers, and tell him you want the SAG rate of $365 an hour.
That's a good idea. I could message my cousin Bruce.
And tell him what the SAG rate is, and you're willing to read some copy.
Okay, yeah. I'll do that. Because I have a connection with Bruce.
I really want you to sell that cola to me on television. I really feel like you've got what it takes.
I would love that. And that commercial.
As they're talking about it, I'm hearing your voice, and it's clear, and it sounds. Yeah, I agree with it 100%. And I've never thought about saying it, but as soon as they started saying it, I was like, oh yeah, totally. That makes perfect sense.
Oh, you know what's funny, Linda? You told me that before when we talked on the phone.
Oh, did I? Okay.
That my voice sounded young, yeah. My mom had a young voice too, even when she was like 94. She sounded young. Now, Pixie, did you say that you're 64? You're my age?
I am. Yes, I am.
Oh my goodness, we're the same age. Oh my goodness. I like your voice too, Pixie.
Well, thank you. I was in radio for years, but you've got what it takes to sell the soap.
Oh, really? That's so.
I'm gonna get in the shower right now.
That's so sweet. Oh my goodness.
I used to read the news every day. I can read it serious as a heart attack. That was my claim to fame. I can write it and read it.
Yeah. So I heard that your story. You were a journalist.
I was.
How interesting.
I was nominated for a
I think
Pulitzer.
you've had like an interesting life.
I have had an interesting life. I have.
Wow. I think my life might be kind of interesting, but not in the way like yours.
But I would have liked to have some kids. In witness land, some of us didn't have any children.
I know.
And
I had
back,
one. I have one daughter.
I would have liked to have one and some grandchildren. I have a classmate that she had a son at 17 out of wedlock, and it was a big scandal, and people were blamey-shamey in those days. And then she went on to be a very successful photographer. And now, from that one son, he had 5 children, and now she has grandchildren and great-grandchildren.
Wow. Yes, I have one daughter, and she has 5.
Wow.
She has 5. Yeah, so I don't know.
And are any of them Nadine?
No, but my daughter was Natalie Nadine. No, she didn't. But I have 5, and my oldest, my grandson Dylan, will be 22, and then the baby is 10 months.
Wow.
So, yeah, she has them spread out, and my grandson Dylan is very handsome, and all my grandkids were very, very cute, and the baby is like the baby should do a commercial. The baby is so adorable. Linda, I don't know if you saw the baby on Facebook.
I'm not sure. I haven't gone on there much, but I'll go on there and check it out.
Oh yeah, the baby. And he got so many likes. And I don't have that. I think I have 200 and some friends on Facebook, but he got like 60 likes. The baby.
Wow. Oh. How does
He's adorable. He's so sweet, and his personality is so sweet. And then I have a granddaughter, and oh my gosh, she's 3.5, and she's the cutest little thing going. And then my other granddaughter, Brooke, she's so sweet, and she's in cheerleading, and she's actually going to go to Las Vegas on Thursday for a competition.
Cool.
And yeah. And then my grandson Dane, he's a cutie pie. He's in Boy Scouts.
Great.
So, yeah, and Dylan became an Eagle Scout. He went that far.
That's wonderful.
And he's trying. He wants to be a police officer, so he's trying out in Orange County.
That's very special.
So we'll
my
see.
sweetie was an Eagle Scout, and my cousin in Hollywood is an Eagle Scout. That's really something to be an Eagle Scout.
It is, and the reason why he became one is because his other grandfather was so into Boy Scouts for years and years and years and years, and so that's the reason why. And he pretty much wanted Dylan because his own son didn't become a Eagle Scout, so he wanted to make his grandson an Eagle, and he did. He did.
There's all kinds of successful people in cinematography and lawyers and astronauts and all kinds of men that have been Eagles. And you put that on the resume and they know you have leadership, and what a great thing.
Yeah.
So,
I love that.
so how did you meet Linda? Did you meet her in a Facebook group or something?
Oh, no. I listened to the 6 Screens, and I really liked Rick. And then I started listening to everybody. I listened to all the programs, and I listened all the way through. Like, if it's 2 or 3 or 4 hours, I listen through the whole thing while I'm driving.
Wow.
She texts me every so often and says, "I'm listening to your show." It's like a Monday or a Tuesday,
That's funny.
And then somehow I got Linda's phone number. I think I said, "I really like you. I'd like to talk to you. I like your program." And she gave me her number, and
wow.
And so I've called her a few times because we don't live that far from each other. And I think she lives very close to my brother, but my brother lives that way, down that way. And so, anyways, yeah. And I for work, which is funny, I work part time, and I work for a company where I pick up catering food, and I deliver to hospitals and doctors' offices. And so, when I'm driving, I listen to the 6 Screens, and I listen to everybody.
Wow.
That is so cool.
So I know everybody. Like, I know Dan and Angela.
That's incredible that you're
Rick.
driving a car in California on the freeway.
No, on the side streets, mostly.
Anywhere in California. That's tremendous.
Yeah, and I just have my phone, plugged in, so I'm not touching my phone. But, I'm driving, and yeah. And also, I take long walks, and so when I'm walking, I listen to the program too.
Wow.
I love listening to podcasts. I do all the time, listen to podcasts. So I really understand what you're saying. It's like, I'm doing this or I'm doing that, but listening to a podcast while doing it just really makes my day.
And another thing too, I feel like I know everyone from listening to everybody.
Isn't that something?
I can't listen to JW videos. The only JW videos I honest to God is Rick Farron and Linda, because Linda and I go back way back in the day, but I can't listen to, like, you name me any Jehovah's Witness on YouTube, and I don't listen.
Yeah,
I actually have people report to me, no joke, and they go, "Hey, what does so say?" And they tell me, "Oh, this is what the video is about." Like, they give me the skinny. But I
listen to those too. I listen to a lot of those, like Fixing My Face, and there's another guy that I love. His name is Stacy, and it's
Surviving in Paradise or whatever. Yeah, that's
Surviving Paradise, and I love his voice. I love listening to him. He's so smart. He was an elder for years, and he grew up in the 70s and 80s, and I've commented on his page many times.
Yeah,
you might enjoy listening to him, Heather.
No, it's just too much Jehovah on my plate. I just can't do it,
I know. I've listened. I've seen a few of the Caleb and Sophia videos, and some of them I had to turn it off because I just couldn't take it anymore. Just because they were so terrible.
Yeah.
Like the birthday cupcake one.
That one really got me angry.
It drove me nuts.
Cassidy, the non-apostate apostate, can take a Caleb and Sophia video and tear that thing apart like nobody's business. And she gets really into it and has a blast. But she
and what about
the
other one that really got me upset was when she wanted to join the science club, and she couldn't because it was, she'd be with her worldly classmates because they went on field trips, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't take it.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
It's like they were acknowledging that STEM exists. They were acknowledging that girls excel in STEM, but they were saying you can't benefit from it.
Mhm.
I couldn't finish
Right,
it.
and they
It
didn't
made me
want her
mad, too.
going on the field trip. They didn't want her socializing with the other kids that were going to go on the trip.
Yeah.
You know, she already socializes with them in school. So what's the difference?
Yeah. The difference was she might enjoy it and have a career in science someday.
It reminds me of that whole thing reminds me of me when I was in high school because we had a typing contest and I was a sophomore and I came in third place. And the other two girls that won were seniors and juniors. And I was the girl who got third place, but I was a sophomore. So we were supposed to go on this field trip to another school for more competition. And I never told my mother that I won the competition. I stayed home from school because I didn't feel like I could go on that field trip and go higher to another school and compete higher.
Mm-hmm.
Was it those
I
tan
look back on
IBM
that.
typewriters?
Terrible. Hmm?
Was it those tan IBM typewriters that they have at the bank?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I did 58 words a minute with I
Wow.
think one mistake. And
Wait
so
a minute,
I
how?
thought, "Hey." What was that?
How many words per minute?
68.
Wow.
And I was supposed to go on a trip with these other two girls that were older than I was, and I didn't go. I stayed home from school. And then the teacher called my mother and said, "Why didn't Nadine come to school?" And she was supposed to go on a trip with the other two girls to another high school to compete further. And my mother goes, "What? I didn't know she won a contest." And then she said, "Why didn't you tell me?" And I said, "Because I didn't think I could go. I didn't think I could go on the trip with these other girls because, I wasn't supposed to."
Right.
Your mother probably would have let you go. Did you work as a typist later?
I did.
Good.
Hey, Linda, you need to go back. You need to cut this video and make a small duplicate, like a little small 5-10 minute one. This is an amazing story. It should be on a standalone video.
With Nadine's story?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, about a typewriter. I love it.
Yeah, I love it too.
And it has to do with actually Sophia, who didn't go to the science, fair or whatever, because she thought she couldn't go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just what we're trained to think.
Mhm. I wish I could go back and do it all over again.
Yeah.
Trust me, I'd make so many different decisions, in my life.
Yeah, because when I was in 8th grade, I was the drum major in the band, and in 7th grade, they didn't let me because I didn't participate in the parades, right? The Veterans Day parade. So the teacher decided we're going to put you over on a different drum section, and I was all by myself. But the good thing is I was able to learn a lot. So in the 8th grade, I was in charge of the drum section because I was more advanced in the school, in the books, in reading the notes. So freshman year, all of my friends are begging me to join the biggest and the baddest band in Yuma, and I didn't do it. And they just had a beautiful percussion section, and that's the one regret I have. All of my friends were like begging me, and I didn't jump ship.
I totally understand.
How do you explain this goes against my dad?
Yeah. Did your dad know that you won the competition?
I don't think so, because at that point, when I was a sophomore, it's another long story, but my dad actually, I think when I was in 6th or 7th grade,
he moved out to LA and he had a girlfriend, and he actually left the home, but he came back for the weekend because he wanted to keep an eye on his property in Brea. And he also had 2 young children still left. The other kids were all grown and married. So my brother and I were still left at home. So what he did, they never got a divorce, but my father came back. He spent during the week in LA with his girlfriend, and then came home on the weekends to look after his 2 younger children, which was myself and my brother Kevin. And so he wasn't there during the week, and I never told him. I kept a lot of things to myself.
Oh,
I did. I
sure.
kept like a lot of pain, an experience I had with a boyfriend who was a witness. I kept a lot of it to myself. I didn't tell my mother a lot of things. And matter of fact, I didn't even tell my girlfriends who were witnesses. I kept a lot of things stuffed inside. And I never told him about the contest. He would have been really proud of me, too, because my father was all for going to school and going to college. All the boys went to college. My brother Paul, he actually has his PhD in engineering. And he was a professor for many, many years. In fact, he was a professor at Harvey Mudd for a while. And then he moved he lives in New Hampshire, but he also lived in Virginia, too, for a while. He was also a professor there. And he worked at the University of New Hampshire. He's retired now. He's 82. He was 18 years older than I am. And, so my father was all for going to college and going to school. But by the time my brother and I came around, they were tired, and he moved, to LA to live with his girlfriend. And so he didn't have a big, strong, hand on my brother and myself. And, so I never went to college, but my brother did. All the boys
did your
went to
Jehovah's
college.
Witness boyfriend, when you were with him, did he ever have one of his button collars come off? No, just kidding. So we were talking about that earlier.
Did he ever unbutton a button?
Did he do what?
Did he unbutton
you gotta go
the
back.
button?
He ever unbuttoned one of
Unbutton
his buttons?
You're a vaudevillian.
Something earlier.
You're a true vaudevillian, Gilbert. You know what a callback is in a show.
That happened Nadine, that happened about an hour ago when we're talking about there was a video, Watchtower video, and then the boy, Jehovah's Witness boy, he had one of the buttons from his shirt is unbuttoned.
She unbuttoned the button. The girl unbuttoned one button. And he was devastated by it. He lost his virginity by her unbuttoning one button. I didn't know how babies were made that way.
No, but I have another little story. One time I went to his apartment, and I was almost 16, and he was 19, and he had his own apartment, and he lived in like Pasadena, California. And so I was so excited to go there, and it was after an assembly, and it was the assembly that was in Woodland Hills, the one that Michael Jackson went to. And so afterwards we went to his apartment, and I sat on his bed, and I took my shoes off, and then he put my shoes back on me. Nothing ever happened.
Story. It's all about the shoes.
And then he sang a song to me. Remember that song? If I was a carpenter and you were a lady. Well, he sold shoes, and he said, if I was a shoe salesman and you were a lady, because he was putting my shoes on me. He put my shoes back on. And nothing ever happened. We were so goody two-shoe, it was unbelievable.
Sounds like a proposal to me.
No, hold on. He's a Jehovah's Witness, and he put the shoe on.
Yeah.
But see, now that we know he was a salesman, it really makes sense. Now that we know
You know, he was doing that all day long.
And
Mhm.
I felt I was in love. I was just so in love, And I probably would have done something. I probably would have liked to have at least lie down on his bed, But no. Nothing ever happened.
So you didn't get
And,
a second date. You could have married him.
Oh no, we went out for a long time.
You did.
He didn't even swing for first base. At least strike out.
That's what. No. But we'd go out by ourselves. We didn't have a chaperone, nothing like that. And we'd stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning, sitting on my porch, and he'd have his arms around me, and stuff like that. And I was totally fell in love. I was totally in love. And but no, that's another long story for maybe another time.
You notice how Nadine tells the story with her voice, and she does a variation. She was just doing it. I'm telling you, man, this girl is
great.
Yeah.
Oh, really? That's
yeah. It was funny. This is a podcast I can get into.
And it's such a simple story. I mean, she could be doing animated characters and stuff because she can take a simple story and
Linda, you need to have her on. You need to have her on just you two, and she can tell the stories. This is a podcast that'll drive the guys crazy.
Yeah. So why didn't you marry the shoe guy? What happened?
That's a big story. It's a big,
I gotta know.
Long.
I've got to know.
Well, I have to talk quietly because he's in the other room. But
what? Mr. Shoe Salesman person is in the other room.
Al Bundy.
Quietly.
So you did marry him?
No, no, I didn't. But what happened was, so this was in 1974. Okay, and I was 16 and he was 19. And I was so in love. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this guy. And I saved a whole page of my yearbook, and he wrote a whole. You know how girls would save a page in their yearbook for their boyfriends?
Yeah.
Okay, so I did. Well, anyways, he was talked about marrying me and this and that. Well, okay. So he thought in 1975 that Armageddon was coming, and he didn't want to be with me anymore. He didn't want to be responsible for my death. So he wanted to become worldly, but he didn't want to tell me. So he ghosted me. And I never knew what happened. I never knew till many, many, many years later. That's what happened. He wanted to become worldly, and he didn't want me to get destroyed at night.
Right.
So how did you find him years later?
Well, okay. So we kind of communicated a little bit off and on, a little bit, but I was still so very upset with him, and he never told me the reason why. And then I got married to somebody else, and but he wasn't the love of my life, of course. And that's when I had my daughter and everything like that. And then when my daughter was 6, I always wondered what happened to our relationship. I always wondered what happened. And so 12 years went by, and I was 28, and he was 32. And he said, come. Somehow we connected on the phone, and I was married. And he said, come to dinner. I'll make dinner for you. So I drove to his place, and he made dinner, but he never ever told me the reason why he left. I didn't know. And, and I had a 6-year-old daughter, and I was married, and nothing ever happened that night either. We just talked, nothing ever happened. And there's lots in between that would take too long to go over. But I left that night, and I thought, that's it. I'm done. That's it, And I just wanted to get back home and, to my daughter and everything. And I thought, I can't break up my marriage, and I don't want my daughter to go through not having a father and this and that. So nothing happened, and I lost contact. And we didn't have contact for 30 years later. And so when I was 58, I was still married, but going through a divorce. We were married for 38 years. And my girlfriend that knew, there was 4 of us that hung out. And it was his best friend, Tim, and my friend, Sue, which is a whole other story of, my teenage friends when I was younger. Mm-hmm. And I told Sue, I go, do you never know what happened to Oscar? And she said, I don't. She goes, but I'm going to ask Tim. So she asked her, he was her ex-husband at that time. And so Tim is the actual one who gave me the phone number, and he got in touch with him. Tim got in touch with him and said, Nadine would like to talk to you. And he goes, Nadine? And so he said, yes, he would talk to me. And so 30 years later, we connected, and we've been together now for 6 years.
Wow.
Wow.
But there's so much more in between that I didn't tell, but I just summed it up briefly. Mm-hmm.
Are you at peace with this?
What was that?
Are you at peace with this, Nadine?
Yes and no.
Okay.
A lot of times, yes,
I understand.
which is probably a whole other episode, a whole other story, but yeah. Uh-huh. So a lot happened in between.
This is quite romantic.
Mm-hmm. What was that?
I said, this is quite romantic.
Mm-hmm. 30 years later, it's quite remarkable.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it is. And, there's a lot of sad stuff in between, And
life's that way.
I know.
Well,
I
that's
know.
neat.
That's kind of a
neat
wild
little story.
It's kind of wild, and I left out a whole lot because there's just not enough time. But maybe sometime I can go back and fill in some other things. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you ever want to share it, and you don't have to, but if you ever want to share the, more detail and stuff, we can have a show. I interview you, and we'll just take it as it goes,
Yeah.
Let's do that.
I could be in my car.
So,
I could be in my car when I do that.
And you know what? Another one be it not the Oscar part, but the girl. Just one do just with the girl, your girlfriends. Because there's a Natalie Grant. She wrote a book called Cult Girls, and it's a cartoon type book, and a lot of it's the girl power thing. It's the girl connection, the girlfriend
I have
thing.
it.
And I think that'll be that will be a good video, Linda. Just
I was going to have her on this before Christmas, and my phone went bonkers, and I haven't gotten back to her and said, I'm a flake, and I'm so sorry. Can we do it anyway? But I've already been in touch with her, and I think she's amazing. Yeah.
Because a lot of girls, they need that girlfriend experience, that circle, and when she talks about that, which she was talking about a little bit, I thought that's very therapeutic. I think,
I think it's neat that they both left, but they were witnesses when they met.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Well, are you talking about me, Dean?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I stayed a witness off and on. Mm-hmm. But he wanted to be worldly, and he became worldly, and a lot of things happened, which I will share in between that. But, yeah. It was hard for me to, I kind of led a double life because I didn't truly believe, which I told Linda before, I didn't believe Armageddon was coming in 75. And I had questions. I have tons of questions about anniversaries and birthdays and why we could celebrate anniversaries and not birthdays. And, I questioned
when you
a
told
lot
me
of
about when you told me about those people moving into your house, for me, when they tried to extort my mother's house, I can't go back there. and I had doctrinal questions and all kinds of questions through the years, and doing care, it was the second time that I left and came back. But if it's any help to you, when they try to take your house, that should be a sign.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. I have so many stories of my life, and it was terrible. That was a terrible, terrible time in my life. Just
And when did your dad
my
pass
mother?
away?
You know what?
my
The
dad-
thought of you being in your car for hours, are you going to be able to take potty breaks and stuff?
Oh, will I be able to?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Or if I need to, I could just say I need a little break.
Okay, because you come over here and you can be in my bedroom and I'll be in the living room. I just want it to be a really comfortable thing for you.
Oh,
what I'm thinking.
sure, yes. And then I'll be able to really get into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's so much in between.
What was
that
his
happens.
reason besides he wanted to be worldly? Did he have any issues with elders
Well-
or teachings or?
No, no. And I could actually get really in depth with that, but it's kind of hard for me to right now. But, yeah, no, no.
When did you lose your dad?
My
he's
dad
still
passed
alive?
away no. He passed away early in 1990 when I was, I think I was 31. Yeah. Yeah. And then my mom passed away in 2009.
Yeah, mine.
Yeah, I was devastated. I was devastated when my dad passed away. Yeah.
It seems as though your father helped you to critically think and
Probably,
encourage
I
that.
think so. I think so too.
Giving his opinion, just giving his opinion helped you think,
Oh, yeah.
helped you kind of doubt, yeah.
Yeah, and thank goodness
And-
he wasn't an elder. Thank
And it sounds
goodness
like
he was.
he wasn't judgmental, right? Like a Jehovah's Witness type,
No.
You know how the,
No. My dad was Jewish, and so he had a lot of stories and things like that, and he was very frugal, like with his money and stuff like that, and so he taught me a lot about money and finances, and he'd always say, Nadine, life's going to teach you right in the pocketbook, and then he had it, his
He's right
wallet
about
in the
that.
back.
Well,
And
your
so,
parents must have been
yeah.
from the Depression era. They were in the World War II era, so
Well,
that
my
whole
mom
generation was very
born-
frugal.
My mother was born in 1915, and my father in 1916.
Wow.
And my mother, she truly, truly believed that she was never going to die, and that she was going to go right into Armageddon. I mean, right into the new system. She was going to go.
Just walk right in.
She'd always tell me, Nadine, I may never die. I may never die. But then I remember when she was in the hospital, and she held my hand, and she'd say, I'm scared. And she died. She did die, but she died at home. She came back. She went to the hospital many times, but she'd come back. But she truly believed, and my mom grew up Catholic. My mom, she was in a Catholic sorority in St. Paul, Minnesota, and she was very popular. And my father was very popular in high school, and they went to high school together. And she loved my father. He was the only one that she loved in her entire life. And they got married, and so she was raised Catholic. And then someone knocked on her door one day, and about that she could live forever, and that's what she wanted. She wanted to live forever. She believed that, and so there's a lot of stories with that too. But anyways, yeah.
It,
Nice
it
to
always
hear about your
intrigues me
parents.
What was that?
what someone's going through. Go ahead, Pixie.
Right.
I said it's nice to hear about your parents. My mother was born in 1918 and my father was born in 1910.
Oh, wow.
So it's nice to hear
Very
about that
interesting.
generation.
Oh, yeah. They told me lots of stories, so I know a lot of stories about, when they grew up and, and about her whole life and how much she loved my father. But she sure, she kind of fucked up her marriage being so determined to be a witness, Yeah. It's a shame. But,
My kids, when I
that's a
share
whole
things
episode.
about my childhood, when I share things about my childhood to my kids, it's like they pretty much kind of just, it's hard for them to hear. My oldest one would be like that too, but we sat down and watched the movie Apostasy, and that helped her a lot to understand what I was raised in. It helped her a lot.
Yeah.
And that's a good question, good comment, Linda. Because Nadine, does your daughter or your grandchildren, do they know your story or your JW story? Or?
My
No.
daughter doesn't seem that interested, to tell you the truth. And what's funny
She's a winner.
about my daughter I feel bad for my daughter, and I feel bad that I raised her like this. I raised her half Jehovah's Witness and half worldly because I missed out on so many things growing up and in high school. There were so many things I wanted to do in high school. And so I let my daughter do all those things. I let her go to the school dances when she was in 7th and 8th grade, starting then. And she had a fabulous high school life because I didn't. And it still bothers me to this day that I didn't do everything I wanted to in high school, okay? Because of the religion. And like even the typing thing. And I wanted to try out for cheerleading, and I wanted to go to the dances, and I wanted to be a part of that, okay? And I couldn't. I didn't. And it wasn't even so much that my mother said I couldn't. It was the guilt that I felt. It was the guilt. Because my mother I could have snuck out and did it. And my mother was older. She probably wouldn't have said too much, But it was because of the guilt that was put on me as a Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
And that's what it was. And I wanted to make sure that my daughter got to do things that she wanted to do, which is very confusing because half of her life we were going to the meetings, and then the other half I was letting her do, quote, worldly things. So and I feel bad about how I raised her that way,
I'm sure they were very wholesome worldly things. I'm sure that she benefited from both.
They were. Oh yeah, my daughter was an excellent student, and she was on the yearbook, because she was very good with English and write. My daughter the way she can write things on Facebook, she could be a writer. She's so good. She's very, very smart. And in her job, she really didn't go to too much college, but the things that she did in her work, she would have had to have a college degree. She did all the payroll for the company she worked for. She did all the taxes for the company.
That's great.
She's very, very smart. She's a very smart girl. And but I feel bad because I must have confused the heck out of her. Being raised half and half, which I sort of was raised that way too. But the guilt stopped me from doing the things that I wished I would have done.
Yeah, that indoctrination plays a big role.
Oh, yes.
Well, our era was an interesting one because Vietnam was going on, and the Vietnam War was from my first grade to my last year of school. So
Oh my goodness.
women were just learning to do things, and it was, you and I come from a kind of an in-between world there.
You know, the problem with that guilt, Nadine, in my opinion, because I didn't go through that, but I talk about in my videos about how Watchtower gets involved in spiritual adultery, and so what happens is it's normal for a kid to have feelings of guilt in that they want to do what is right and good because they love mom and dad. But what happens is now you're interjecting a third party into it, and so these feelings of guilt are not normal because it's a third party getting involved in the decision. But when I was growing up, even though I was growing up with Jada, I understood that when I did things that were good or avoided what was bad, it's because I loved my mom and dad, and so it came easy to me.
Right.
But I understand what you're talking about when you're interjecting a third party. It's an adultery of what really is wholesome and pure. It's normal for kids to want to be good children because they love mom and dad.
Right.
And so that guilt thing that you're talking about is normal, but it was adulterated, and that's, I think, the problem.
Right. Right. I'll tell one brief little story, and then I'm going to have to go. But when I was in high school, and I was a sophomore, and my brother was a senior, and it was 50s days where you would dress up like, in the 50s and this and that. And this was in 1974. And so my brother played the guitar, and he could imitate Elvis, and he sounded like Elvis. And so my brother was the big star of, the senior class, and we had a senior quad, and he would play Elvis for 50s Day. And then there was a dance that night. Okay. And my brother, Kevin, was the entertainment. He was going to be, play Elvis. In fact, in the yearbook, there's a picture where it says Kevin Elvis Nan. And he's playing the guitar. And I wanted to go to that school dance so bad. I dressed up. I had a skirt, like one of the 50s skirts on. I had my hair in a ponytail with a scarf in my hair. And I was ready to go. And I'm sitting on the floor in my bedroom. And I'm thinking, I want to go to this dance so badly. But I thought, oh my gosh, well, what if somebody finds out from the congregation? What's going to happen? My brother was already there. My brother was already at the school dance, okay, because he was the entertainment. And I wanted to go so badly. And I didn't go. I did not go.
Oh, God.
I know.
And I wonder if that kind of thinking affected him. And it doesn't seem like it did.
Oh, no. No, my brother never got baptized. My brother Kevin never got baptized. But he was good friends with the elders in the congregation because there was one elder, and he took my brother to an Elvis concert at the Forum. I think it was in 1972. And so my brother, I know, and it still hurts me to this day that I didn't go to that dance. And my brother was the entertainment of that dance. And his younger sister, is sitting at home because of the guilt that I felt that I could not go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That was my high school life. That was my high school. Yeah.
I don't know Kevin, but I like him.
My brother Kevin. Yeah.
I don't know him, but I like him.
He still plays Elvis. He has, and he even sounds like Elvis. Wonderful. And he's always loved Elvis. And he named his daughter after Elvis's daughter, Lisa Marie. He has a daughter, and she's a nurse. She's an RN. She's a surgical nurse. And her name is Lisa Marie because he loved Elvis so much. And
wonderful. She died.
Oh, anyway.
This couple of days ago. Did you know that?
Yes. It was very sad to me. Very, very. And she was just at the Golden Globes on Tuesday night.
Yeah.
And Yeah, and then, but her son committed suicide a couple years ago, and then I think she was in a very strong depression about that, and who knows what else. But anyways, that's my story that I'll end with right now. I probably should I have to get up, and I mean, I'm up, but I've got to get myself together, and I get up early, and yeah, I'll probably work a little bit today, but yeah, but yeah, that's the story about the sad, high school dance that I didn't go to because of the guilt.
That's a very strong little story. That should be a short film.
It should.
It could be. Yeah, I have way more too. Way more. Yeah. So anyways, but it was nice talking to everybody, and I hope to talk to you guys again sometime.
We'll have a wonderful day. I'm going to get some sleep.
Oh yeah, because you're really you're like after 9 o'clock now.
Yeah, I'm going to try to take a nap today, and I'll see you all next week on the radio.
All right.
Bye.
It was really nice talking to all of you. Thank you for listening to my stories.
Absolutely. I'm really glad you joined us, Nadine. Yeah, I'm about ready to wrap up tonight as we're all saying goodnight. And
all right.
I didn't even start my show with saying that I'm Apostle Babe, your favorite apostate. I was still thinking about the Williams sisters, and I was so concerned about her. Yeah. I'm very concerned about her and how her well-being will be now that she became baptized. But yeah.
And that's like a whole other story. That's a whole other story about Serena.
Oh yeah, and I think it'll be a subject for more discussion too as time goes by, because
definitely. And another thing that might be interesting down the road is to see like what she does, and then if the organization is going to hold her accountable for any of those things, But that's for down the road.
And I think she's at that beginning stage of that honeymoon, love bombing, beginning stage, and
for sure.
And I hope she's enjoying it. And if you're ever gonna, being raised the way she was, she said she did not practice the religion, but that she, I think that now that she's had a child and stuff, her mindset was like, time to get right with God. So, and I can totally respect that this is the route she's going. I just know that I just don't think it's going to be helpful to her psyche. But now Gilbert Gonzalez kind of helped me shift with that, because she really is right where she belongs, and whatever that has her go through is going to be good for her in her growth anyway. So yeah, it helped me shift, because I was just like, oh no, this is going to be so tough on her. I was really concerned about her. But yeah.
Right. Okay, Linda, so I'm going to say, I'm going to say good night, but not good night, but good morning, but
okay.
Yeah.
Yes, good morning.
So we'll talk soon. Get in
so
touch with me.
you
You have my phone number.
Okay, I will.
All right. Okay. We'll talk soon.
I just heard Gilbert say, yeah, let's talk soon. I heard Gilbert say that he was going to go to sleep too, just as Pixie said she was going to go to sleep. And I just wanted to say thank you for everyone that joined me tonight, and the conversations and how it went, and the different thoughts that we had. And I liked how we brainstormed on how we can make changes within the organization regarding shunning. I just really look forward to this show every weekend. It's really the highlight of my week. This is Apostle Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And this is January 15th, 2023. And I look forward to speaking with you next weekend. So good night, all.
Bye.